scared that no one's going to join.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for the Youth Summit to ban factory farms. I'm Lana Waikina. I'm the lead organizer for the Youth Summit, and this is Nikita Kaluri here with me. I'm just going to give you guys a few bits of information before we get started with all of our panels and presentations. So basically today is our first day, and we're going to have panels and presentations from a variety of different groups. We have basically the general schedule is that we'll be having an education day today, and then a lobby day and a rally day. So here are some of the speakers that we have planned for our summit, including Jamie Margolin, Genesis Butler, Cory Booker, Testa, Jacy Reese, Ludwika Martella. So we're really excited. And today, for the first day, we're going to be going into a presentation by Food and Water Watch right after this. That will be led by Rebecca Wolf, then a farm sanctuary presentation and an environmental panel. Lastly, from Monica Chen, the Executive Director of Factory Farming Awareness Coalition. After that, we'll be going into some more presentations, messages, and a youth panel that we're really excited about. And especially the lobby training is really important. If any of you guys want to join us for our Congress meetings happening tomorrow and the day after, so those are our lobby day and our rally day, definitely make sure to show up to our lobby training. I'll be putting the links for that during the day, and that is required for you to go to any of our Congress meetings. So that's what we're really excited about, and I'm going to hand it off to Nikki, who's going to talk to you guys a little bit more about why we're so excited to be here and why this is so important to us. So Nikki, I'll hand it off to you. Okay, I'll be adding Nikki in a little bit. Let's see if we can hear from another one of our youth organizers, one of our amazing organizers, and we'll go back to Nikki later, who has been helping us to organize this event, which we're so excited for. So Olivia, I'm going to add you on here. And also keep in mind, if you're watching on one of the platforms, that we're streaming on various different platforms. So if you don't see many people watching, that's because we are on YouTube, on Facebook, on National Children's Campaign, and Cultivate America. So we're on lots of different groups. So I'm going to throw it to Olivia really quickly, and then I'll go back to Nikki and see if we can make that work.
Hi, so I'm really excited for this event, and I'm so glad it's happening now because, you know, I've been really passionate about the subject of, you know, saving animals and the planet for such a long time. I went vegetarian when I was in 3rd grade, I think, and my mom introduced me to veganism, and she showed me a lot of documentaries, and I saw what happened to animals in there, and it was horrifying. So, sorry, I'm really glad this is happening now. I went vegan when I was before 7th grade, so 2 years ago, and you know, it just makes me feel so good that I'm able to do this. I decided to go vegan basically because I care so much about animals, and I think it's so inhumane what happens to them in factory farms, and you know, it affects the environment so much. It's like one of the main contributors to climate change right now, and you know, if we got rid of it, there would be so much food that would be able to be used in other situations where people are hungry and they're starving in different countries. that food could go over there, and so much water is put into this. And, you know, basically animals, they're there to be the middlemen and transport nutrients from plants that they eat to humans. And I think it's better to just get it directly from the plants instead of having them broken down by chemicals and antibiotics. So that's definitely why I went vegan. And I think it's really important that factory farms get banned.
Thank you so much, Olivia. That was really impactful to hear. And Olivia has been really, really amazing in helping us to organize the summit here today. A really amazing organizer with Youth Climate Save. So we really do appreciate that. Next up, we're going to be hearing from Nikki. Let's see if we can hear what Nikki has to say today as an amazing organizer. Thank you again, Olivia.
Thank you.
Okay, Nikki, let's see if we can put you on here.
Thank you, Lana. So hi, I am Nikita, and I'm one of the organizers for this three-day summit to ban factory farms. I'm both an environmental and animal rights activist, and one of the main things that I have learned on this journey as an activist is the interrelation between our diet, basically our food choices, and climate change. And that's why I co-organized the summit, because of the change that will help bring in terms of this issue. So our summit is in this structure of educate, lobby, and rally. And today's the day that we're educating the amazing organizations such as Truth for the Future and Farm Sanctuary, along with activists such as Jamie, the founder of Zero Hour, and of course our very own founder of Youth Climate Save, Genesis Butler. So education is one of the most important tools that we can use to get people to take action, and that is one of the main parts of the summit. And after being educated on an issue, people are much more likely to take action and make real change, which is why we have opportunities to talk to politicians such as Cory Booker and participate in action-oriented events such as an online rally. Factory farming is a huge issue in the US because it's not extremely unsustainable in terms of the emissions that it produces, but animal agriculture is also the leading cause for climate change. And on top of that, there's the factor of animal cruelty. Female chickens are forced to live in cages the size of less than a piece of printer paper. And when male chickens are born, they're slaughtered because they can't produce any eggs. And while the cruel treatment of these animals is unimaginable, there's also the factor of confinement. CAFOs, or concentrated animal feeding operations, are so closely packed with animals that these animals are prone to all sorts of diseases. And because of this, factory farm workers inject these animals with high doses of antibiotics. And when the humans consume these animals, the antibiotics go to their bloodstream, which means that they get these bacteria that are resistant to antibiotics, which means that we're basically breeding a species of bacteria that can't be killed. And this is a huge issue in terms of the spread of disease. Consuming meat from factory farms places a huge burden on the healthcare industry and our economy because of the huge amount of health problems that either being near a CAFO and inhaling these toxic chemicals can cause, or consuming meat from a CAFO can cause. So these are just a few reasons why banning factory farms is so critical. And I'm excited to give people the opportunity to talk more, talk to politicians, learn more, and take action on such an important issue.
Thank you so much, Nikki. That was really beautiful, and it's really great to hear from you. Nikki has done an amazing job making the summit possible, and thank you so much for sharing. Next up, we'll be hearing from Carol, another one of our amazing youth organizers that we're really excited to hear from, who has helped organize this summit. So Carol, let me put you on the stream and let's see. Yeah, welcome. Feel free to share.
Hi everybody, I'm Carol. I'm an activist and I'm the organizer of Use Climate Save LA. And I wanted to thank everybody who is on and who is joining. And I wanted to start off by saying what exactly is factory farming? Because we know factory farming, if we see videos or if we see a photo, we can easily distinguish what factory farming is. But factory farming overall is just the extreme confinement and controlled conditions of animals for meat, dairy, for basically meat consumption and dairy consumption and livestock use. And these conditions are so extreme that not only is there so much animal cruelty, the exploitation of workers and people, but overall the environmental conditions that this creates and the environmental impacts that factory farming has. And why do we need to ban it? Because this youth summit is to ban, of course, factory farming. We need to ban it because we want to secure a good future for ourselves. We want to secure a good future for our earth overall. But again, we can't achieve environmental justice if we decide to, just pass along animal agriculture industry as if it's nothing. We have to address it as it's such a great contributor to global warming and the climate crisis and water pollution, air pollution, and overall just pollution in itself. And it's important because we need to do this and we need to address it. The older generations, they have failed to address it, but our generation needs to be the one that stands up and says, hey, we need to end this. We need to ban it. This practice should not be done. And we're overall doing this youth summit because it's youth led and it's youth organized. Older generations, they are going to be speaking, but we need to let them know that the youth aren't going to have it. We need to speak up. And even though it's been failed to be addressed, we are going to address it and we are going to give our voice and say what we have to say.
Thank you so much, Carol. Yeah, definitely an entirely youth-led and youth-organized summit and completely free and online, which is really exciting to all of us, especially during this time to be able to organize that. And thank you so much, Carol, for all of your help as well. So now we're just going to be basically moving on soon to our first presentation of the day, which is going to be given by Rebecca Wolf, a senior organizer of the Factory Farm team at Food and Water Watch. For people who are just joining us now, this is our first day of the summit, and we'll be live streaming on several different platforms, including the National Children's Campaign, Cultivate America, and Youth Climate Save movement. So we kind of have our viewers divided between several platforms, and it's really important that everyone who is watching, if you're interested in participating in our congressional meetings happening tomorrow and on Friday, that you make sure to show up to our lobby training happening at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific tonight. That's really important. Here is a little bit of the schedule. It'll be happening basically after our last presentation of the day, and make sure to show up to that if you want to have the opportunity to speak with Capitol Hill meetings of Senator Warren, of Representative Raskin, of Representative Khanna, lots of different people that we're very excited to engage with. So be sure to tune into that. And also stay tuned for all of our different presentations happening today, which we're really excited about. We also, we're really excited to hear from our different organizers, everyone who has helped us make the summit possible. That's really, really exciting to us. And like we said, this is really important because of the environmental impact of factory farms, because of how it is impacting especially younger generations. And that's why we're really excited. So I'm just going to leave up for a little bit some of our information for the next for our next presentation, and be sure to tune into that. That's going to be happening in 15 minutes. Hi again, everyone. In just a minute, we'll be going into our next presentation of the day, which we're really excited about. This presentation will be from Rebecca Wolf, Senior Organizer of the Factory Farm team at Food and Water Watch. We are so excited to hear from Food and Water Watch. They have worked really closely on the Farm System Reform Act and are really experts on this legislation. So this is a presentation that I am very, very excited about, and I think you guys will all benefit from a lot as well. So I'm going to hand it off to Rebecca. I'm so excited, and she'll take it off for our first presentation of the day. Welcome, Rebecca.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'm really excited to be using this new tool to me and to be kicking off some of the presentations for today to talk about the Farm System Reform Act. Are you able to see my screen, Lana?
Let me add your screen here, and then I will hop off and you can take it away.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you to all of the organizers who put this together. This is I'm really excited to be here and honored to be here to talk more about this. I think this is a really powerful moment for us all to come together really around this legislation, but also this vision we have for our food system in the future. So again, thank you so much, and I'll get started. Awesome. So like I said, I'm really excited to be here, and I just wanted to share a little bit about me. I am actually a youth climate movement alum. So I started organizing during the fossil fuel divestment movement and actually started the campaign with a few friends at American University in 2012. We spent years in Washington, D.C. really building parts of the climate movement, from actions yelling at the Obama administration around the Keystone XL pipeline to mass climate mobilizations. And actually some of my peers went on to organize events like the People's Climate March that I've helped with, build organizations like Sunrise, ban fracking in Maryland and New York, and I've actually had a number of different roles both at the state and federal level at Food and Water Watch. Right now, I'm the senior organizer of our factory farm team, and I feel really at home in this role as an alum of the youth climate movement and a longtime animal lover and member of the animal welfare world as well. So now I'm actually working to pass the Farm System Reform Act and stop federal factory farm biogas incentives. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in my presentation. But at Food and Water Watch, we believe that policy change will really only come from building political power to elect decision makers who are not beholden to the meat industry. So I'm really excited for your presentations and trainings over the next couple of days to really talk about that effective lobbying and getting in there and building power. And actually, which is why we were the first national group to call for a ban on new and expanding factory farms in 2018. And calling for an outright ban may have seemed audacious to, other folks, and they thought it was unrealistic. But if we had learned anything from our fight to ban fracking, which is a dangerous method of gas extraction, it was that we have to go big, and we have to ask for what we want, and we have to move for what we want. So since that time, we've actually collectively banned fracking in 4 states, and that really shows that if we set those goals, we come together, we build different factions of the movement and pull them all together, we can really achieve those audacious goals. And I actually say we're an organizing organization because we believe in clean drinking water, safe and accessible, healthy, appropriate food, and a livable climate, but we take on bold and uncompromising stances on those essential issues. And actually about half of our organization is organizers. The other half is research, policy, data, tech, who really support our policy, our organizing work to move policy on those issues. Now, I want to start with why we're all here. We know this, we live in unprecedented times, threats to our food, our water, our climate, that is especially impacting young people and the future for young people. You obviously all know this as you've brought us together today and you're fighting for this. But agricultural consolidation and the proliferation of factory farms are a huge part of those threats. And we know that industrial agriculture has changed significantly over the past decades, and small and medium-sized farms that were raising food for animals, have been pushed out by factory farm warehouses. These operations, we know, produce enormous amounts of waste. They pollute our air and water. They exploit workers. They harm animals. They fuel antibiotic resistance and climate change, but they also really harm rural communities that they're purported to benefit. So I have this here. The food system is broken. It's bad for the environment. It's bad for animals. It's bad for workers. It's bad for farmers. But there is a reason that we have it. And I'm going to go into that a little bit more today, just to give you all the context of where the food system has traveled. So the food system is really good at extracting wealth from rural communities. It's really good at externalizing costs. That means putting the burden on other people. That's community members, farmers, but not those companies. It's really good at centralizing the power of markets, and it's really good at funneling wealth to corporate executives and shareholders. And we know that factory farms also dismantle the economic and social fabric of rural communities. They pit neighbor against neighbor, all while draining these communities. So they're also linked to higher levels of unemployment, outmigration, decline in community services. And we can't expect rural communities to rebuild while factory farms are taking hold of the economy. Yet, we also know that agribusiness giants like Tyson, Purdue, and all those names that you know, Smithfield, they claim that this current food system characterized by these industrial practices is necessary to feed the world. But we're seeing right now that the coronavirus pandemic is disproving that narrative. And as major supermarkets are struggling to put different staples on shelves, it's not due to food shortages, but rather the supply chains that they've built and now are being disrupted. So experts have long warned that this highly consolidated industrial model is not resilient. In fact, regional diversified systems with plant and animal working together in small and healthy ways is how the food system was and where it has been taken from. And so we see a lot of problems in this current food system, but that's just the kind of the context of what this bill is working to restructure. So here's what I'm going to cover today. A little bit of that. Why are we in this crisis? I'm going to talk a little bit more about consolidation. I know you guys are all experts on a lot of other people are going to talk about environmental impacts of factory farms, as well as animal welfare impacts that factory farms obviously have. So I want to just share more about the consolidation, and I'm going to walk through that. I'm also going to talk a little bit about power and power building through the movement, and I know you're going to have those trainings throughout the week too, so hopefully this can help contextualize there as well. And then I'm going to talk a little bit more about passing the Farm System Reform Act, and again, hopefully that'll lay some groundwork that we're thinking about at Food and Water Watch that you can use in your lobbying and working with elected officials as well. So I really want you to keep this image in mind throughout this presentation and kind of in your mind's eye as you're thinking about organizing and building power. This image was created with the most recent 2017 agricultural census data, so it's even a little conservative, but the polls are more extreme now. A handful of agribusiness giants in that middle stand between about 2 million farmers, and now it's about 320 million eaters. That's all of us. These companies wield a tremendous amount of power over every link in the food chain, from seed to slaughterhouse to supermarket. So each step along the food production process, or animal production process in this case, there are a few dominant companies that really control those choices. And this is important when we see other choices in the supermarket. We actually know that those companies still control those choices. They own most of food production. And so you're not even seeing a lot of independent choices in the grocery store. They're already being made for you at that level before they get to us as eaters. So that's important to keep in mind as we're fighting for policy change. We really need to restructure the way that this system is built. Monopolies like this, they reduce competition, they raise prices, they drive out innovation, or in most cases, they buy up innovation. So even innovative companies that are trying different meat things, oftentimes what you'll see these companies buying up that innovation. And so the profits all commingled. So what does that look like? What will that eventually look like? These companies do become the deciders in matters of policy and farm practice, and become the primary barrier to making a meaningful shift to a more sustainable, equitable overall food system. And that's really important. And these companies, again, it's like Smithfield, it's Bayer, it's Tyson, it's Purdue. Okay. So consolidation is the defining characteristic of our entire food system. So I just wanted to show you this graphic to kind of demonstrate the control that one company has over parts of the food system. This is actually from one of our older reports called Grocery Goliaths. And lots lots of these images like this can actually be found in Foodopoly, which Winona Howder, our executive director and founder, wrote. And it's a bibliography basically of how the food system got the way it is. And it's both fascinating and a really incredible read to really understanding how we got here. So just reading off some of these percentages, you can see that Kraft Foods owns 80% of the dry mac and cheese market. So any mac and cheese that you buy is probably owned by Kraft Foods. They also owned about half of all processed cheese. That's like the cheese in the slices. They own half of the market. So that means they really decide how and what gets to the shelves and what it looks like. Now let's turn to factory farms themselves. So the more industry takes over town, the less anyone can compete. If you've ever heard of the term industry town, this is what we mean. So local politicians are often bought and paid for over time by the industry, and they pave the way for more and more investment in infrastructure like wide roads and slaughter plants. And actually farmers or community members who are struggling to get by and otherwise don't have choices, these are the guys who are in town. And actually an older version of this report that we have plotted out the facilities, the slaughter facilities, and you can see when one goes up, that deep red goes around it. So this shows you the consolidation in different parts of the country in the deep red. And I'm not going to go into the specifics of the key, but the key kind of uses the definition of animal units, and that's anywhere between 13,000 cows to 5 million chickens is considered deep red. And so it's different based on where you are in the country, what the industry looks like, but this just gives you a really good picture of the consolidation that is in the industry and how these factory farm buildings are pumping out all of this pollution in very specific areas and really impacting communities and obviously animals, but this really gives you a view of the economy and the communities that they're impacting as well. So why do we have all of this density? Industrial scale animal production really emerged over the past quarter century. It's really accelerated rapidly over the past decade. Between 2002 and 2012, about 4.7 million animal units, again, just think at least 5 million cows, or chickens rather, cows and chickens were added to America's largest operations. So the number of factory farmed dairy cows, beef cows, pigs, chickens, and layer hens all increased, and the average size of operations also grew exponentially. So this was the general trend over the last 15 years. And you can see state-specific as well as in the United States, the size of the industry, the size of the buildings grew. But this growth was not due to a superior business model. I want to make that clear. It was due to facilitated by poor public policy. So the two largest costs of industrial agriculture are the feed and the manure management, and those have both been artificially reduced by federal policies. So feed has been sold at extremely low prices, often below the cost of production for the last 15 years. And as a result, farm programs that promote that overproduction of that corn and soybean feed. Then also we've had prices falling and rising throughout the past years, and as they fall, the build out of more factory farm buildings have happened as well. So you can kind of see that trend. These policy changes have really allowed the industry to balloon in size, and this shift was really also cemented by the consolidation of those companies. The meatpacking and livestock companies were allowed to merge, and that's also helped this escalation. Okay, I think I'm going to move to the next one. So this is happening all across the country, but I want to consider Michigan for a moment, just to dive in a little bit, use an example. From 1997 to 2017, the state lost half of its small dairies. So you might think that this is because people are drinking less milk, but in fact, that's not the case, because look what happened. This is the same span of years. And again, while the state lost half of its small dairies, on the remaining or new dairies, eightfold cows increased. So that's a lot more animal confinement, and that's a lot more manure to manage. So you can see from 1997, 2002, 2007, 2012, there are more cows on these dairies. So less dairies and more cows. That means a higher concentration of animals in these areas and in specific areas throughout the state. You can see that that's the way the industry kind of spreads in an area with infrastructure. So, according to the EPA, each dairy cow produces roughly 41,000 pounds of manure each year. That's 30 times as much as a single human. And in 2017, the roughly 300,000 dairy cows in Michigan produced 11.5 billion pounds of manure, and that's equal in weight in human sewage produced by the entire Chicago metro area. So in this map, you can kind of see the comparison of waste. That's a lot of waste. And so I want to address something. I get a lot of questions about technological fixes, and naturally we do want to do something about all of this pollution, but a lot of new technology has been proposed to address these enormous quantities of waste often actually don't work, and they prop up the food system. They prop up this food system. They're only viable on the largest factory farms. They're really expensive, and if we're investing taxpayer dollar, we want to be investing that somewhere else in transitioning our food system. And they're often false solutions because, again, they prop up this factory farm system that we don't want. We want to move away from it. So just like we argue that we don't want to build new gas pipelines and other fossil fuel infrastructure, that's a waste of resources. We need to be building 100% renewable. We also don't want to be building up digesters or biogas systems. That is part of this ban that we're fighting for. It's that vision to actually transition the model and not try to prop it up. So I just wanted to address that because there's a lot of pollution in Michigan, and that's kind of come up a little bit with our allies that we're working with, and we want to say no to these false solutions. So again, now I want to do a quick example with Maryland and then get a little bit more into the Farm System Reform Act. So the Maryland counties with the highest density of chickens that are produced for meat, so they're called broilers, they've really taken over these 4 counties in the state. And the rates of heart disease and mortality and lung and bronchial cancer far exceed the state average in these counties because of the particulate pollution from the chicken factory farms. Also, the children in Somerset and Wicomico County alone, they are reported 1 in 4 rates of asthma. That is incredible that this industry is creating such a health impact, especially on children on the Eastern Shore. Now, this might look familiar to you. We just talked about it with Michigan. As we see the numbers of animals produced, we also see the farms or the producers go down. So we're seeing more chickens on less farms, which is bad for workers, bad for farmers, bad for the environment, and very bad for chickens. And this specifically is what's going on with contract farming, and the Farm System Reform Act really addresses this. And so that's why I kind of wanted to highlight it. Is there's the company and the grower, and the company owns all of the profit, whereas the grower owns all of the debt. And you see that with, they own the genetics, they own the birds, they own the feed, the medicine, the trucks, they own even the slaughter facilities. They have this very vertically integrated system where they control everything. And they've taken over the economy so much so that often farmers are forced to have to sign these contracts that are not in their best interest. And you see here, they have to buy the barns. Sometimes the barns are around $500,000. They have to pay for the labor, the cost of utilities, and they're responsible for the manure management. Now, this is incredible because their earnings are meager. They often earn between $12,000 to $40,000 a year, and that's not counting paying off any of these debts. So that's an incredibly low wage. It's incredibly unjust, but they're trapped in the system because they have so much debt from creating or building the factory farm, the actual building. And on top of that, I just kind of wanted to bring all this consolidation to a cap. On top of that, each of these markets, we have the milk market, the chicken market, the pig market, and the cow market. In each of these markets, the top firm, so the top company, owns that percentage of the market. So you can really just see, even if we have an independent farmer who's trying his best or her best to raise an animal healthily, we have this market that they can't break into. It's impossible. These companies just dominate, and they're the ones who are deciding and setting all of these welfare standards. All right. So a few multinational corporations control the food system. But we don't have this system by accident. We all know that there are a ton of problems with factory farms. I wanted to scale back and highlight some of that market control and power that the few large companies have over these choices. And the transition to factory farms, again, it wasn't an accident. It was fueled by bad farm policies that led to overproduction of cheap feed and to unrestricted access to antibiotics to promote growth and keep disease at bay in these filthy, overcrowded buildings. And it was further enabled by federal regulators allowing these big meat companies to unfairly dominate the market, and a failure to uphold many environmental laws as well. So to get rid of factory farms, we need real policy change, and we need a very strong movement to push it. So I come back to this. We need to open up this bottleneck. This is the bottleneck that is keeping all those rules. We need to force that open and create the rules to actually have the flow between farmers and eaters. So the Farm System Reform Act attacks parts of this broken system that I went over. And I'm going to go through the parts of the Farm System Reform Act to kind of show you each part that I talked about and how it attacks that, talk a little bit about organizing, and then get some questions. So first, everything we just talked about and much more leads us to ending this form of industrial agriculture. The Farm System Reform Act halts all factory farms and requires everyone else to roll to a close. And the incentives of really the incentives to transition rather, help with that timeline. So we have banned factory farms. So effectively we're stopping them now, and we're having everyone else roll to a close by 2040. And now this is really important because I talked about how unfair this system and how unjust this system is. This would also give growers access to funds to help pay off that insane debt and to transition away from factory farming. The period also allows for a unique opportunity to really rebuild local food economies. So farmers can sell to farmers markets, they can invest in different types of farming, really strengthen rural economies. And we've actually seen this just transition model work before in different parts of the South. So this is really, really important too. If we're going to end it, we need to help the people who are stuck in this system get out. We're also going to level the playing field with the Farm System Reform Act. So we know factory farms produce enormous amounts of manure, and then the farmers are responsible. It's estimated that 885 billion pounds each year in the US is produced from factory farms. And again, many of the operations cannot sustainably apply on land, and they're in these no land zones. So this part of the bill would make Tyson or make Smithfield or make Purdue responsible for dealing with that. And that is going to make sure that they're not pushing it off onto the farmer, and also it doesn't incentivize them doing it because it's very expensive to deal with it. This is also a really huge part of the Farm System Reform Act, and there are a ton of different sections, so I didn't want to go into all of it, but basically the Farm System Reform Act would really strengthen antitrust laws and help the USDA take enforcement action against meat packers who are gobbling up the industry, who are really manipulating the prices. One of the really cool things that I like about this section is that basically there's a tournament system in chicken factory farms where they'll pit the farmers against each other and then basically rank them and pay them differently, and it really puts communities against each other and within the industry against each other. It's a very awful system. Anyway, this part of it does away with that part of contract chicken farming. So there's a lot of, again, opening up that little bottleneck to say, no, we're not going to stand for this. The company can't keep doing these types of things. We're going to strengthen these antitrust laws and really help get farmers out. And then the last part here is to restore country of origin labeling. I'm not going to go too deep into this, but basically, currently the USDA allows beef and pork, so cow and pig, that is shipped to the US to be repackaged and labeled as from the USA. And the big problem with this is basically what it does is then create this unfair competition, and again, really drives prices down and forces farmers to produce more and more. So it's really incentivizing overproduction, and it's very unfair and eroding the competition that would help make less animals on factory farms and drive healthier competition. So to win, we need to know our opposition, and we need to be strategic and build power. You guys all know that. But being an organizing nerd, I really like to talk about theories of change with everyone, and I get really fired up about it because I think naming and understanding the people against you and decision makers is really essential to moving to long-lasting change. So we want to be changing hearts and minds, but we also want to be building institutional power. So organizing to win, how do we do it? We need to make sure that our movement includes strategic organizing, and that our movement has faces and values and moments, but we're also making sure to capture and build on that. And there's a really great opportunity with what you all are doing today and with the Farm System Reform Act. So I like to just talk through very quickly our organizing theory of change to give you a sense of how we're working on the Farm System Reform Act. I know I have a couple minutes here and then we'll take questions, but I just wanted to share this at the end to give you a little bit more. We really focus on 3 strategic principles of organizing. We always want to be focusing on making sure that we are improving people's lives. And I know that sounds silly to focus on, but truly, really thinking about what you're working on, improving people, animals' lives. And I think what we went through today really enumerates why we're working on this, but I always like to start with that. The second is to make people aware of their own power. So as we're doing this, we are understanding our power with our elected officials. We're bringing in our friends and helping them have a meeting with elected officials and just showing the power to pressure and move people onto and to work with you and agree with you, or replace you if not, then that is helping people and our peers and our community understand our power. And that's really important because we want to be vigilant about this from now and as we move forward. We also want to alter the relations of power between people and the government and institutions by building the strong permanent local groups. So as we're working on passing the Farm System Reform Act, we're also thinking about building our own little group of people. We're thinking about keeping them involved and keeping up with wanting to pass the Farm System Reform Act, with wanting to build a new food system. And so we are bringing people in, we're helping them realize their role in the movement, and we're also keeping them together to, if something comes up where our elected official drops off the bill for whatever reason, or they disagree with us, then we are able to still be organized and ready to say, no, remember when you talk to us, and if you don't get on board, we're going to have another election. So those are the three things that I really think about. But in terms of the Farm System Reform Act, 6 steps. So we've identified the problem of factory farming. We turn the problem into an issue. We want to pass the Farm System Reform Act. We're going to develop the strategy. And for this example, I'm saying we're going to move our representative and get them on the Farm System Reform Act. Then we're going to face the decision maker. So we're building our group and we're facing the decision maker. We say, hey, will you get on the Farm System Reform Act? We set up a meeting and we do all of that. And if they say no, we get calls in, we get emails in, we do public pressure, we find a way to let them know that we're not going anywhere and we need them on the Farm System Reform Act. Then after we make the ask and after we have some of those moments of pressure, we see what their reaction is. Will they co-sponsor? And we learn from that, we regroup and we win. And that's kind of just, it's very simple, and I'm sure you know those pieces of it, but I always like to reframe it and say, this is what we're doing to pass the Farm System Reform Act, and it's work, but this is how we're going to build the food system that we need. And a little bit more here. So here's what we have. We have 2 senators, Senator Booker and Senator Warren, on the Farm System Reform Act. We have these representatives. We have Khanna, Holland, Blumenauer, Raskin, DeFazio, Liu, Norton, Lee, Barbara Lee, Maloney, and Nadler. So that's great. That's a really great start. But if your member of Congress isn't on here, we need them. And if they are, we can thank them, but we really need them. And so those are the people who, if they're not on here, we need to get them on the Farm System Reform Act. So these are some, So these are some of the things that I have a toolkit, and I know you guys will all be talking, but you can submit for a toolkit to talk more about this with me, about how to get your representative on. We are going to need more groups on our sign-on letter. We're going to need more captains to move elected officials. We're going to need help hosting call-in days, help hosting phone banks. We're going to need writing letters to the editors and opinion pieces of local papers to help pressure those officials, say they need to get on the Farm System Reform Act. And if your members don't sign on or they aren't responding to any tactics, we're going to need to do some actions. We're going to need to have some events safely, socially distantly for now, but have some events to build more pressure and build power and make sure that they are part of the food system future that we want and not part of the past. So I have a volunteer toolkit for everyone. I will be able to send it around, hopefully through Lana, and after you have your presentations for the next 2 days. But we also have some quick research that you can grab there that is all about what I went over, as well as Foodopoly. And of course, as always, please get in touch. I'm really excited to talk to you all about any of this.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. That was very, very helpful. Really, for me, that was amazing to hear, because I've just been trying to look into this legislation. I was like, wow, there's something to ban factory farms, but obviously don't have the same background. So that was really great.
Awesome.
Yeah, let's open it up to any questions on any of our platforms that we're streaming to. If you comment on any of them, they'll show up for us on where we're streaming. So we can open that up. Please, anyone, feel free to ask any questions. If we don't have too many questions, we can also take a little break before our next presentation, and no worries on that. But yeah, definitely, if anyone wants to comment on whether you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook, you can go ahead, and if you post any questions there, we'll see them. We can also put them up. Example like this. So if anyone has any questions, we can put them up and address them.
I love
it. Yeah, so it's very fun. Yeah, I know it feels a little bit less personable since we don't have them directly on here, but we can address anything that might come up. And obviously we'll have other presentations during the day as well. And this will be saved on all of our platforms, so people can go back and rewatch or watch for the first time if they missed it.
Yeah, happy to answer via email too if people watch it later or just want to chat on the phone too.
Great. Yeah, I could put your email down if you want to send it to me later, or I could include it in the comments in general. Yeah, that'd be great.
Awesome. I'm just typing that in here for you now.
Okay, great. Yeah, give people a few minutes just in case. And we'll be having our next presentation at 2:30 Eastern, 11:30 Pacific. And then we'll be going into our first panel after that. So that's a little bit of our schedule. Here, let me share that. Just in case anyone missed the opportunity. Okay, that should be going out to all platforms. Questions? Let me put on Food and Water Watch just so people know. Great, perfect. Okay, thank you so much. That just went out to all of our platforms so they can reach out to you as well. Thank you so much. I think we'll take a little break then. And
that sounds good.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, Rebecca.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, guys, I'm going to put up our schedule again. Here. Let's put up the schedule for today, and then we'll be back at 2:30 p.m. Eastern, 11:30 Pacific. See you guys soon. Hi, everyone. In 1 minute, we'll be hearing from Maddie Krasno, a senior humane educator at Farm Sanctuary, which we're really excited about. She'll be talking about the environmental impacts of our food system and exploring the different environmental impacts that come from factory farming and the way that our food system works. So we're really, really excited to hear from her. And we'll be handing it off to her in just a minute here. Be sure to stay tuned after her presentation, also for a panel, which Maddie will also be participating in, and in which we'll also have speakers from other organizations, including the Agriculture Fairness Alliance. We'll have Connie Spence from there. We'll have Monica Chen, the Executive Director of Factory Farming Awareness Coalition. We'll have Francis speaking from Trees for the Future, Valerie and from the Natural Resources Defense Council. So that will be a very, very interesting panel to further discuss these topics as well. So let me introduce Maddie on here. Welcome, Maddie.
Hi, how's it going? Oh, can you hear me?
Great. We're so excited to have you join us. Yes. Let me add in your presentation on here too. And
Perfect.
in just a moment, I'll hop off and you should be good to go. Thank you so much, Maddie. We're so excited to hear from you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be presenting at the summit today. So everyone, once again, my name is Maddie Krasno. I am Farm Sanctuary's senior humane educator. Farm Sanctuary is the nation's leading farm animal rescue and protection organization. Today, I'm going to be sharing with you one of the humane education presentations that we have developed. This presentation is meant to introduce students in grades 4 through 12 to the environmental impacts of our food system. My hope with sharing this with you is that you'll leave here with ideas about how you might educate your peers and other youth about the various ways that our food system is impacting our environment. So with that, I'm going to get us started here. So again, I'm speaking to you on behalf of this organization called Farm Sanctuary. Farm Sanctuary protects farmed animals and provides them with a safe home where they can recover from abuse and neglect. Animals like cows, pigs, chickens, turkeys, ducks, geese, goats, and sheep all call Farm Sanctuary home. So nearly 1,000 farmed animals live with us at our 2 sanctuaries. One of the sanctuaries is in upstate New York, and one of them is just outside of Los Angeles in California. So this is what our New York shelter looks like. And here we have our California shelter. So you might be wondering, though, what does Farm Sanctuary's work with farmed animals have to do with our environment? So the reality is that most of the animals who live at Farm Sanctuary came from farms. So animal farming, also known as animal agriculture, not only impacts animals and humans, it's also impacting our environment in really big ways. So a lot of people, including students like yourselves, have been concerned about the earth lately. Many forms of activism, such as the protests pictured here, are taking place all over the world. The harm that these students are protesting is related to something we call global climate change, or the climate crisis. So climate change is the change in the Earth's climate or weather patterns over time. The thing to note is that the Earth's climate naturally changes over time. However, humans are causing changes right now in our global climate that are making it hard for the Earth and all those who live here to thrive. So why is climate change happening? First, let's talk about the warming of our planet, also known as global warming. So have you heard of the greenhouse effect before? The greenhouse effect is when certain gases in the Earth's atmosphere trap heat from the sun. These are called greenhouse gases. The thing about greenhouse gases, like carbon dioxide and methane, is that they make our planet warm and a comfortable place to live. They're not inherently bad. You can think of greenhouse gases as a blanket around our planet, keeping us warm and comfortable. However, if there are too many greenhouse gases, it's like that blanket is becoming too thick. So our planet then becomes too warm. And that's actually what's happening right now. This is called global warming. So global warming is the increase in the Earth's average surface temperature over time due to a rising level of greenhouse gases. According to NASA, the warmest years in their 136-year record have all happened in the last 20 years. And most climate scientists, 97% of them, agree that humans are causing global warming by creating more of the greenhouse gases that are making our planet warmer. So you might be asking, where are these greenhouse gases coming from? I'm going to show you this pie chart here where you can see where greenhouse gases are coming from all over the world. You can see which categories are responsible for the most emissions. So there's one important source of greenhouse gases you'll see here that isn't talked about very often, but yet is responsible for a large percentage of emissions. Agriculture and land use is the second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. So animal agriculture in particular creates most of the greenhouse gas emissions in the farming category. How does animal farming create these emissions? We're going to look at 4 ways that animal farming is contributing to these emissions. So one of these ways is pictured in the top left corner. It has to do with farm animals like cows, sheep, and goats, and the fact that they are ruminant animals. Ruminants regurgitate their food, known as cud, and they chew it up, and then, or they chew it again in order to break it down. So microbes, which are tiny bacteria in the ruminant's stomach, are helping the cows and other ruminants with their digestion process. And during this process, some of those microbes, they actually release methane. So methane is a greenhouse gas that I mentioned earlier. It's super powerful. It's actually 20 times as warming as carbon dioxide. So because the microbes release methane in the cow's stomachs and these other ruminant animals, when these animals burp, such as cows, they're actually burping methane. So they're burping a really powerful greenhouse gas. Now, animal farming is also responsible for a lot of deforestation, as you see in the top right corner, the cutting down and burning down of trees. When we cut down trees, we release carbon dioxide, a greenhouse gas, into the atmosphere. So in addition to the methane that animals are burping, methane is also created in the waste from all of the farm animals, not just the ruminants, but all of the farm animals. So that is all the feces and urine from these animals, and it is typically stored in big pools like you see in the bottom left corner. We're going to talk a little bit more about those later. The buildings that animals are confined in also require electricity, so this is creating greenhouse gas emissions. And finally, when animals are transported in trucks from farms to slaughterhouses, that creates greenhouse gas emissions too. So in total, animal agriculture is responsible for 14.5% of worldwide greenhouse gas emissions. And this is a low-end estimate, meaning the percentage may actually be a lot more, but it's something that's quite difficult to track. So even with this low-end estimate, the animal agriculture industry accounts for more greenhouse gas emissions than our entire transportation system combined. So with an increasing level of these emissions in our atmosphere from sources like the animal agriculture industry, we are seeing the many effects of global climate change. So one effect is stronger storms that occur more often, such as hurricanes and cyclones. We are seeing higher temperatures, more heat waves. These hotter temperatures affect our oceans. They warm them, which also leads to the sea ice melting. When the sea ice melts, we're actually seeing the levels in the ocean rise. So as sea levels rise, we could see coastal cities actually go underwater. Droughts, which is when there isn't enough rainfall, is becoming more and more common. And that could mean that we're going to see more fires, especially fires that are harder to control. So another effect of global climate change is biodiversity loss, which is when plant and animal species become extinct or die off from our planet. A species being hit particularly hard by climate change in the Arctic is the polar bear. So greenhouse gas emissions aren't the only harmful effect of animal agriculture. Raising animals for food also uses an immense amount of natural resources. One of those natural resources is land. Actually, animal farms take up about 30% or nearly a third of the Earth's usable ice-free land. So how might that space be created? That's right, deforestation. So deforestation is the cutting down or burning down of trees, as we mentioned earlier. The Brazilian Amazon rainforest, which is pictured here in this graphic, is the largest rainforest in the world, and it is being cut down mostly to make space for farms like you see here. So this is a photograph of the Brazilian Amazon rainforest. You can see where parts of the forest have been cleared for farms. Typically what happens is plants like corn and soy are grown first on the deforested land. Most of the world's corn and soy is not consumed by humans. It's actually fed to the 70 billion land animals that we raise for food every year. So when these plots of land aren't fertile anymore and they won't grow feed crops, that space is usually turned into a feedlot for cows. So these are cows raised for beef. It's estimated that 80% of the deforestation in the Brazilian Amazon rainforest has been done for this purpose, to raise animals for food, like the cows you see here on this feedlot. So who suffers when we cut down rainforests? Well, rainforests are often called the lungs of our planet for their role in absorbing carbon dioxide, this greenhouse gas, and producing oxygen, which humans and animals need to breathe. Wild animals, like the white-cheeked spider monkey pictured here, and indigenous people who live in the forests, they also suffer because they're losing their home. Another natural resource that is used up by the animal agriculture industry is water. Raising animals for food uses significantly more water than growing plants for food. Because animals, they need drinking water while they are alive, and we also need to use water to actually grow the crops, this corn and soy, that these animals are being fed. So this graphic is a concrete example of how this plays out. 6 times the amount of water that is required to make 1 gram of plant protein, like beans, is needed to produce the same amount of protein coming from a cow, so 1 gram of beef protein. It's a lot more water. In total, 27%, or over a quarter of the fresh water on our planet, is used for animal agriculture alone. So these are some of the significant figures we just went over. Worldwide, animal agriculture is responsible for 14.5% of greenhouse gas emissions, 27% of our fresh water use, and it is occupying about 1/3 of the Earth's usable land. But there's one more topic I'd like to cover, and that is pollution. Pollution happens when the environment is contaminated or dirtied by waste, chemicals, and other harmful substances. So there are 3 main forms of pollution: air, water, and land. How might animal agriculture be contributing to this pollution? So like I mentioned earlier, animal farms, like you see here, create a lot of waste. So that's all the feces and the urine from these billions and billions of animals. All of this waste is stored in huge pools like you see here. They're a little purplish in color. This is a pig farm. So these pools, they're the size of several football fields. The Environmental Protection Agency estimates that farm animals in the United States produce over 1 billion tons of waste every year. So how much is that? Well, to give you an example, large farms can produce more waste than some US cities. For instance, a farm that raises 800,000 pigs can produce over 1.6 million tons of waste in a year. That amount is actually 1.5 times the annual sewage produced by the city of Philadelphia. So that means one pig farm actually makes more waste than the whole city of Philadelphia. It's a huge amount of waste. So this waste from animal farms can spill and leak into creeks, rivers, waterways. Of course, that pollutes the water, but it also affects any of the animals living in these waterways. An example of this is in 2017, an Iowa dairy farm leaked manure into a creek and it killed over 60,000 fish. The waste also pollutes the air, water, land, and food supply of people who live near these farms. And because of this, people who live near factory farms spend most of their time indoors. They're a lot more likely to be getting sick because of these toxic fumes. And most factory farms are located near low-income communities. So people who live near them often cannot afford to move somewhere else, somewhere where there's less pollution. So we spoke quite a bit today about animal agriculture's impact on the earth, humans, and animals outside of the industry. But it's important to keep in mind that animals raised in these farms suffer immensely. Take a moment to consider how you think these animals feel inside these farms. As you can see here, animals in farms rarely get any of the things they need to thrive. They are treated like machines to produce a product. Oftentimes, they are packed in cages and warehouses without enough space to turn around or lie down comfortably. So as you can see, the living conditions that animals raised for food are forced to endure have very destructive consequences for humans, animals, and the environment. Every day at Farm Sanctuary, we imagine and work towards a more just and compassionate future for all humans and animals. So what would our world look like if farm animals, humans, and the environment didn't suffer because of the animal agriculture industry? I'd like to take a few moments for us all to consider what we can do to help alleviate the problems we talked about today. And one of the most important things we can do to help solve these issues is to educate ourselves about farm animals and issues of our food system. This is an empowering and important step towards solving these issues. And learning more about our food system enables you to talk with friends and families about these issues, because spreading awareness is critical in building momentum and support for any movement. Of course, another very impactful step we can take in our daily lives is to eat more fruits, veggies, and other foods that come from plants. Some people may imagine that eating plant-based or vegan means only eating salads, but plant-based foods are so much more than that. Many of your favorite meals can be made without using any animal products. Here you're seeing stir fries, burritos, protein bowls. We've got vegan pancakes, rice with beans, lots of pasta dishes. So not only are these all delicious, but they also help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. How does eating plant-based foods lower greenhouse gas emissions? Let's take a look. So in this graphic that you're seeing, the carbon dioxide equivalent, or the carbon footprint of two different sandwiches, a veggie sandwich made up of lettuce, hummus, avocado, and tomato, is being compared to a ham and cheese sandwich. The numbers that you see below each ingredient are the greenhouse gas emissions created by each ingredient. So as you can see here, the carbon footprint, or total greenhouse gas emissions created by a ham and cheese sandwich, is 4.5 times greater than the emissions created by a veggie sandwich. We've got 156 grams of carbon dioxide equivalent for this veggie sandwich and 709 grams for the ham and cheese. So in general, foods made from plants have a much smaller impact on our environment than foods made from animals. And a lot of this has to do with all of what I just talked about when it comes to pollution and greenhouse gas emissions and what it takes to raise animals for food. In this bar graph, you can see once again that foods made from animals have a significantly higher carbon footprint and impact on our environment than foods made from plants. Therefore, foods that come from animals contribute more to the climate crisis and other environmental issues than foods made from plants. So for those of you who are interested in taking action alongside other youth, I'm going to highlight some of the awesome youth-led organizations that are trying to solve some of the issues we discussed today. These are groups you could potentially volunteer with. So one of the groups I like to highlight is the Raven Corps, which is an international network of youth anti-oppression activists. And you can learn more about them on their website or their Instagram handle, which is listed here on this image. And then, of course, the wonderful organization that is helping to put on this summit today, the Youth Climate Save Movement, is the first youth-led climate group that focuses on animal farming and how it affects the environment. To learn more about their organization, you can visit their Instagram page here. I want to point out Genesis Butler, who you see in this image, who's one of the founders of the Youth Climate Save Movement and also happens to be a member of Farm Sanctuary's very own youth activist group called the Youth Leadership Council. So Farm Sanctuary's Youth Leadership Council is a national network of middle and high school students from all over the US who develop creative and impactful actions to help farm animals and the environment in their own schools and communities. So you can definitely check out our website to learn more. It is called the Youth Action for Farm Animals webpage, and you'll actually find resources there for learning more about our food system too. Finally, another resource I want to make sure you all know about is Farm Sanctuary's Sustainable Future curriculum. So Farm Sanctuary created a free curriculum for middle and high school teachers that explores animal agriculture's effects on our planet and builds scientific literacy on environmental phenomena related to our food system. So this curriculum, again, is free. It's downloadable straight from our website, and it's aligned with next generation science standards. The sources referenced in this curriculum include the CDC, the Environmental Protection Agency, NASA, NRDC, and much more. And this curriculum was designed in consultation with expert advisor Dr. Jenny Jay, who's a professor at UCLA in civil and environmental engineering. So I encourage you to check out this curriculum and share it with middle and high school teachers in your area to help bring this education into schools. It actually covers a lot of the issues that I just talked to you about today. Now, I'm going to wrap up the presentation today by telling you about one very special cow at Farm Sanctuary. So many people never have the opportunity to get to know farmed animals. Their stories are largely hidden from society. At Farm Sanctuary, we have found that by pulling back that curtain and introducing people to farmed animals and the individuals that they are, hearts and minds change. So I want to introduce you to Stanton. This beautiful calf has a very dark past. So Stanton was among a group of cows who had been forced to live in a barn so filthy that 9 calves had actually drowned in the muck. In fact, Stanton was found resting his little head upon a calf who had tragically passed away before help arrived. And Stanton was also clinging to life at this point. Thankfully, rescuers removed Stanton and other cows from this scene, and many of the survivors came to Farm Sanctuary to live out their lives in peace. Assuming that his recovery went well, we had actually planned to place Stanton in an adoptive home through Farm Sanctuary's Farm Animal Adoption Network. But Stanton made it clear that he was already home. So Jackie, an adult cow, who you see pictured here alongside Stanton, she came from the same rescue and took an especially strong liking to Stanton. And before long, she had actually taken him on as her very own calf. Since we wouldn't break up a newly bonded pair, both Jackie and Stanton stayed with us at our New York shelter. And Stanton grew very close with Jackie, and the love they shared helped both of them heal from their past. In our modern food system, cows like Stanton and Jackie are treated like commodities and viewed as disposable. There's an overwhelming lack of respect for human and animal life. This industry is not good for anyone. It harms animals, it harms communities, it harms workers, and it harms the environment. At Farm Sanctuary, animals come to heal and live out their lives in peace. In addition to providing refuge for farmed animals, we're also working to build a more just, sustainable, and compassionate food system where all life is respected and free from harm. So thank you everyone for having me. I hope you all have a chance to take a tour of one of our shelters someday so that you can experience the magic of Farm Sanctuary in person and meet some of the individuals who call Farm Sanctuary home. Until then, you can actually visit the animals of Farm Sanctuary virtually at explore.org/Farm Sanctuary. You'll see this link on the screen right now. So there you will actually see live feeds of the sheep, cow, turkey, and pig barns at our New York shelter. So with that, that's all I have. I'm not sure if we have time for Q&A or not, but actually one thing I do want to mention is that if there is any interest in using some of the graphics that you saw in this presentation, I will actually be making that available so you can use them on social media or in developing your own presentations. So I'm not sure, it looks like there are live comments. I'm not sure if I can insert that link somewhere.
I can do that for you if you need me to. I can post to all of our live streams.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
So you can send it to me and then I can send it
chat.
to everyone. Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. Also, I know for sure that Youth Climate Save Movement and Cultivate America are going to want to use those graphics. For sure. We love them.
Awesome.
Yeah, we actually do have 7 minutes before our panel starts with the Environmental Adult-Led Organization. So if anyone has any questions, I see someone's applauding you. We also had a question earlier, which we didn't get to. So I can bring that back because we ended our question session a little bit early. So I can bring that one on here until if we get other questions. And feel free to send me the link and I'll send that out to everyone.
All right, I just posted it in the private chat. So there's about 10 graphics in there that you're free to use.
Okay, I'll send it to the world.
Thank you. Oh, cool. So that's the question popping up. How can I become a vegan activist? Is that what I'm supposed to answer? I'm not sure.
I'm bringing it back because someone asked it earlier and we weren't able to get to it. So if you could answer that in the meantime while we wait to see if anyone else has questions.
Yeah, totally. That's a great question. I mean, I will say that there are a lot of different ways that you can get involved. So there's not one, I think the most important thing to keep in mind is there's not one right way to be an activist or to kind of get this information out there. It's about doing what you feel comfortable with. So, you know, one important step is doing your research and learning. I recommend, you know, I don't know how much you already know about veganism, but there's a lot of resources out there to kind of learn more about it, to learn more about the treatment of animals, to learn more about how workers, communities, the environment are affected. It's good to know about all of these issues and how they're connected. I recommend, you know, reading a lot of books, and I know podcasts seem to be a really popular thing these days, like listening to podcasts. For me, I learn a lot from the different social media accounts that I follow. I get inspired. It's a great way to connect with other activists and to kind of continue to learn more. And then ultimately, I think deciding how you want to go about you know, kind of putting that information out there, whether you want to make an educational social media account or you want to make a website that has information about veganism, or you want to try to make a presentation that you can give to students in your own class. There's lots of different ways to be an activist, really. So it's just kind of up to you about what you feel comfortable with and, you know, what might appeal to you. I would also say, just as a side note, think about what has impacted you. Whenever I talk to people, I like to remember what it was that helped me, you know, start to think differently about how we treat animals. So that being said, yeah, think about what affects you and how that might impact others.
If you're 8 to 24, you can also reach out to Youth Climate Save Movement to start or join a chapter. That's a very easy way to join an international movement. We more than welcome it. We do have one more question. Here.
Do you have any favorite podcasts?
Oops, let me get myself
on. That is a good question. I'm not a huge podcast listener. I have just started listening to like kind of, I guess, random podcasts that people send to me. It's not like a specific podcast. So I don't know that I could give you an answer about a specific one that I've been listening to. I feel like there's one that's out of Harvard or Stanford that I've started. It's like Animal Talk or something about animal communications. And I have listened to a few of those, but I can't even remember off the top of my head which that one is called. So I apologize. I think I've read a lot more books than listened to podcasts at this point.
I think any recommendations are fully welcome. Yeah, I know one, Talking Taste Buds by Venetia Lamana. I kind of like, it's more focused on food. But yeah, there's some great books, definitely. I'd say there's some great reading lists.
When we talk about animals, that's it. Thank you, Rebecca. Yes, when we talk about animals, that is the one podcast that I think I've listened to quite a few episodes and I really liked. So
great. Well, that's all of the questions we have here. I also sent out the Dropbox for the graphics to all of our different live streams, and we can get started with our panel pretty soon. Just gonna make sure everyone's been able to join. We should be okay with bringing on the different screens, so that should be exciting. Here, let me bring on everyone. Let me see. Hi, welcome panelists. See if I can split the screen for everyone. There we go. Yeah, thank you all so much for joining. I'm so excited. We have so many questions and so many amazing people here included that I kind of just want to jump right in. So just for a quick introduction, we have with us today, of course, you all just heard from Maddie Krasno, the Senior Humane Educator at Farm Sanctuary. You also heard from earlier Rebecca from a senior organizer of the Factory Farm team at Food and Water Watch. We also have some new panelists joining us right now. We have Francis, a lead technician at Trees for the Future. We have Monica Chen, the Executive Director of Factory Farming Awareness Coalition. Welcome. And we also have with us Connie Spence, founder of the Agriculture Fairness Alliance. Welcome, everyone.
Welcome.
We're so excited to get started. Okay, I'm just going to jump right into the questions. First of all, Maddie, I know you just talked about this, but briefly, could you talk about what factory farming means and what kind of practices we're talking about when we talk about industrial agriculture or factory farming to get us started?
yeah, absolutely. And actually, I'll probably cover a lot of what you didn't hear. So yeah, so at Farm Sanctuary, we actually do a lot of education regarding what the experiences of the animals are. And I didn't focus a lot on that in the presentation, but I will talk about that right now. So factory farming is the intensive confinement of animals raised for food. These factory farms, they're large industrialized operations where animals are packed into crates, warehouses, pens. The idea is to maximize output and profit. Most farmed animals will never see the outdoors, except potentially when they are crowded onto transport trucks and taken to slaughter. So in factory farms, animals, as I mentioned before, they're treated like machines. Their purpose is to produce a product, and then they're viewed as commodities. So once they are no longer of use, once their purpose has been fulfilled, they will be killed. So an important thing to keep in mind is that here in the United States, approximately 99% of the animals that are raised for food are raised in these conditions. And to give you a better idea of what this actually looks like, I'm going to highlight a few species and their experiences in factory farms. So when it comes to cows, approximately 9 million cows are used to produce milk in the United States every year. Mother cows and goats in the dairy industry, they experience a constant cycle of impregnation, birthing, and milking to keep them producing milk. Their calves are taken from them immediately after birth so that the milk can be sold for human consumption. And you can imagine this separation is traumatic for mothers and calves. The male calves, they're not going to produce milk, so they're considered of little value to this industry. So the dairy farmer is going to sell them for beef or for veal. In most dairy farms in the US, cows spend most of their time indoors, typically on hard concrete floors. They're frequently connected to a milking machine. That's how these cows are being milked these days. Many cows experience a condition called mastitis. So this is a very painful infection of the udder. Milk from infected cows can actually end up in the human milk supply, which means that blood and pus does actually end up in the human milk supply. So that brings in some health issues. This is okay in small amounts by USDA standards. Another thing that goes on is that dairy producers cut off cows' tails. This is known as tail docking. It's a standard practice. They're not given pain relief. This procedure is known to cause chronic pain. And something that tends to surprise people is that nearly all cows used in the dairy industry are eventually killed for humans to eat. So typically between 3 and 4 years of age, dairy cows are considered spent and sent to slaughter. In a natural setting, such as farm sanctuary, can actually live to be 20 to 30 years old. So we have some really old cows at farm sanctuary, which is amazing. The situation is no better for cows raised for meat. Most cattle raised for beef are castrated, dehorned, and branded. And again, they're kept in these really crowded, large open pens called feedlots that I mentioned in the presentation before. And they are slaughtered for food at just 6 months old. So very young. Chickens and turkeys raised for meat are selectively bred to grow at an alarming pace. Their legs often cannot hold the weight of their bodies, and many birds actually starve to death before they're even killed for food because their legs give out beneath them. They can't carry themselves. Others experience heart failure because their heart cannot keep up with how fast their bodies are growing. So something that's also really surprising is that chickens raised for meat are actually killed at just 42 days old. So 42 days. Chickens in the egg industry have been selectively bred to lay an unnatural number of eggs. These chickens are laying about 250 to 300 eggs annually, when naturally they would have laid about 100 eggs in a year. And this is really hard on their bodies. They're often suffering from broken bones, prolapsed uterus, because they're using up so much calcium to lay so many eggs. And these chickens are typically raised in battery cages. So battery cages, there's usually about 5 to 10 chickens inside one of these cages, and they're so small that a single hen has the space equivalent to a notebook-sized piece of paper for her whole life. So you might be surprised to learn that male chicks born into the egg industry, they're killed upon hatching. They're viewed as useless byproducts of this industry. Finally, mother pigs, they experience a cycle that's really similar to cows and goats. Impregnation, giving birth, having their piglets taken away to be raised for meat. They're confined to really small crates. They're called gestation crates or farrowing crates. These crates are barely bigger than the pig's body. And pigs raised for meat are typically killed at just 6 months old, when their lifespan's about 10 to 15 years naturally. And the big thing about factory farms is that, people are often asking why cruel practices like these are allowed to take place. And the reality is that there's no federal laws that protect farmed animals, and the majority of farmed animal suffering is exempt from state criminal anti-cruelty laws. So these standard and commonly accepted practices like debeaking, detowing chickens and turkeys, which is cutting off the birds' beaks and toes, and tail docking cows and pigs, these are all just standard practices.
Thank you so much, Maddie. I think that was really important. I think that hearing that full, this is what happens in factory farming, this is what we were talking about, is super, super important. I also want to introduce Valerie is also joining us here from the Natural Resources Defense Council, and I'm actually going to throw the next question to you, Valerie. When we say that there is a lot, would you say that there's a lot that the average consumer does not know about the way that our food is grown and raised in the United States? And what would you say are some of the processes or influences on our food production consumption that are not known or discussed enough?
So hi, thank you so much for having me. And I'm really thrilled to be here and hope that this, even in spite of the circumstances, is more of a conversation back and forth. It's a really important topic. And I would say, yes, definitely, there's a lot about our food system, particularly anything that relates to animal agriculture that happens in the dark. I think it's really important to keep in mind that the lack of transparency around the practices used in this industry is a result of a many-year, many-decade concerted effort by big multinational corporations to write themselves out of basic environmental laws and be able to operate in a shroud of secrecy. And they wouldn't do that if there wasn't a lot that they were hiding. So we've already heard a lot of the more gruesome, although by no means all of them, animal welfare related practices. Something that I became more aware of as I started doing this work is how people that work in the food system and people that live near animal production sites are treated. and it's really abysmal. So a lot of people either know or could guess that a factory farm is not a pleasant place to be an animal, but it's also a really exceptionally dangerous place to work. And I think even fewer people are aware of how dangerous it is and how harmful it can be to live near one of these facilities. So let me just give you a couple of specific examples, and then let me know if there's any of this you'd like me to speak to more. The facilities are often ventilated just well enough to keep the animals alive, but there's a lot of really noxious gases that exist inside of them. So animals produce a lot of waste, and that waste can release toxic air emissions like hydrogen sulfide or ammonia, which can scar your lungs. It can cause asthma. They cause really bad smells. Everybody knows poop smells bad. But there have actually been scientific studies that show that not only do those bad smells decrease quality of life, which is something that we should take really seriously, there's also often a correlation between the bad smells and chemicals in the air that actually have demonstrated negative health impacts on neighbors. So you can get scarring of your lung tissue. There are nitrates or other chemicals that are released into the water that can impact drinking water quality. That's just one example. A lot of people in rural places, many of you watching may live in rural places, are on well water that are, well water is not filtered, there are no standards. And so when these chemicals get into the groundwater, it can really impact the ability of people to live safely in their own homes and communities.
Definitely, that's really important. Maddie, could you quickly touch on that as well? If you would say that the average consumer, the average young person, knows about the way our food is raised, and if there are these hidden processes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think I touched on this a bit before, but I think most people don't realize that when they go to the grocery store or restaurant, purchase animal-based foods, they're most likely purchasing food from an animal raised in a factory farm. Again, most animals, 99% of them raised here in the United States, are coming from these conditions. So it's really unlikely that you're able to avoid this industry and still consume animal-based foods. So I think that's something that tends to surprise people. Something else that might surprise most people is that 70% of the antibiotics used in the United States are given to farm animals, not humans. I know I was really surprised when I learned this. Farm animals are confined to such filthy conditions that they are routinely given antibiotics to prevent disease outbreaks. So what this means is that these animals are given antibiotics before they're even sick in order to improve their odds of surviving until slaughter. So some farmed animals are also fed antibiotics to increase growth rates. But this overuse of antibiotics is known to lead to antibiotic resistance, which means that we could see human illnesses that could become untreatable because the bacteria has become resistant to these antibiotics.
Definitely, that's a really important aspect that I don't think is talked about nearly enough. Like, that is terrifying, especially being in the middle of a global pandemic right now. So I'd also love to hear from some of you guys about your journey to the position that you hold today and what made you decide to be an advocate for sustainable agriculture. Frances from Trees for the Future, I'm going to throw this to you first. Go ahead, Frances.
Thank you for having me on. I request your pardon the question because I didn't get you.
Oh,
Hello?
Yes. Here, let me go back to panel format. Yeah, the question is about your journey to the position that you hold today and why you decided to be an advocate for sustainable food systems.
Thank you for the question. One is that me basing on my passion, because from childhood I was raised up and I learned to appreciate nature because my parents raised me through a hand hoe, meaning they used to go to the garden and it was nature that could facilitate whatever they would do to say that we survive as a family. So I learned to appreciate nature. So when I was raised up, when I went to school, my passion was to see that I do things that can keep nature in mind, that can have the the art of saying that at least nature is protected and conserved. So when I look at when I came to trees, what brought me was their goal of saying that they put a farmer and more so a vulnerable poor farmer at their center. And the idea they brought is that they look at a way of helping this farmer practice agriculture in a more sustainable way that caters for now and the future, that survived on a whole. I felt it was a dream place to be because I understand how a farmer can survive using a hoe. And when I went for training, I decided to at least specialize in natural resource economics because I noticed the majority of the people don't understand the value of the natural resources that surrounds them. So the failure to know the value then makes them abuse it because at times nature can't speak. And at times when it speaks in the way that the innocent ones or those who had minimal contribution in causing the damages to it are the most affected. For instance, when you talk of climate change, it is a poor farmer that can testify on how bad and dangerous climate change is because then he has no option. But the other thing that pushed me to that led me to the position that I hold is that majority of the farmers are smallholder farmers, meaning they are farmers that survive on a hand hoe. And now, if you want to have an impact in saying that the majority of the people around there, the most vulnerable who are the majority, because then they struggle to say that they raise their families, they depend on nature to say that everything happens. So when I was hired at trees, I found this a very conducive place to see that I also create an impact to a vulnerable farmer who is struggling with the damages that climate change cause, the damages that hunger cause. Because in Uganda is where you can get a farmer having nothing to give a child, and what he only have is that maybe tomorrow he will rain and my seed will germinate. So
Thank you
basically,
so much.
that is what made me feel that I should advocate for sustainable.
Yeah, that's very important. Thank you. Thank you so much. Monica, I'd love to also hear from you about your journey to becoming executive director of Factory Farming Awareness Coalition and what drew you to this work.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a really long answer potentially, so I'm going to be as succinct as possible. I remember being a student at UC Berkeley, and I was taking an upper division class, and I was trying to get the students to also, was an environmental education class, and the students were not interested in doing things like turning off the lights because they felt that it didn't matter. And I thought to myself, if this is, the audience, this is the UC Berkeley students who I can't even get to turn off the lights, like what is going on? I realized that before we delve into issues like climate change and protecting the environment, people need to develop environmental consciousness. They need to have the opportunities to be out in nature. And so I did that for a really long time. After graduating from college, I was really invested in giving kids in particular the opportunity to climb hills, highlight coyotes, all that stuff before we brought in concepts of environmental literacy.
And then I was a teacher on the Navajo reservation, which was a really unique experience because I learned a lot about how rural poverty is very different from urban poverty and the effects of colonization when it came to what the students were eating. When I was a teacher doing lunch duty, I would have to force the children to consume dairy cow milk because that's what was subsidized by the school, and we wouldn't get our funding unless we forced the kids to open up their dairy milk. And that was really disturbing to me because I knew that my Native students were lactose intolerant. So I moved around to a lot of different areas of education. And ultimately, what led me to the Factory Farming Awareness Coalition was just the realization that all of these things are connected, and food is a really great way to talk about these issues. And it can make a really big difference. One of the things that influenced me most recently is just the knowledge from Project Drawdown. So the renowned climate activist Paul Hawken came out with a book called Drawdown that outlines the top 100 scientific solutions to drawing down carbon emissions. And amazingly, 2 of the top 5 relate to food. Number 3 is reducing food waste. Number 4 is plant-rich diets. So these rank ahead of solar, mass transit, electric cars. And for me as a student, as somebody who is working so much with students, it was incredible to realize that this is where we could have so much impact. And that's why I devote all my life to FFAC now.
That's amazing. Yeah, I also think it's really, really interesting to look at the different like food systems and agricultural solutions, like how we could use the food system like actually for good to reverse climate change and to put us on the right path, you know, to mitigate the climate crisis. I think that's very, very interesting. Speaking of like the food system and why we're so passionate about fighting against its issues, Maddie, I'd love to hear more about some of the things that you've learned about the industry and its environmental impact, and especially what's some of the most shocking things that you've learned since you started fighting factory farming.
Yeah, I think, you know, one point that's worth making is that I got into sort of this field because of my love for animals. And I knew very little about the effect that factory farming was having on our environment. So pretty much everything I learned was shocking. However, what I found truly shocking had to do with animal waste. And I covered this a little bit in my presentation, but ultimately, I was shocked by the way that we are storing animal waste in these giant manure lagoons. The fact that, you know, when it's stored this way, we've got different gases, hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, methane, carbon dioxide, reaching dangerous levels. Learning that people who live near these farms are forced to endure this and oftentimes don't have the ability to move away. This was really saddening to me. I remember first learning about the sprinkler system that is used to actually spray manure onto neighboring crop fields. And the fact that, you know, the smallest amount of wind can pick that up and bring it onto somebody's property is really shocking. And it's definitely something that when I'm in classrooms with students, that photo of, you know, a sprinkler system spraying manure, it's what shocks them too. I'd say that that's definitely the big thing that has stood out to me is the impacts on humans and communities. Because, you know, I was so aware of the animals, but much less about the human suffering that is in this industry.
Right, that's very shocking for sure. Monica, I'd love to hear from you as well about some of the most shocking things that you've learned about the industry and its environmental impacts.
Yeah, I think that for me, it was just the realization that factory farming is or animal agriculture is one of the single most environmentally destructive industries on the planet. And it really comes down to the scale. Just in the US, we're raising 10 billion animals for meat, eggs, dairy every single year in the US. And if you break that down, we are slaughtering 1 million animals per hour. And so as Maddie has alluded to in her presentation, right, when you're breaking down every single stage of that process, the corn and soy, the GMO corn and soy, and what we have to do to grow it, the water usage involved in growing all that corn and soy. the antibiotic usage that connects to the pandemics that Maddie was talking about and the food waste. It's all extraordinarily disturbing. And from a climate change perspective, I really like to hone in on the fact that animal ag causes more greenhouse gas emissions than the entire transportation sector. And I really view us making a strong stand against climate change to be one of the most important issues that we will work on in this generation at the very least. And the final thing that I would say that doesn't get enough attention is the impact of aquaculture, which is essentially factory farming in water.
Definitely. Just yes. Yeah, it's often said that we're one of the first generations to really be impacted by climate change and the last who can do anything about it. And there's so many different aspects. Once you start making the connections to like food systems, factory farming, the way that we're treating animals, I think it's really shocking. Connie, I'm really excited to throw these questions to you. I feel like we haven't talked to you yet. I know that you really work on a lot of like digging deep into what's going on in our food system. And I'd love to hear more about some of what you've stated around what Big Ag is doing to keep vegan environmental efforts from gaining traction and other things that Big Ag is doing that we're just not aware of.
Yeah, for sure. I think the best thing to discuss is the foundation of the food system. I know that you guys are aware of this, but sometimes the light bulb goes off in our head when we hear it again. One of those is that food is very political. It has been the foundation of this country. The first 4 of 5 presidents were farmers. 99% of the population that first came here were farmers. They became plantation owners. They pushed out indigenous people back then for their farms, and then they brought slaves over to tend their farms for free. So things started with the foundation of our country, and all laws were created in a way to keep this population in power. So one of the things that happened in the 1900s is you had your second industrial revolution, where more and more people pulled away from farming, especially after the Civil War. You're starting to reconstruct the country. And so again, these laws continue to favor farmers, but it's because they became very politically driven and they started lobbying and inserting their politicians. This exists all the way to today, where I estimate anywhere from 30 to 70% of politicians are taking back pocket money from the ag industry, if not actually an agriculture investor themselves, a farm investor, or come from a farm family. This is really important to know when you're starting to navigate the laws that are popping up. And so a great example of laws that prevent environmental activists and environmental change would be something that Trump just did. On June 10th, Trump issued an executive order that allowed federal agencies to waive any of the environmental laws that we've created over the years to speed up federal project approvals. It's basically saying that all of the work for the National Environmental Policy Act, the Clean Water Act, and Endangered Species Acts don't even exist right now. He's using COVID to basically scratch the backs of giant agriculture and other polluting industries. So that's a huge thing to be watching out for now, and how to make sure that we put pressure on politicians to get those things back reinstated, right? The Endangered Species Act is a huge deal. In the past, it wouldn't allow agriculture and factory farms to entrench on endangered land. Those things don't exist right now with that executive order. It's a huge, huge deal. The second thing are ag nuisance laws that are popping up. So a great example of that is North Carolina, where Smithfield Farms is, and all of the environmental pollution that you guys mentioned. This is a great example of a legal battle between the people in the community of Duplin County, a very small rural county where the majority of people there are African American. And what you saw was their health being ravaged and several of them dying. And so they created a lawsuit against Smithfield, and the jury actually awarded them a really huge sum. And after that, no sooner after that, you had Jimmy Dixon, the House rep there, pushing an ag nuisance law and getting it passed, which now restricts people who live near farms to sue over pollution. So what this does is it allows environmental racism, and it allows all those things that perhaps you would try to change and protect by showing people having negative health consequences from it. So watching ag nuisance laws pop up in cities, and well, specific to a city, but it encompasses the state, you definitely, as an environmental activist and understanding the politics of the food system and their oppression, we need to make sure in every state that we see these factory farms that we don't allow them to start having more ag nuisance laws pop up. So we have to proactively understand every House representative and senator and who they back and are behind. The majority, again, are big ag, but I think that will change as we create scorecards showing them not only how powerful we are, but also scorecards on them showing them that, like, hey, if you guys continue to make big ag more powerful, pollute more, on our end, we're not going to vote for you anymore. And so those are sort of the next steps. It's always keeping a tune of these new laws. When you see one law pass in one state, you better believe that they start navigating this exact thing in other states. When you see the law passed in Toronto where save movements are no longer going to be able to perhaps show up at vigils, those things are going to start showing up in the United States. And this is important because if you can't monitor or videotape environmental injustices or animal cruelty, and it becomes against the law, then it prevents us from creating solutions, right? You have to be able to show the problem. And so when the transparency is gone, we take a lot of steps backwards. So it's important being ahead of that. I hope I
Thank you so much. No, that's so important. Like, there's so much more than just like individual action. There's so much more than just one kind of way to have an impact on the industry as well. There's so many things going on. It's more than just environmental impacts, right? It's like this whole government influence too, just like the oil and gas industry that we talk about in our climate action. So I think that's very, very important. We're quickly going to talk a little bit more about the organizations we have featured here, and I'm really excited to hand it over to Rebecca. I know we had her speak a little bit at a presentation earlier today, but really excited to have her speak here as well, talk a little bit about Food and Water Watch, the kind of campaigns they have for sustainable agriculture right now. Bring that conversation too.
Yes, thank you. And I'm actually really excited to follow that, Connie. I think you really beautifully laid out the scaffolding of just what we're up against in so many entrenched ways, in whether it be through our laws or through just the way that our government was set up, but also the power that the industry has accumulated over time. It's essential to combating it. And so actually, I was jotting down a couple notes as you were going through that, Connie, because I think talking about the transparency specifically in the Farm System Reform Act, and really what we focus on at Food and Water Watch is making sure that the policies that we're working on really have tangible improvements in people's lives. And one of the pieces of the Farm System Reform Act in the antitrust section of the bill really focuses on transparency in contracts. And we know that contract growers have a very difficult time with penalties and systems that are built up against them that are both bad for the animals and bad for the people that are stuck and trapped in this economic system that has really been pushed on them by these industries over the years as they've taken over local economies and really bled out rural communities. So there's so many layers to this, but I think some of what we're talking about today is really built into trying to start moving that vision of a new food system in the Farm System Reform Act. And that's what I work on at Food and Water Watch. So a little bit more about what we work on at Food and Water Watch. Besides the Farm System Reform Act, we really are working on kind of three prongs, one also being the Fracking Ban Act at the federal level, and then the Water Act at the federal level as well. And all of these pieces of federal legislation really help drive the campaigns that we have on the ground in different states. We work at the county level and at the state level. But just on factory farming, we work in a number of states, but we have very large coalitions of allies and friends that we're working to pass moratoria or bans on factory farms in Oregon, Iowa, New Mexico, and Maryland, as well as allies in Wisconsin and Michigan and a number of other states as well. So we're really working on driving that policy change at the state level. And one thing that's really cool about that is actually when Senator Booker introduced the Farm System Reform Act, some of our lead sponsors in Maryland were really excited by the the full robust provisions that are in the Farm System Reform Act. So we've been working on different types of laws or bills to try to fight back against the way that the industry has taken over in a lot of these places. But part of that is having a federal North Star, and also using that North Star to support the work that is happening at the state level. Because like what Connie said, if something pops up in one state, we can build out a patchwork to pass it at the federal level. Now that can happen in a negative way, but that we can also use that model that is our great American, democratic experiment to move the policies that we believe are where we want our food system to go. So that's what we work on at Food and Water Watch. And I work with our teams on the ground who do that, and then work on the Farm System Reform Act. But I'm really excited to be here with all of you today to talk more about all the pieces of that.
So exciting. Yeah. Thank you so much for expanding on that as well. I think that's really important information to add in. Francis, I'd love to hear a little bit more about your organization and what you are doing around sustainable agriculture.
Thank you, Lynn, once again. Yeah, at Trees, we promote sustainable agriculture by implementing the forest garden approach that is aimed at ending extreme hunger and poverty across the Sub-Saharan Africa through revitalizing the degraded land using the approach that we farming systems with the trees and crops on the same piece of land. But most is that it handles the food security. Most of the time when we talk of food security, like for Africans, we think it is just a mere having food on the plate, but we look at the nutrition values of this food so that somebody can be able to get food that is enriched with the balanced diet. But above all, market, because most of the times our farmers, like in Uganda, they have been farming basing on culture. For instance, me, I come from Eastern, they survive on cassava and fish. So a farmer will only go for cassava. And now when it comes to selling, he will sell this cassava because he wants money, and at the end of it all, he lacks what to feed on. Approach ensures that a farmer plants a variety of crops in the same piece of land, but it it helps them to be skilled enough to understand which crops can be intercropped together so that they can support each other. This approach has helped farmers appreciate that you can still survive when you have a small piece of land, because initially people used to have too much land that anything you would put there would work out. But with the existence of climate change, with the existence of the serious deforestation, our land has lost a lot of fertility, and it needs a more skilled way of farming to earn from it. So at Trees, we ensure that our farmers are skilled to ensure that whatever they do on their farm is worth the energy they put in, the efforts they put in. One of the things that we have tried to do is to say that the farmers are helped to appreciate what they do. Because of too poor yields, farmers were getting frustrated and they were hating to go in for agriculture because the harvests then would demoralize them. So it called for real training and ensuring that these farmers, one, appreciate what they are doing that is worth doing. Because right now, our biggest challenge is hunger. And this hunger is caused because you can't produce enough to sustain a family. And now, when you can't sustain a family in terms of food, it means then you can't have money, because anything that you'll be getting would be to buy food. You don't have anything that you can do to invest. And that is what makes us uh, appreciate an opportunity to speak to people that practice forest farming, because then it helps us to to let them know that much as you can do, or you can go in for farming and focus at money or making profits, but it is also important to appreciate that the environment you're working on deserve to be helped. A number of times when we talk of climate change, some people just think of the heat. When I was growing up, I told you that I was raised up by a grandmother. This person had never gone to school, but she could predict when the rains will start. Right now, it is very hard to understand when the rain will start and end, because everything is changing. And in so changing, it means we have to invest so much time in farming with a lot of skill in it. So at Trees, we invest a lot of time in preparing farmers to farm while knowing what they are doing, and above all, to ensure that the soil that are degraded are revitalized, to ensure that they regain their fertility. So basically, that is what we do, and we do that because our biggest challenge is food insecurity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Monica, I'll hand it to you now to talk a little bit more about Factory Farming Awareness Coalition and the efforts that you currently have going on there.
Yes, thank you. And I actually love telling this story specifically because this is a youth summit. FFAC was founded by my friend Katie. We were both students at UC Berkeley in the Animal Rights Club. And what she noticed is that there's a lot of classes at the college level that tangentially touch upon public health, social justice, the environment, but they weren't talking at all about food. So she started giving presentations and the professors loved it. It became really popular. And that's how we grew into national organizations, just from very young Katie just realizing that there was a niche that wasn't being filled. And there are so many students at all different levels. I've spoken to kindergartners all the way up through grad students. And there are just so many people who do not have this information and do care about it because it does connect to things that they care about as well. So our three primary strategies at FFAC are: 1, raising awareness; 2, mobilizing activists; and 3, institutional change. So when it comes to raising awareness, we do so through our presentations. We have our videos. We've adapted well to the pandemic in terms of having recorded content that we can use, and also being able to be on Zoom or whatever platforms there are. And we also have always done events like the Veg Fest. We're moving that virtual. And from all of this outreach that we've been doing, we've actually been able to gain some really interested interns. And this summer we have 75 of them, and they're really amazing people that are all learning how to be effective activists. And our goal is to help them create institutional change on their campuses, to bring plant-based food to their catering, to their dining facilities. And we do this through a campaign called Green Monday. And we actually passed Green Monday in several cities, including the city that I'm closest to, which is Berkeley. And so city council members are actually eating vegan. And it's very clear to the residents that have pledged to go Green Monday that their food choices matter a huge amount when you're trying to reduce your carbon emissions.
Thank you so much. And I also shared the link in our different live stream channels for anyone who's interested in their very amazing sounding internship program. And I do know some people there as well. And I think opportunities like that are really, really exciting. Going back to the climate crisis and environmental impacts on greenhouse gases, Valerie, I'd love to hear from you. I know that you're called a factory farming expert at NRDC, and I'd love to hear about a little bit more of the impact on greenhouse gases and the climate crisis.
Sure. So I think we've already heard that ways that, I'm sorry, my dog is here and my trying to join the conversation. So if you hear barking, that's what's going on. We've already heard some really astute points about the ways that factory farming is contributing to the climate crisis. There are a lot of greenhouse gas emissions that are attributable to factory farm emissions. One thing that I know you and I spoke about by email that I would like to highlight that I think is out of sight and out of mind for many, many people are the ways in which factory farming itself is becoming riskier and more dangerous because of the climate crisis, and how that particularly impacts neighbors that live nearby. I'm in the process of doing some research on this, and I'd like to share just a little bit about a couple of the things that we're finding. This audience is not one that's unfamiliar with these issues, but a lot of people are. In a lot of parts of the country, there are going to be two issues as the climate crisis worsens. One is too much water, and another is increased heat. And what our research is showing is that the systems that we have for factory farming that are already very dangerous, even if everything stayed the same, they would be endangering communities and the long-term health of our planet, are going to get more dangerous as the climate crisis worsens. So we've heard a lot about North Carolina. That's actually where a lot of my work goes, and takes place. And I hope that you all have a chance to hear from someone from the eastern part of the state. But North Carolina has some of the densest population of hogs and CAFOs anywhere in the world, and definitely anywhere in the country. It's also in a low-lying coastal plain that increasingly is susceptible to superstorms and hurricanes. The waste management systems that they use there are really antiquated. They just put massive amounts of hog waste in open football field size cesspools, or they call them lagoons, which sounds really nice, but we all know they're not really nice. And what happens when you add a lot of water to that is that they overflow. What we don't know is whether or not they leak, because industry just got an exemption from the first ever requirement to monitor groundwater. But I think we could all take an educated guess about what happens when you have an unlined 30-year-old pit in the ground that's been continuously filled with manure, and then you add a lot of water to the situation. Other areas of the country with really intensive factory farming, like the Midwest along the Mississippi corridor, have experienced tremendous flooding in recent years. That has also impacted factory farms. And then other regions where there's extensive heat, such as the Central Valley of California, are already highly susceptible to respiratory diseases and respiratory pollutants that come from factory farms. And as the heat issues get worse and worse, it's likely that we'll see those dangers increase. So I think it's really important to stay focused on the ways that factory farming in the system is contributing to the climate crisis. But I think we also need to make it clear that the system itself, which was not very stable and not a healthy system to begin with, is going to destabilize as the climate crisis worsens. And my perspective is that highlighting those risks not only sheds a spotlight on what frontline communities are dealing with every day, but also for policymakers helps people understand the urgency of transitioning out of this system, whether you're motivated by the animal welfare horrors that we've heard about today, the community health impacts, such as not having clean water or clean air just because you live near an industrial facility that has so far escaped regulation, or whether you're motivated by thinking about the growers themselves, whose business model is being made obsolete and more dangerous and less stable by the climate crisis.
Thank you so much. That's everything that, well, I mean, there's a lot more, but that is very, very important. And of course, a huge area that we focus on as young people is the climate crisis and these environmental impacts. From here, I'd love to give it back to Rebecca to talk a little bit more about the climate crisis and greenhouse gas impacts as well. I know that you also work on these issues.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. So I know we've talked about this a lot, and as Francis was speaking as well, I was jotting some notes about what he was saying, and I think part of talking about the climate crisis and talking about solutions is really looking to exactly what he said, where we're losing, some of this generational knowledge from changes in farming. We have impacts of climate change on actually how farmers adapt and build skills and pass that down over time. So I think that's a really important part to bring into the conversation, that farmers can be and are part of the climate solution if we center their voices and listen to, their understanding of the change of what they're experiencing as well. So I just wanted to call back to that because I think it's really important. But in this country, we really are seeing our public dollars invested in this old polluting system, whether it be factory farms or pipelines, that are really incompatible with our target climate goals. We know this. And instead, what we're really doing is squeezing productivity out of the land. And again, Francis talked a little bit about this as well. And we need to recognize the interplay between farmland and the surrounding ecosystem. That's also a big part of this. We're really focusing on industrial factory farming, but industrial factory farming is a large part of the whole food system, including corn and soybean production, which largely goes to feed animals in confinement, not us. And so we have a huge opportunity with the land there that we're not utilizing because of the system that we're incentivizing. So again, this includes integrating practices that maintain soil health, protect organisms that are vital for food production. We really have to put family farmers at the center of this, and shortening production chains between growers and consumers and investing in local markets is part of how we do that. And the Farm System Reform Act actually really focuses on that transition, stopping factory farms, transitioning farmers out of that model, and really investing in that model that we know is climate resilient, diverse, and regional. And so I just wanted to highlight that. I think that is part of the climate conversation we're talking about, because resiliency is diversity. We know this. And if we center farmers and we continue to center youth voices and leaders, we can also really focus on swiftly transitioning our food system to one that does produce fewer emissions and is resilient to a changing climate. So I just wanted to bring that part of it in, but I think we've really talked about a lot of different parts of how this industrial agricultural system is awful for our climate.
Right, and I'm so glad we've been able to reach all these different aspects. Another aspect I think is really important, we're talking about communities, is environmental justice and which communities are most impacted. So Valerie, I'd love to have you talk about that a little bit as well.
Sure, and something that I wish I'd thought of a little bit sooner, but I can add to the chat are some links to folks from environmental justice communities telling their own stories. That's always a little bit better than, sorry, the dog is exiting now. That's always a little bit better than an outsider like me trying to tell someone else's story for them, but I'll try to do this. I'm lucky enough to work in partnership with frontline communities in a couple of places, but especially in low-lying coastal areas of Eastern North Carolina. And I think understanding the history of factory farming there, especially as an outsider, a northerner, a white person, is something that can really, it is not something that needs to be explained in any way to the people that live there, but is important information for those of us that don't have those identities or first-person experiences to have. In that region, the infrastructure of factory farming is built on the infrastructure of slavery. A lot of people are literally living in homes where their ancestors were enslaved or were sharecroppers. And the racial injustice that continues to this day is part of that legacy of slavery. And when I talk about the racial injustice, I don't want to be duplicative of some of the excellent points that have been brought up so far, but I think it's important for context here. They literally leave the hog waste in these giant cesspools where it festers. It gets even more disgusting than just a football field size cesspool of poop, which is pretty disgusting on the best day. And then, as mentioned earlier, they use what's called a lagoon and spray field system, where they spray it into the air and it can drift onto land. It's really unlivable. There's not a lot of dignity in that. And people there have been organizing and fighting back and fighting for environmental justice for a long time. There have been some important wins. I know Senator Booker, who sponsored this legislation, has himself gone to visit and witness this himself. But those are some of the things that people live with every day. And so I will try and find, if not now, then afterwards, some links so that you can hear the stories from the people who live there. But this is really part of a legacy of injustice and slavery in this country. It builds on it, it compounds it, and especially now during the COVID-19 crisis, we don't yet know how all of these cumulative impacts are going to come together, but there are a couple of things that we're starting to see, and I'll just add this and end here. A lot of the same risk factors for living near a CAFO or a factory farm can heighten your risk of severe impacts of COVID-19. So there are respiratory effects that come from living near CAFOs. There's no regulation of factory farms under the Clean Air Act, but you can have asthma or other conditions that are considered a pre-existing condition or an elevated risk condition for COVID. Rural hospitals in rural areas are less likely to have a high number of ventilators. So when you see people coming in or there's an outbreak from a rural area, you're less likely to be able to get the support that you need to survive this disease. And as far as I know, the data tracking isn't any better for COVID than it is for the underlying conditions that have led to this. So I just wanted to paint a picture of the way that the risk came about and the legacy of slavery that still exists in this country, and then the way that policy decisions that are being made today make that risk compound for the most vulnerable people.
Thank you so much. Yes, that is for anyone who doesn't live in those communities, that's something that we always have to be aware of in these conversations. And Connie, I know because we're running in a few minutes left, I'd love to hand it to you to talk some more about all the different things that are going on in our food systems. I know you talked about the taxes that go towards big agriculture and things that big agriculture is doing to make themselves appear more sustainable, greener, things like that. I'd love to have you talk about that for a few minutes.
Yeah, so 2 years ago, I was an activist, much like everyone else, and I uncovered, just looking at the USDA production numbers and looking at where all of this stuff goes. And the reality is that while we discuss domestic veganizing or domestic climate challenge, we need to understand that some of these consumers, and a lot of them actually aren't US consumers. And so we also need to attack that. So our taxes in a lot of ways undermine our vegan ethics or how we want to end factory farming. And so there's subsidies, there's insurance policies, there's bailouts, and all of these things make the big ag industry more powerful and profitable. And we have to change the way our taxes are used, or our consumerism will continuously get blocked. Trump's bailouts are 2,000 times more than previous years. And that's why you see all these films of milk being dumped out, pigs being euthanized, instead of these items being delivered to people who need food and in food banks. And so these things aren't new. This has been going on since the 1930s during the Great Depression, and actually mimics it a lot. And the government created laws to prevent farmers from gaming the system. By dumping out milk, they're artificially reducing supply to keep prices higher at grocery stores while they've lost a ton of demand with schools being shut. And so we need to understand all of these connections. The other thing I want to really quickly point out is less than 1% of our tax dollars subsidize fruits and vegetables direct to consumer. The majority of all of our taxes are paying for livestock feed, and livestock in the meat industry and dairy. And beyond that, livestock feed, this is really important. 70% of soy feed, anywhere from 30 to 70%, but some estimates in the last 2 years are saying 70% of soy feed is actually being sent to China's livestock. So we're basically destroying our land, using our taxes to pay for their overhead costs, not even for us. It's for China's population and their livestock needs. And that, to me, needs to end. 25% of our pig production gets sent to China. So if that makes sense to you, you can sort of understand global trade is using our land and destroying our land to feed them livestock. And so we have to get political. We don't necessarily have to be politicians, but we need to centralize our money. I founded veganjusticeleague.com and agriculturefairnessalliance.org. Our first legislation is to transition farmers into plant-based regenerative farming. We are working hard to get a sponsor for that. The idea is that we are reallocating our taxes from just dumping it to the ag industry to bail out failing industries, and purposefully looking to transition farmers, not just the classic white farmer, which 99.5% of our taxes bail out discriminately still white farmers. Our legislation is searching for at-risk women, Black and Indigenous people, as well as even veteran farmers. And so we're hoping that everybody makes this connection about food being political and how to get involved, even if it's just donating your money, so you have representation and a channel of communication into the political structure about what you want to happen with your taxes.
Thank you so much, Connie. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. If anyone else wants to jump in who doesn't have to leave quite yet and say any last things, it's okay if we go a few minutes over. If there's any messages that you wanted to include, I know that we're kind of short on time with all of the amazing answers that we've gotten so far. So if anyone happens to still have time and wants to add in anything else before we wrap up the panel, feel free to go ahead.
I would just add one thing, if I may, which is that I think this is a lot like other areas where we have a tendency to put a lot of guilt and pressure on individual choices. Individual choices are really important. You should try and make the best ones you can, but dive in where you can and try to change the system, because at the end of the day, this is a systems level problem where everybody doing a little bit is going to be a lot better than a couple of people doing things perfectly.
I completely agree with that. Yes, definitely. We need that mass movement, right? We need that large systemic change. Would anyone
add details just to do homework on? So with the Farm Reform Act, do homework on the fact that 125,000 chickens is not considered a factory farm. So we need to do more detailed reviews of these legislations to make sure that they're not lip service. I think it's important legislation, but we need to put pressure to reduce that 125,000 number, because to me, that's a factory farm. The other thing is the Green New Deal. We can't let big ag hijack these, because they used to deny climate change, and now they're on board with it because they're realizing subsidies are attached to it. So one of the ways that they're going to try to make money off of the Green New Deal, or like deals that come from it, is they're going to use our taxes to buy $1 million manure transforming equipment to monetize manure into energy. So instead of actually reducing how many cows are on their land, they instead are going to use our taxes to get paid for poop. So we have to read the details of these new bills that come along to make sure that they aren't just like creating this identity that they're green instead of actually being green.
Thank you, Connie. Would anyone else like to add anything before we wrap up? In that case, thank you all so much. Thank you for all of your answers, for all your participation. I think this was extremely helpful in covering a variety of topics, and I'm really excited for our next presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
All right, so I am going to prepare us for our next presentation. We should be just about good to go. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Hi, I'm so excited to hear from your presentation. And let me see if we can pull it up. Thank you so much, Jacy, for joining us and for being willing to talk about successful youth movement and your experiences.
Yeah, no problem. Of course. Okay, great.
There we go.
I'm gonna
Perfect.
rewind back to the beginning. Okay.
Okay, great. I'll hand it off to you.
Awesome. Cool. So I'm very excited to give a talk to y'all because this is a movement that's very youth-oriented, not just in the sense that, younger people tend to have more sympathetic views to issues like environmentalism and animal rights, but it is the beginning of the movement. So the leaders of change when it comes to big reforms to our food system are going to be people who are at least young right now, and then are going to be entering, careers soon as full-time organizers or in the corporate sector or government, and are going to be able to affect really large amounts of change. So I think where I'll be able to contribute today is mostly in the big picture, thinking about the scope of the environmental movement from beginning to end, animal rights, the current, advent of factory farming that's caused so many issues, and then where are we going in the next years, decades, and even centuries. I wrote a book on this called The End of Animal Farming. So you can see it on the right there. This book discusses kind of the timeline of how things are going to change, what the most effective strategies are, how is change actually going to happen. And this is all rooted in my work at the Sentience Institute, where we do social science research, such as looking at historical social movements, doing surveys of public attitudes, or doing experiments, looking at how people respond to different messages, whatever research we need to find the most effective ways to do what we call expanding humanity's moral circle. So that's the way we kind of conceptualize this. The movement to ban factory farms right now is trying to extend the moral circle to include not just the factory farmed animals themselves, but the wild animals who are affected, humans who are affected, all of that, widening that scope of moral concern. So what I'll focus on today is kind of going through a few research findings, a few interesting tidbits and kind of broad ways of thinking about how to most effectively create change in the food system that I hope you can take away, not just for this specific campaign to ban factory farms in the US, but in general to achieve social change across a wide range of issues, not just animal issues. So one thing to keep in mind is that when I discuss animal farming, I'm referring to all, use of animals for food. However, we have a figure on our website, Sentience Institute's, where we calculate the number of U.S. farmed animals living on factory farms, and it's around 90%. The data is, always tricky. The USDA has some somewhat unreliable data on the size of, animals per farm. And then, as I just heard in the past 10 minutes, somebody was referring to the difficulty in finding the cutoff of what constitutes a factory farm. So for a large KFO under the EPA's definition, right now that is 125,000 chickens, which is quite absurd. You can very much have a factory farming environment well below that. But if you want to check out that figure, just type in Sentience Institute factory farming, I don't know, and it'll probably come up or go directly to our website. But a lot of the conclusions are the same for both. Also, if you hear a bit of a dull roar in the background, there's a storm that's coming in. I live in New York City right now, and we've got some rain and thunder, so I apologize for that. Hopefully I'm still audible. Great, so I want to start off with a statistic, how else to, which is that around 3% of the U.S. population self-identifies as vegetarian. As vegan, actually, and 6% self-identifies as vegetarian. That number has been pretty stable for about the past 10 years. If you go back before 2008 or so, it was lower. It was around half a percentage, in the 80s or something, of the population was vegan and 1% was vegetarian. These are pretty low figures, but they provide some context to what I'll discuss now. So think of your guess for what percentage of U.S. adults agree with the statement, "I support a ban on slaughterhouses." You don't need to say this or type it anywhere. Just think of it in your head. Just a ballpark percentage. You can round it to the nearest 10% or something. And this is really important. When we do survey research, we try to log predictions. What do we expect the public to say when we ask them these tough questions about their attitudes towards the food system, because that allows us to update our views. So for this particular question, before we ran this survey, I asked a bunch of people for their predictions. I hope you have yours in your head now. And they said anywhere from around 5%, around that number of vegans or vegetarians, some up to 20%, with different rationale. The number is 47%. That's a 2017 figure from a nationally representative survey, census balance, adjusted so it's representative of all U.S. adults, so 18 and over. And that's a huge figure. That's much, much larger than the number of self-identified vegans or vegetarians, certainly much larger than the number of people who actually follow through with the vegetarian diet, which is even smaller, a couple of percentage points at most. So, in fact, in 2019, we ran another iteration of this survey, which we're still publishing the results of that, but it found 51% for the same question. And then another survey back in 2018, I believe, found 47%. So it might be increasing a bit. I wouldn't take that too seriously. There's this margin of error in surveys where if it's within a few percentage points, we can't really tell you that it's actually changing. And this is definitely within that. But nonetheless, the figure probably is around 50%, and that's huge and empowering, I think. So to cover a similar figure, what percentage of people do you think agree with this statement? The factory farming of animals is one of the most important social issues in the world today. So just try to think of one in your head. I hope you've got it. 69%, so even larger. That's a huge number of people. We also found some new data in 2019 that's really interesting and suggests that this one might have actually dropped a bit. There are many reasons you could think of for this. The political situation in the US might have become more urgent in the sense that people see a few specific social issues as really, really important now. And for so-called fringe issues that they don't think about as much, including the environment, including animal welfare, they might think all of those are just less of a priority. We don't really have great data on a wide assortment of issues, so I can't tell you too much in detail, but nonetheless, it is still a majority of people, a large majority, you could say, saying this is, a really important social issue, which we don't normally think of because, animal and environmental activists are so used to being ignored and not, part of the mainstream U.S. political landscape or many other, discourses. So here's another one. Animals deserve the exact same rights as people to be free from harm and exploitation. So I'm sure some of you are gung-ho, animal rights activists, and you probably might agree with this. This is a strong statement. Animals deserve the exact same rights. When this was presented to people in actually a Gallup poll, we didn't run this one ourselves, it was one of three answer choices. The other two were first, they deserve some rights, and then they deserve no rights. So try to think of how many chose this really strong answer. It's not as big as the last one, but still about a third of people. That's huge. That's like, the most radical animal rights stance that you hear espoused in, an animal ethics course and a philosophy department at a university. And yet a lot of the public agrees with that. And I think, again, these are some huge, huge figures. So what's the takeaway from this? Well, let's look at one more in the environmental context in particular. So again, this one's not from us either, but the statement is protection of the environment should be given priority, even at the risk of curbing economic growth. So especially think of this, if somebody's being asked, do you agree with this statement? In U.S. politics, there's nothing more important than the economy and jobs in particular. It's the number one topic people talk about, even more than healthcare, at least in most elections. And worldwide, it's still quite important. The economy, jobs, work, money just matters a lot to people personally. And even if, it might not be as important in the scheme of things as the environment. But still, 62%, a majority of people say that protecting the environment is the priority over, the risk of curbing economic growth. Wow, these are really big figures. They're certainly surprising to me the first time I saw them. And when I tell people about them, they're inevitably quite surprised. Especially, again, I want to contrast them with those figures of a few percentage of the U.S. population adopting something like a vegetarian or vegan diet. Or in the context of factory farming, you could say eating cage-free eggs. When we had this swath of cage-free egg reforms passed, or I should say enacted by corporations, U.S. food corporations over the past few years, before that, only about 10% of U.S. consumers were opting into buying cage-free eggs. They were a small part of the overall egg market share. And yet, when you get, the Massachusetts ballot initiative to ban at least certain forms of cages, that got 77.7% of the Massachusetts vote in 2016. You get some really large figures when you ask people about policy change, and in general, when you ask them about changing institutions. And I think this speaks to a takeaway that I'll talk about more in just a moment, but that institutional change might be a lot more effective than changing individuals. So doing something like banning factory farming at the legislative or a corporate level in this sort might achieve things that we never thought possible when just thinking about changing individual diets. So my perspective here, to kind of zoom out briefly, is effective altruism. So this is a growing philosophy and social movement focused on asking, how can we use our resources to do the most good? How can we bring in science and evidence and surveys and historical case studies and qualitative evidence and all of this to really think critically about whether we're doing good and how we're doing the most good. A lot of charities don't do as much good as people think they do. They might be more about making the donors feel good, making people in positions of power feel like they're helping the oppressed, even when in fact they're not really set up to affect real change. And effective altruism is about going in there and saying, are we affecting real change, and are we doing as much as we can? So I also want to talk about some reasons for optimism. Again, this is an area where evidence and statistics and this sort of thing can provide us a lot of insight, is in thinking that we will ban factory farming, and I think animal farming will eventually end. So first, there's a really great study, a series of psychological studies looking at what's called a moral expansiveness scale. So this is kind of the manifestation of what I was talking about with expanding the moral circle, what we research at Sentience Institute. So if you kind of line up, in this presentation, let me see if I can point the right way, you can see a spiral as certain entities get more distant from the center, from people's locus of moral concern. So it starts out with family and friends. In the middle there, you get the in-group, something like other Americans, stigmatized populations, revered populations, the out-group. Then you get to animals, highly sentient animals, or what we would call charismatic megafauna. Many large primates, elephants, tigers, bears, oh my. That whole group is a meaningful amount of moral concern. The environment as a whole, so talking about ecosystems in general, Earth in general, can also get a decent response from people. But as you get farther out, as you get to chickens, so-called low sentience animals, or at least animals that people don't think of as sentient, you get really small amounts of moral consideration. Of course, plants, not even sentient entities. And then at the edge of this, you get villains, so people who have been convicted of something like murder, which I think speaks to an issue I'm obviously not talking about today, but some of the importance of criminal justice reform when we're talking about the humane treatment of people who have been convicted of criminal behavior, especially in the United States with mass incarceration. But this helps us understand kind of why animals are left out so much, but it also helps us understand how things can start to change. So as you get, along that spiral, you've seen the moral arc of the universe. This was most famously paraphrased by Martin Luther King in 1968. But Theodore Parker was the original one to use this metaphor. But to say, I do not pretend to understand the moral universe. The arc is a long one. ... From what I see, I am sure it bends towards justice. So we've seen, if you go back in history, an increase in the moral consideration for each of those outgroups. One of the first big research projects we did at Sentience Institute was actually a case study of the transatlantic slave trade, specifically the abolition of slavery in Great Britain and now the United Kingdom, to look at how humans, at least this kind of landowning white men in Europe, first came to bring in, a group of entities into that scope of moral consideration who had previously been entirely excluded, seen in fact as property with no rights or protections to speak of in the law. You also have a series of books written on this topic of the expansion of the moral circle, or in general on moral progress. Better Angels of Our Nature by Steven Pinker is the most famous, but also The Moral Arc. Factfulness, a really great book about how the world is getting better, citing a lot of evidence in what we might call progress literature, kind of a newly developing field, talking about how things are getting a lot better. It's very easy, especially in these hectic years like 2016 and now 2020, to see the world as a kind of dystopia and see how bad things have gotten. But if you look at a lot of the metrics, something like child mortality in low-income countries, you can see that at least in many ways the world is getting a lot better, and it's very easy to forget that. It's not really worthy of news coverage. In fact, there are a few new web services, news sites. I think John Krasinski from The Office was even working on one, trying to share this positive news because we just don't focus on it. Psychologically, we're not built to focus on how things are getting better day after day. We're built to focus on what tragic event happened this morning, and now we'll talk about it for the 24-hour news cycle until the next tragic, catastrophic event happens tomorrow. So while we should focus on that tragedy, it's important to have some optimism and to see how things are getting better. And even this conversation we're having today about, banning factory farming just wouldn't have been possible even 5 years ago. We've come a huge, huge way in almost every aspect, political, corporate, food, vegetarianism, of the animal and environmental movements. It's better than it looks. So this book in the bottom right corner that you can see is specifically about environmental issues. And there are some new books coming out right now and new voices in the environmental movement, specifically talking about optimism. The Future Earth, I believe, was a book that just came out by Eric Holthaus, a longtime environmentalist, talking about a future for, if we continue to take environmental action and kind of get our act together, what sort of Earth could we live in? That's not the catastrophic one many people like to talk about. So a more technical reason for optimism is the sheer inefficiency of factory farming and animal agriculture in general. So this chart that you can see is what you might have heard referred to as feed conversion ratios. So this is looking at the amount of calories in yellow or protein in this pinkish orange color that you get per 100 units of feed input. So if you input corn, or you could even do this for grass, such as with grass-fed cows, what do you get out on the other end? These figures get very high very quickly in terms of the inefficiency of the system. For calories, you don't get much better than a 10-to-1 ratio. 10 units of calories get about 1 unit of calories in the form of an animal product like meat, dairy, or eggs. With protein, it's a little better, but still it doesn't certainly get to a 1-to-1 ratio, which is where you'd like it to be, and 1-to-1 is the ratio if we were consuming these plant foods directly. So another way of visualizing that is kind of where crops are going, and a lot in this reddish color is plant food going to feed animals, or going into animal-based waste, because we throw out a lot of animal products, and therefore all the plants that we use to feed those animals are also going to waste. Whereas if we fed everyone in this green color, it would be a lot more simply efficient. And if you can't count on the moral arc of the universe and people to make those moral decisions, you might at least count on economic and technological efficiency. People want more for less. That's what drives human capitalism and ingenuity and all these sorts of things. So even if you disagree with some of those systems, it's still probably going to lead us to an animal-free food system, simply because using animals for food is very wasteful. So that leads me into kind of the big reason for optimism, which is technology, and the fact that now we can have our cow and eat steak too, and that these plant-based food technologies are getting better and better every year. So you're probably familiar with this, the Impossible Burger made from plants, specifically heme, a ingredient that is culinarily identical to the soy, the hemoglobin found in animal blood. So the specific heme they use is called soy hemoglobin from soy root nodules. And they're now making it using genetic modification, which again is another issue I don't have time to get into today, but there's a lot of power in using genetic engineering to create positive changes in the food system. We have a whole report on it on our website talking about how that movement went awry and how genetic modification started to be used in some not so good ways, and why it's been so stigmatized now. But you can use it to do things like create meat made without animals. It's really amazing, and we're already seeing this product take off. The Impossible Whopper is the most famous one now, and it's continuing to get more and more stores. And actually in 2020, in this time of the COVID pandemic, it's taking off in popularity because both animal agricultural systems are getting disrupted and people are switching to plant-based foods for various reasons, including that they're not going out to eat out at restaurants as much, which typically have more animal-based foods. Instead, they're eating things at home, and now they can get the Impossible Burger at home, and they've always been able to get tofu and these Beyond Burgers and things like that are also seen as safer foods in general. So this is Ethan Brown, the guy who made this, made the Beyond Burger, so a sister product very similar to the Impossible Burger, and it's appealing to a slightly different demographic. This product has no genetic modification, it has no secret magical ingredient, it just uses a lot of really amazing plant ingredients in a ingenious concoction to make a meat-based burger that many people would say is still indistinguishable from animal-based beef. And this is what we're going to see, is this proliferation of different types of products. So if you want something a little healthier, even than the Beyond Burger, you can go for just a black bean burger. But it's important in any, mass food ecosystem to have products that satiate a wide range of consumers. So the Impossible Burger for that person who really wants the heme, bloody irony flavor of animal flesh. The Beyond Burger for somebody who wants something a little, less genetic modification and that sort of thing. And then the black bean burger for someone who's happy just, eating plants kind of directly, just kind of smushed together into a patty, which honestly is what I enjoy. I went vegan when I started this research about 5 years ago, and haven't looked back since. And now, for lunch today, I had some rice noodles. I was perfectly content with that. I don't need this Beyond or Impossible Burger, at least anymore. So one interesting thing that y'all might not know about is how these products are actually made. So the Beyond Burger is made with this large machinery called an extruder. So this is using heat and pressure to push plant ingredients through a long tube that stretches them out into something like a muscle fiber. So when you think of, again, from a food science perspective, what is meat? It's largely defined by these, fibers that you can bite, that you can tear. It's almost sinewy. Think of some of the really meaty T-bone steak that maybe you've had or people have had, that they really like the chew of it, the bite of it. This machine and similar processes are how you get that in a plant-based food. You also have this product called Omnipork, made by a company called Right Treat. It's made from pea protein, soy, shiitake, mushrooms, and rice, kind of whole ingredients similar to that Beyond Burger. And it's coming out in Hong Kong. It's being served in some restaurants. You might know that half of the world's farmed animals live in China, all of China and including Hong Kong. And in fact, this is a budding area of the plant-based food movement and in general the movement against factory farming, because of that high consumption, because of the focus on fish and aquaculture and that sort of thing, and because of the long tradition. A lot of these products are kind of following in the footsteps of tofu and seitan, wheat gluten, these products that were first used over 1,000 years ago in East Asia. So Omnipork has the potential to be a really powerful substitute for a lot of the pork products that people in Hong Kong in particular love to eat, and it's a big staple of their diet. Think of, we just had the 4th of July in the United States, think of that all-American beef burger. This is kind of their version of that, would be something like a pork ball or dim sum or something like that they eat, for celebrations with their family and that sort of thing. And that's kind of right where you want to dive to when you're trying to do something like disrupt, the factory farming system as a whole. So there are some amazing quotes from some leaders in the animal-based, meat industry, in animal agriculture itself, talking about how amazing these products are and giving us huge reason for optimism. So this is Tom Hayes. When he said this, he was the CEO of Tyson Foods, who said, "Plant protein is growing faster than animal protein. For us, we want to be where the consumer is." A very powerful statement coming from somebody who's built their career, around, or at least this position as CEO, around meat processing. And it's important to remember that, the animal agriculture system has a lot of moving parts, many of which are not at all married to the idea of using animals for food. Tyson is a company that processes, animal flesh, animal bodies to produce something like a burger. And if you can just provide them with a different input, let's say the Impossible beef, as a large product, they can still make burgers out of it. And I, in fact, think the biggest changes you're going to see over the next decade will be companies like Tyson Foods partnering with companies like Impossible Foods and Beyond Meat to create these products that are using the distribution channels, using the marketing that already exists in the food system, rather than reinventing it from scratch. Meat is right now around $1 trillion industry globally. It's much, much easier to pivot that towards animal-free production than it is to tear it down and build up a new $1 trillion system from the beginning. Bill Gates said it was the future of food. He's invested in some of these companies and is definitely a believer. He actually said this very early on, before we even had the Beyond Burger and Impossible Burger, which spoke to even the quality of food back then and how some of these tech leaders were really getting in on it very early. Richard Branson of the Virgin Empire, Virgin Mobile, Virgin Media, that sort of thing, said, "I believe that in 30 years or so, we will no longer need to kill any animals, and that all meat will either be clean or plant-based, taste the same, and also be much healthier for everyone." So a really powerful, optimistic statement coming from a business magnate. I think a good reason for optimism. Additionally, you've had predictions for the end of animal farming from a wide range of groups. On the vegetarian and vegan side, you've had ProVeg, Greenpeace recently came out with a plan and a goal of reducing animal farming by 50% by 2040, something like that. Public intellectuals like Ezra Klein, Steven Pinker, Bill Nye, Maneka Gandhi, she's a politician in India. Charles Krauthammer, a conservative columnist, so even people on the American right wing have been getting on board with this. Really, again, reason for optimism. The other technology that probably some of you are familiar with, so I won't spend too much time on, is cultured meat. It goes by a lot of different names, but it's making meat with animal cells. So to go a bit into that process, you start with cells, in this top left corner. You cultivate those cells with, in the bottom left, something like sugar, to give them energy, help them grow. Scaffolding in the top right to give them structure, to make something like a T-bone steak. It's easier to make something like a beef burger because you don't need that part. You don't need a scaffolding. And then you do this all in a big bioreactor, which in practice would look like, the big tanks they have at a beer brewery or yogurt or cheese factories. And you're essentially replicating the processes that happen inside an animal's body to produce a final product that is identical to animal-based meat. And when we get into these regulatory questions of what to call these products, there really is no good reason to call this anything except meat, because that's what it is, at the molecular and cellular level. Whereas with the Impossible Burger, you might say, well, it's different, the molecules are different. But I think there's a good case for just saying all of this is meat. And in fact, I think in the future it will just be called meat. The final, reason for optimism I want to share is this guy, Eric Schmidt, who was the chairman of Alphabet, which is Google's parent company. When he was asked to list some of the biggest trends in technology in Silicon Valley a few years ago, his number one answer was nerds over cattle. So talking about this trend of disrupting the food system. And I think this is a big reason we're now able to have these discussions of banning factory farming, because there's so much momentum in creating these food technologies. So I mentioned earlier that I would talk a bit about institutional change. And, again, this reason for optimism of changing policies, of having people vote, of getting corporations, campaigning to get corporations to change their policies. And overall, I would say that the animal and environmental movements need to transition from changing individuals to changing institutions. Changing individuals has created a great amount of change, getting a lot of vegetarians and vegans, getting what we now see as kind of the farmed animal movement. But now at this time, we need to see bigger changes happen, wider changes in the whole food system, in part because of the way we're able to leverage things like the U.S. legislature. There are a lot of reasons for this, but to talk about what it would look like in practice, this includes shifting our messaging, so changing from something like go vegan to we need to end our reliance on factory farming, changing our tactics from something like vegetarian and vegan focused leaflets to something like policy change, meatless Mondays, changing from online ads to something like movement building, changing in general from what's called a lifestyle movement, think of like organic food or free trade products, to the technology and startups and public policy that really creates sweeping change in society and in particular in the food system. There's historical precedent for this. A lot of my time is spent looking at social movements and examples of social change from the past and seeing what worked and what didn't for them. There's a lot of historical precedent. I know of virtually no movement that succeeded with this heavy focus on individual change that we see in the farmed animal movement. It's much, much more common for human and environmental and all sorts of movements to do something like changing public policy. And when they use boycotts, I'll go back to that example of the first of these big movements, the abolition of slavery in the UK. There they utilized a boycott of sugar, but it was limited in time. It was for people who couldn't participate in the broader movement in other ways, and it was with specific goals of disrupting the sugar industry to then swoop in with that policy change. And it was leveraged. It wasn't like many years trying to actually create a vegan food system one by one. It wasn't analogous to that. Institutional change also evokes moral outrage. It's a lot easier to get people on board with something like banning factory farming than it is to get them to oppose their own diet. People feel moral outrage when you tell them, like, hey, here's the terrible things that are happening to animals in the environment. Shouldn't we change those? Because they don't feel as defensive as when you're saying, hey, you need to change your diet. You need to stop consuming factory farm products, for example. Similarly, social pressure. Humans are very social creatures. We don't change very well one by one. Very few people, the fact that you're an activist, for farmed animals means that you are very unique. You're a pioneer. You're an innovator. We have this long curve called the diffusion of innovations that shows the different people in social science who get on board at different times with social change. And very early on, when that curve is very small, is where we see the people today who can make changes on their own to do something like adopt a vegan diet. Many more people need others to get on board before they create change, before they change themselves. And that's why it's so important to change those institutions. I'll skip past this one and just talk about a couple case studies. We've looked at genetic modifications, as I alluded to. We primarily look at these case studies to think about what was most effective. So what worked for getting certain technologies or certain social change to happen, what might work for getting social change for farmed animals to happen. And what failed, and what is it that we shouldn't do. And what we learned from genetically modified foods, I think, is first the importance of ethics. So a lot of people will start to abandon their moral grounding when they try to do something like get people to eat plant-based food or to get the U.S. Congress to ban factory farming. If they're firm believers in animal rights, they'll switch to messages of economic efficiency or even environmental or public health concerns, even if where their heart is the animal focus. But the genetically modified foods in large part failed to be adopted because the proponents didn't focus on ethics. They focused on, like, hey, here's how efficient this is. And they lost that moral grounding, which led to a battle of activists. So the way that we could see this happen in a ban on factory farming is if you have these people opposing factory farming for what's seen as superficial reasons, and then you have these farmers. Farmers are just an incredibly important constituency in the U.S. political system, much less so in other countries. Those farmers have a moral position. They have their livelihoods. That's something that really is compelling, and you can't really fight that by just saying, like, hey, here's a more efficient system. Or it's even hard to fight that with environmentalism. But if you have a deep moral movement such as animal rights, that can be a lot more compelling because it can sort of compete. Everyone identifies as animal lovers, and that's a deep human value, the way that the U.S. political system values farmers. So anyway, I don't really have time to get into detail on this, but it speaks at least to the importance of integrating those ethical messages into an overall campaign to ban factory farming or to adopt animal-free foods. Avoid minimal regulation. I won't go too into this. Some of this applies more to technology because these are case studies of technologies. But like I said, we've also done some of social movements such as anti-slavery. We recently did some on anti-abortion as a movement, prisoners' rights, and a few other really interesting examples you can find on our website. So I know I don't have too much time before we go to Q&A, so I'm skipping over a bit. I hope you'll forgive me. But I just want to briefly walk through a timeline. So I talked about some of the strategies. It's kind of dull, it's boring. But what's really happening in the future? What's going to happen after we pass this ban on factory farming? Well, I think we'll follow this sort of roadmap. So I think up until 2025, we're really laying the foundation. We're starting these conversations about something like banning factory farming, or about switching to the Impossible Burger, or getting those R&D labs to focus on cultured meat. We'll have the revolution stage. We'll have a stigmatization of animal agriculture, and then we'll have follow through where it really extends to a global overhaul of the food system. So that first stage with foundation, what's that going to look like? You'll see trigger events, and sorry, a bit of a graphic image, but these are raising awareness of factory farming, the cruelty, environmental destruction. Triggering events can be the publication of the UN's report called Livestock's Long Shadow, many of you might be familiar with, in 2006. That kind of started a lot of these conversations about what an important contributor livestock is to greenhouse gas emissions, and why it's really the environmental elephant in the room. We'll also see, welfare reform. Instead of just banning factory farming, we're already seeing cage-free eggs, like I said, things like different genetics of chickens, so they don't grow so much meat that they collapse under their own weight. These are building a lot of the infrastructure we need. The fact that we're able to have so many people now excited about a ban on factory farming is in large part because we built organizations, we got momentum, we built connections with journalists, all these sorts of things by doing these cage-free reforms. And that was a really important step in kind of maturing and developing as a social movement for this farmed animal movement in particular. We'll also see R&D, so all that technology that I talked about is really important, not because a ton of people are going to start eating it yet. I'd love for people to switch from factory farm products to either non-factory farmed animal products, or of course these plant-based foods, but mostly what we're going to see right now is just the development. So getting the prices down on those products, for example, getting these high-end consumers to buy things like the Impossible Burger, that then sets the stage for mass adoption down the road. We're seeing seeds of the public conversation starting to, have, for example, a ban on factory farming be a legitimate public discussion. In stage 2, we're going to see revolutions. This is where the really big change happens. A big part of this is cyclical effects. So the fact that, again, those welfare reforms will lead people to adopt more plant-based foods. They build that infrastructure. When people are thinking of animals as sentient beings, when people are thinking of the environment as something, that matters for the future of humans and animals, that leads them to then have more concern in general for other beings, leads them to eat more plant-based foods, which again feeds back into welfare reforms, and we see this cyclical effect go into play. Similarly with demand and low prices, like I said, high-end consumers are a really important part. We'd like these products to eventually, be available to everyone, but a big part of doing that is getting economies of scale, getting, even just something that's a small semblance of the scope of that trillion-dollar meat industry. Big reason meat's able to be so cheap is because it's such a large economic system, and it can get so efficient in that pure economic sense. Similarly with behavior and attitudes, as people are changing what they eat and what they vote for, that changes their attitudes as a person, that changes their responses to surveys we talked about at the beginning, which then feeds back into their behavior. And these cyclical effects generate really rapid social change. That's why I'm optimistic we'll see at least a 50% reduction in animal product consumption in the US by 2050. We'll also see increasing climate urgency. This one's kind of obvious, and it's not really something that we create as activists, but it's important because, as the climate is warming, as natural disasters increase in frequency, that gets a lot of people on board with climate issues that weren't already and will continue to do so definitely until 2050. There's a question here of, these catastrophic timelines, will the world end in 12 years? I think there's a lot of doomsaying there that isn't actually based on data, but needless to say, there will be large changes in the climate that will facilitate change. This is that curve that I talked about. So, again, at the beginning, we're innovators. You'll get the early adopters on board, the early majority, late majority, and finally the laggards will get on board. So you'll have meateries in 2050. These will be where our burgers and other animal products are produced. Stage 3 is stigmatization. At this point, because so much change has already happened, it's in large part about propagating that change throughout society. So getting those laggards, for example, or those late adopters on board with a change that other people have already adopted. You'll see labels. The way this happened in smoking was that you got smoking can cause a slow and painful death, even graphic imagery on cartons of cigarettes. You'll get default options. When you go on a flight, you will have to, before the flight, say, hey, instead of that Impossible Burger, I actually want a burger that comes from cows. The default will change because more people are getting on board, and again, more people are able to vote for those sorts of policies. You're already seeing them in some places where people are changing to plant-based foods, whether they want to or not, because it becomes the default. And most people are, lazy in the sense that they aren't going to go out of their way to, for example, get a different meal before they go on a flight. You'll see a globalization, so going to different countries, change propagating as countries increase in income in places like sub-Saharan Africa. You'll see a follow-through that will in large part be in those places for all sorts of different types of animals, for animals who are raised in rural places right now, in lower income countries, for uses of animals for food we don't think as much about. I think of the COVID vaccine. One of the possibilities for that is using horseshoe crabs, which aren't actually crabs, but using an animal that's a important part of aquatic ecosystems because it has a certain chemical that is useful for some medical purposes. And there already is a synthetic alternative, and it's struggling to get traction because of pushback from the existing industry that is harvesting and using those horseshoe crabs. But you'll start to see even progress for all of those different groups happening at this time. You'll see animal rights. You'll see this expansion of the moral circle. You'll see animal personhood. There are groups like the Non-Human Rights Project that are already talking about this. We're seeing also the rights of environmental entities, like Lake Erie was recently granted personhood by a city by Toledo, Ohio, I believe. And you'll start to see more of those discussions and more of those actual bills passing, even at a national level, for something like real personhood for animals. And then finally, moral circle expansion. So as we increase concern for farmed animals, we'll start to increase concern for other groups of animals, for wild animals, for all sorts of different sentient beings. And you'll start to see, again, a rising moral tide lifts all boats, and you'll see more and more progress. And I am optimistic. I think we'll see a lot of progress in society at this point, based both in technology as well as grassroots activism, as well as in the political policy and corporate change that many of y'all are working on. So thank you. I know I ran 3 minutes over time. I appreciate your patience. And feel free to send me an email or to reach out to me on Twitter. Happy to discuss this further, and I'm very grateful for all the work all of you are doing.
You're perfectly good on time. No worries at all. Thank you so much. Wow, that was so much amazing information. I don't believe we have any live questions as of yet. So if you do want to further delve into any of the topics that you might have ran through, feel free to do that while we wait for any live comments, or if you just want to wait for the questions, completely up to you.
Sure, yeah, let me make sure I can go back in this. Great, so I'll talk about some of these topics because I think they're really interesting, and if you're thinking about getting more involved in activism, they're really important. I give lectures to different audiences, some of whom are full-time activists, so it's more important to focus on these kind of nitty-gritty research things. So I think that there should be a big animal focus. I alluded to this before, but there are some discussions in, for example, the technological sector of switching to focus on price, taste, and convenience, or again to focusing on this exclusively on this environmental argument, or even just on the public health arguments, or even nutrition. The saturated fat arguments or something. And I don't think that should happen, at least in its entirety. I think all of these should be incorporated in a way, but we need to foreground this animal focus for many reasons. So one is attitudinal change for the far future. I talked about the importance of moral circle expansion. People like those on this call are probably concerned not just with farmed animals, but with a whole range of social justice and other issues. And if we foreground this animal focus, we can start to have more of those discussions about, for example, animal personhood. Should we start thinking of animals as sentient beings in their own right? And we're able to do that if we have made animals a focal point of the discussion. Because then think of how history books are written. You go back, you think of what were the main discussion points at the time, and then we think, oh, those are a crucial part of our society. I mean, there's so much status quo bias when it comes to something like American values. The fact that the founding fathers, people 300 years ago, 200 years ago, 250, I guess, were so focused on certain wordings on the exact things written in the Declaration of Independence or something now has so much sway over our political discussions. It's still the way politicians speak. It's still, essentially creates what we think of as, liberal and conservative values. So if we can kind of embed it at an early stage, something like animal rights, we can create a lot more change in the long run. Additionally, this is the point I was speaking to a bit earlier, with ethical arguments overpowering those trivial consumer pushbacks to technology, or being able to compete with, maybe not overpower, the moral arguments such as the farmer's livelihood, which is so important in America, and ethical arguments, whether that's a very strong, deep environmental argument or one for animals, is what's able to overcome this. You're not really able to overcome this with just something like nutrition or economic efficiency. It doesn't work as well. And then it avoids a big business perception. So one of the challenges that definitely the movement to ban factory farming will face is, okay, well, what do we switch to? What products are available? Is that switching to big corporations? And the environmental movement, in general, not the ones focused on animal farming, but think of, the wider scope of Greenpeace and these groups, to get them on board, you don't want to have that perception that you're, mega corporations coming in. Again, this actually speaks as well to the genetically modified food example, where Monsanto became kind of the spokesperson for genetic modification. And for that reason, you got a lot of pushback from activists and progressive communities in general. Whereas if instead we, again, keep talking about these startups, Beyond Meat, Impossible Foods, that can be really powerful, or talk about the individual, plant-based farmers, or the factory, contract farmers who have been, raising chickens and really suffering from that. Talk about them at the foreground, rather than foregrounding the kind of big corporate economic efficiency aspects. So let me talk about biofuels briefly. We have a case study on our website of 4 biofuels companies that all have very interesting lessons for why they succeeded and failed. So if there are any older people in the audience, you might remember that there was a big hype about biofuels. We all thought that our cars were going to be ran on ethanol around 2010 to 2013. And that largely just went away. That discussion of biofuels became a much smaller part of the public conversation because of some serious issues in the way environmentalists kind of handled the discussion. One of them was hype. They really hype things up. Think of in the animal context saying, we'll ban factory farming for sure within the next couple of years. We'll ban animal farming much sooner. We're gonna, switch to a vegan food system in 20 years. These really optimistic proposals can lead to a loss of momentum when they don't pan out. If we put all of our energy into banning factory farming in 2020, tell all of our young activists that that's going to happen, tell all of our friends and family, and then we come back next year and say, like, well, sorry, it didn't. Where are we left? We need to manage expectations in this sense. You can go too far in the other direction. You need to keep people optimistic. You need to talk about, again, the really good reasons for optimism and hope and promise that I discussed earlier. But it's very easy to go too far in this because we all get really hyped and overly optimistic, kind of just by virtue of being people who care about these issues. You also need a diversity of skill sets and methods. So when people were building a biofuels industry, they focused a lot on some very specific ways of creating those fuels. And that, again, it's a similar story. It didn't pan out. And once it didn't, where were they left? They didn't have the expertise. Let's say we're really focused on the U.S. All animal activists around the world really see, U.S. politics is so famous. Everyone cares about Trump. Everyone cares about fixing U.S. political issues. But then it just turns out to be really hard. U.S. federal legislation is immensely challenging. Have we kind of put all of our, vegan eggs in one basket? Whereas if we went to a place like Europe, maybe that could have more promise. We don't know yet. It's good to be trying these things, to be working on the US, to be working on Europe, but we need to stay flexible. We need to bring in people of different backgrounds. Maybe it's going to be really difficult to push through a ban on factory farming as a left-wing initiative, and we really need to get Republicans on board. I think it's to be determined how it will succeed, but if that ends up being the case, it'll be really great if we've built the movement with some conservative voices, with some conservative talent, people like Matthew Scully, who is a Bush speechwriter and really knows how to speak to the Republican population, because that might end up being most effective. We need to accept some modesty. We don't know what the path to success looks like exactly over the next 5, 10 or more years. So I'll leave it there if we have any questions. Otherwise, I'm happy to discuss even more things.
We do have a question that came up from our Facebook live stream asking about the Sentience Institute and what makes someone a good fit to work at a think tank.
Sure, yeah. So we work on research almost exclusively. There are several organizations that do a lot of research. Mercy for Animals and the Humane League are two very large organizations that come to mind. But for us, it really needs to be a research skill set. So we primarily hire people with PhDs. We're in a hiring round right now. So if you want to apply and you're have the experience and qualifications, feel free to do so. But in general, it's the sort of things you would do if you wanted to become a college professor or a scientist of some sort. Particularly, studying something like psychology or economics or sociology that help you think about something like this case study of biofuels. What was effective and what wasn't for that industry. If you're talented in mathematics and statistics, you can specialize in that and take a more quantitative approach. Those statistics I talked about at the beginning of the talk are very much done with this rigorous quantitative analysis, the sorts of things you'll start learning if you take, AP statistics in high school or statistics 101, in an undergraduate department. I'd say that in general in these organizations, it's also really useful to build just like a very skeptical and critical mindset. It's very often in research that you run into evidence that confronts your own intuitions. When I started working on farm animal issues, I was very much of the opinion that hey, we need to hand out a ton of leaflets. These are really effective. If you hand out 1,000 leaflets, you might get 5 people to go vegetarian. That's incredibly effective, given it just takes you a few seconds to hand out a leaflet to somebody. But then when we started looking really critically at the evidence around 2013 to 2015, we started realizing, hey, maybe some other approaches have more promise. So then we kind of pushed through 2015 to 2018 or so for an institutional focus, and that has been, I'd say, successful to a large extent in getting people to switch to more effective tactics. So really starting to, don't take yourself too seriously. Think about how could I be wrong? Start to, follow scientific discussions, even if it's like physics or something. It helps you build this kind of critical mindset that can help you, become a researcher. And maybe after getting, a bachelor's degree, you might want to go to grad school and get a PhD. That's what a lot of people do to really think about these social systems and to be able to understand what is most effective to create social change.
Thank you so much. Let me put up another question that we got from our YouTube live stream. Asking about the resources that you would recommend to learn more about these different topics.
Yeah, so I did publish a book in 2018 called The End of Animal Farming that covers most of this. It doesn't cover all of the research because some of that's been since 2018, in which case it's on Sentience Institute's website. Our website has a lot of very long reports, so we have a blog that has some shorter content. If you go to sentienceinstitute.org and click on the blog, you can get some shorter analysis of social change and this sort of thing. Reading through the websites of some of these other organizations, Animal Charity Evaluators is a great group that I used to work for until 2016, and they recommend highly effective charities to help animals, in particular farmed animals, and produce a lot of great blog posts and reports and research on the most effective strategies to create change. If you're interested in some other books on the topic, those examples of books I had in my presentation, which I'm happy to link to these slides or anything like that, those are good. The Better Angels of Our Nature is definitely a college level read, but is a very good book on these topics. Factfulness, I think, is a book that's a lower reading level, maybe good for middle school or high school students, that covers some, again, ways of thinking about this kind of what we call social science, similar to social studies in school.
Great, thank you so much. Do you want to add any last comments before we wrap up? Give people one more chance to ask a question if they'd like to, but for the most part, if you want to wrap up, say any last comments to your viewers.
Sure. No, I mean, I'd encourage everyone to continue focusing on this. When I got involved, I started doing research on this around 2015. A ban on factory farming was definitely not on the table. And it's amazing how much the kind of movement has progressed. And like I said, young people today are going to become the leaders of this, modern movement. I think of a book like Silent Spring, written in 1962, that kind of kicked off what we would call the modern environmental movement. And who knows, in 2032, we might have another Silent Spring written by somebody who is on this call today, about how we should, end animal farming, once we've already had some of these discussions, have further progress. So yeah, I'd encourage everyone to get involved, to create change. I think there's a good chance within the next couple of years we'll see, more bills proposed and discussed like this factory farming bill, and maybe some things even start to pass, like moratoriums on, large CAFOs, concentrated animal feeding operations. So thanks all of you for all the work you do, and definitely stay involved. This is a great place to be.
Thank you so much, Jacy. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your comments. I think, yeah, I'm definitely very excited about this legislation. The fact that this is even a conversation that's happening right now, that's a possibility. Super, super exciting. And thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we will quickly be looking into two more presentations. These are smaller presentations, just quick messages from the Natural Resources Defense Council, from Friends of the Earth, and from Default Veg is the first one that we'll be quickly looking at. So I'll pull up the presentation for Default Veg in just a minute. Basically going to be talking about their work at that organization, and then we'll be talking more about climate-friendly food at Friends of the Earth, especially talking about high schools, and then NRDC will be talking about colleges and how you can be an advocate for more climate-friendly food at a college campus or your high school campus, whatever that might be. So I am going to pull that up. We should be able to. Okay, let me see if we can quickly get the default veg presentation as a screen share, make sure that's loaded, and that should be good to go right now. So that's really exciting. Okay. Just one more time, I'm going to restart it because it seemed to be having a little bit of an issue with the audio. So I should be able to add audio right now, and then let me see. Okay, so I have the audio option on now, so we should be able to hear.
Reverse of what we normally see today. Just by shifting to the default, you can influence social norms in your community and increase demand for plant-based eating. I first wanted to start off by mentioning that with a global pandemic, sometimes people are even less interested in having conversations about food than they normally would be. But this moment in our history is an optimal time to be talking about these issues because, as seen by the introduction of legislation to ban factory farming by Cory Booker in the US, we're realizing that this is a moment that we have a chance to really make a huge change. To quote the article, "We have to wake up. Factory farms are breeding ground for pandemics," which talks about the links between factory farming and pandemic outbreak, says it can feel wrong or simply impossible to focus on anything other than getting through this most challenging moment. But the vulnerability that makes the present so painful is exactly why some discussions just can't wait. The suffering we stand to reduce or increase by the threads of action that we begin to unwind now could be magnitudes of what we're currently experiencing. So with that being said, I'm going to dive into default veg and help give you the tools to help your community move away from factory farmed products as much as possible. First, a bit about the creation of default veg and the idea behind it. I think we can all agree that plant-based eating is trending, and we're seeing more and more products and meals come out at restaurants and in grocery stores each year. And this is even shown by some of the largest companies and food service providers and corporations adding more plant-based meals and options to their menus. And then we have the known success of behavioral nudges, specifically defaults. Professor Richard Thaler, recipient of the 2017 Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences, wrote the best-selling book Nudge about helping people make better decisions using nudge theory. When he observed that human inaction limited participation in beneficial programs like retirement savings plans or school lunch programs, he proposed that governments and employers should make participation in these programs the default option. People are free to opt out of them, but the inertia is on the side of the preferred outcome, making the more beneficial choice the easy one. The concept of defaults is commonly talked about when referring to organ donation. And as you can see here, when you are automatically opted into organ donation, over 80% up to 100% of people stay organ donors. But when you have to make the conscious choice to opt into it, you see that number dip to less than 30%. So if we can make the right choice for animals and our planet the easy choice, people are much more likely to try it out. So putting those two pieces together about plant-based food being on the rise and trending, and then the success of the idea of defaults, you get default veg. As I mentioned at the very beginning, the concept is simple. Offer plant-based meals by default and give diners the choice to add meat or dairy upon request. That's really all it is. This is really easy for catering and conferences, even in dining facilities, and I'll share some ways to implement this in your communities and some strategies for that. And then the biggest point I always touch on is this is the most inclusive policy or food practice anybody could adopt, because the majority or even everyone can eat a plant-based meal, obviously with a few restrictions to allergies that you'd have to deal with anyway in any case, but not everybody can eat a meal with animal products. So this might actually make it easier for catering staff or easier for office meetings. It's cost neutral or can even save you money, and it has a significant impact on the carbon emissions from the meals, as you can imagine. So there have been some studies done specifically about this concept. A study conducted at Harvard in 2017 consisted of an experiment in which two groups of conference participants were presented with different default meal selections. When registering and selecting their meal preferences, a controlled group of participants were presented with a choice of a meat default and had to indicate their preference for a vegetarian option if one was desired. And then in the experimental group, it was the opposite. Conference participants were presented with a vegetarian default option and had to opt in for meat if they so choose. As you can see, when offered a meat default, 76% stuck with that meat option. When you switch the default option to vegetarian, only 33% of people actually made the choice to opt in for a meat meal and to choose it. So in this study, there was a 43% increase in veg meals served just by switching the default. All they did. This study, there was another study done in Denmark that was peer-reviewed and is published and it's out there you can take a look at, that found an even greater success rate in which switching the default option on the registration form to veg meals found up to an 85% increase in the amount of veg meals chosen just by changing the default veg. So this option for registration forms really, really does work. There is also another great quote from Thursday Veggie Day that the city of Ghent adopted, where they made vegetarian meals the default option in their 30 publicly funded schools on Thursdays. So if people wanted to opt in for meat, they could. So there wasn't any pushback. People didn't feel like anything was getting taken away from them. But the result is that 94% of the students ate a vegetarian meal on Thursdays. The default option was changed. So the three main ways we're currently working with communities right now to adopt and implement default veg are the following, but we're also open to creative suggestions and working in other places like dining halls on campus and things like that. But first, for institutions and also for communities, for cafes, we're asking them to offer plant-based milks by default. For conferences and events, like I just showed in those two studies, asking them to just change their registration form to have the veg meal the default option. It's a very simple switch. And then for organizations and offices, this is a big one right now, is asking them to adopt default veg for all future events and meetings they host. So they might not be serving food right now at all, but this is a very great time actually to come in and talk about a food practice for the future that you can put into place now and then don't have to worry about, implementing for a little bit of time. And this is just a quote from someone at the American Lung Association who we worked with last year that said she thought default veg was great for her event. It was an easy opportunity to reduce their carbon footprint of her conference, as well as share a message about plant-based eating and sustainability to their audience, especially since it coincides with the initiatives at the American Lung Association. The participants loved the food and didn't even question the lack of animal products. So in terms of the resources that we offer, we provide free consultation to anybody who wants to work with us to help their community go default veg in one way or another. We have tons of materials. We can help you with communications and recognize you on social media and get media attention for what you're doing. And then we also have a really wonderful recipe tool on our website right now with over 10,000 completely plant-based recipes. So you can visit www.defaultveg.org for that, just to search at home or to share with friends. And then last but not least, we have the Default Veg Ambassador Program, which is a more formal way to be involved with us. And this is just a program where anyone who wants to commit to getting at least one or more organizations, campus dining halls, cafes, etc., to go default veg can sign up, and then we'll help you through the language development of what you're going to ask them, help you strategize the best way to ask the community to go default veg. And this is something you can put on a resume and really also make an impact in your community. So for more information, you can email us at info@defaultveg.org, and then we'll send you some materials and the registration form to sign up. So to end here, I hope Default Veg has helped give you some tips to help normalize plant-based eating in your communities and on your campuses. Default Veg is the most inclusive way to serve food. Everyone can eat a plant-based meal for a group gathering, and you're not taking away anybody's freedom of choice to eat what they want. We have the chance to make this the new sustainable norm when we go back to dining in groups, and you can help be a part of making that happen. If your organization is putting other practices in place for public health, ask them if they'd be interested in aligning their food practices with their values for that. One that's inclusive for all and supports an industry that is not a breeding ground for future pandemics. Make default veg the new normal. And I'll end with this quote from the article I shared at the beginning. It really does matter if we talk about this, our food choices, right now. Share our concerns with our family and friends, explain these issues to our children, wonder together about how we should eat differently, call on our political leaders, and support advocacy organizations fighting factory farming. Leaders are listening. Changing the most powerful industrial complex in the world, the factory farm, could not possibly be easy, but in this moment, with the stakes as it is, might be for the first time in our lives possible. So with that, thank you so much for joining me today. Please contact me for more information and enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you all for the amazing work you're already doing, and I hope to connect with all of you soon.
So exciting to have Default Veg present and to hear from Ilana. That was really important. We've mentioned a few times throughout the summit, changing the norm, right? Just changing what is the normal, what exactly is like the default, if for our systems, for individual action, the importance of those kinds of things. We do have another presentation in this short amount of time, just another short presentation and that will be hosted by, it's by Chloe Waterman and by Sujatha Bergen. Chloe is with Friends of the Earth, and Sujatha is with Natural Resources Defense Council, NRDC. And so I'm going to pull up that video as well. Make sure to turn the audio on, and we can hear from their presentation as well. So let me quickly get that ready, and then we'll be able to, okay.
Hi guys, my name is Sujatha Bergen.
All right, should be good to go.
And I work with the Natural Resources Defense Council, NRDC. We're a national environmental group, and I work with NRDC to fight climate change by changing agriculture and how we produce our food in this country. I'm super excited to be here to talk with you guys today. And also excited that you're taking some time on your summer vacation to find out more about these really important issues. Chloe, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Sujatha, and just ditto the thanks to everybody who's part of this summit. I think it's so cool what you guys are doing. I cared about these issues when I was in middle school, high school, and college, but just we weren't nearly as organized back then. So I'm really just glad to know that this is happening, and thanks for letting us be a part of it. I'm the program manager for Friends of the Earth's Climate Friendly Food Program. So we're an environmental and social justice organization, and the work that I do is around shifting away from factory farmed animal products and toward plant-based foods and organic agriculture.
So Chloe, why is it important to look at your cafeteria? It doesn't seem like the same as taking like cars off the road or shutting down coal plants.
I know, we don't get enough attention in food. Food is a more important climate solution than people make it out to be. And really, like your own cafeteria, if you want to make a difference on climate, on factory farm issues, animal welfare, it's one of the most direct points of leverage that students have for making a difference. If you're in college and you're the customer paying for the meal plan, or you're in high school and you're the ultimate customer of the food and nutrition services department, that gives you leverage to make a change in your cafeteria. What do you think, Sujatha?
Oh yeah, I think it's so important. And in fact, if you want to go to the next slide, I can talk about this amazing report that I read when I was first learning about these issues. I had no idea that food was so important when it comes to climate change. But if you look at this chart, you can see that around the world, about 15% of climate pollution comes from animals that are raised for food. And what's even crazier about that is more than the amount of pollution that they think comes from cars and planes and buses. So if you want to fight climate change, it's really important to tackle the greenhouse gas emissions that are coming from the animals that we're raising for food. And you can just see here that the difference between the emissions between different types of foods. So on the column, the left side is the amount of greenhouse gases associated with producing a certain type of food, and in the bottom are different types of food. And you can see that beef, the amount of climate pollution associated with beef is like orders of magnitude higher than the amount associated with squash and spinach and plants generally. And why is that? That's because when you grow feed for animals, whatever animals, you have to feed them, right? Unfortunately, in many countries, especially in the United States, we do it industrially, which means we don't do it organically, and we put tons of pesticides and fertilizer on those crops. And those chemicals are made with fossil fuels. So that's one source of the greenhouse gas emissions. And then certain animals like cows they produce methane when they digest that feed, which is a very powerful greenhouse gas pollutant. And then finally, all animals produce manure, which when it's spread and breaks down or stored, it also emits climate pollution. So they're kind of like, animals are mini greenhouse gas machines roaming the earth. And the fact that we eat so much of it makes the problem way worse.
Yeah, definitely. And school food programs, whether K through 12 and college, are actually big contributors to this. For K through 12, we serve 7 billion meals annually. I mean, that is a massive program. That's more than McDonald's. That's, it's huge.
Right.
And so if we can shift even a small portion of those meals to plant-based foods, that can make a big difference. And Sujatha, I think that you probably have seen this case study that Friends of the Earth did around Oakland Unified School District. They reduced their meat and dairy purchases by 30% over a period of 2 years. And they were able to generate huge climate and water savings from that. So they saved 42 million gallons of water. They had a 14% reduction in their carbon footprint. And if the school had done that by like planting trees or solar panels, it would have been 15,000 trees or 87 solar systems installed. And those things are expensive, but in fact, the school district saved money doing this. So students can make a cost case, and we can, share this this case study with you. This is a really persuasive thing, I think, to share with your school district.
Yeah, and what was the climate friendly food like that school started serving? Is it like a piece of lettuce with your ton on top? Or?
No, and actually, that's a good point, because student satisfaction went up over that period.
Oh wow!
It was small changes like shifting a beef and bean chili to more of a bean chili. Adding more beans in it. Like a lot of these changes students didn't even notice. So it's not like these are dramatic changes necessarily. And there's different ways to go about it. You could do it by doing like a meatless Monday. You could do blended recipes. You could have just a plant-based option available every day. Like there's so many ways you can do it, which kind of brings us to our next question around how we can make changes in our own cafeterias. Like what are the steps to actually take? So I brainstormed kind of the way that I would go about doing this, and Sujatha, I'm curious to hear what you think. But first, I think teaming up with other students from your school, from your district, like you're always stronger with more numbers. Set a goal, like what is it that you want to get out of your school? You could say, we want beef off the menu. You could say, we want a plant-based option that's available every day. You could ask for meatless Mondays or lean and green Thursdays. Think about what is it that your community wants? What can you make the ask of your school food service director? Then go and engage them, engage your cafeteria manager or the school food service director. Ask for a meeting and just say, hey, this is something that our group of friends, our group of colleagues, our club, if you have an environmental or an animal welfare club at your school, like get that club engaged with it. See if the whole club can have a meeting with the food service director and ask, what can we do to get more plant-based options? Figure out how to show the community's support for that. Maybe get a petition going. You could have a demonstration. You could, if the food service director kind of refuses to make changes and you need to have more aggressive campaigning, you could, send them a petition, or you could do like a demonstration at lunch that, is asking for these plant-based options. But also recognize like they probably want to help and figure out how can you support them. Maybe they want to serve a plant-based option, but they're afraid students won't eat it. And so how can you help them? Can you help market it? Can you offer to, like with a club, create posters that show why the options are climate friendly and should be chosen? Like what can you do to make these plant-based options successful in the cafeteria? Because ultimately they do have to be successful financially for this to be sustainable. So how can you like advise and support your cafeteria manager? And then, following up and ensuring implementation. What do you think about this, Sujatha? Is there anything that you would add, like other tactics or ways to go about this?
No, I think that's really exciting. I think, we're often, if we haven't done a lot of activism, surprised when people actually care what we think. But I think in the area of food and cafeterias, the food service director or the director of your school, I think, really cares about what the students think of the food and ways to make it better. And so you have a powerful voice on this issue. So I love all these ideas.
Awesome.
Yeah,
and just, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry, Chloe.
I was just wanted to add a few tips in here too, not burning bridges, making sure to understand and be sympathetic to the fact that your food service director, like, they're under pressure to make a profit from the school lunch program or the college cafeteria, and figuring out, how can you support them with that. Be positive, involve diverse voices. Like, if the cafeteria manager thinks, oh, this is just a group of like five random students that really care about this, that's not going to be enough to really make a change. Like, how can you bring in different constituencies? And especially, thinking about how can you make sure that the options you're advocating for are culturally appropriate, like given the constituency at your school. Like, if you have a large Latinx population, like, can you work with some of those students to make sure that the plant-based options you're promoting are culturally appropriate and tasty? And then being patient. Sometimes this does take time. Like, sometimes the schools are procuring the food a year and, making decisions about the menus a year in advance. And so how can you get started early, really get in there and be able to make the changes? Do you have any tips to add?
No, that is great. And then I think it's making a change locally where you are is probably the most immediate way that you can make a difference on these issues. And it also sends a signal to the bigger companies that are running hundreds or thousands of cafeterias around the country that this is what students want these days. And so then just to talk about how can you make change beyond your cafeteria.
No, go for it.
Yeah. Beyond your cafeteria, there are major cafeteria companies like Sodexo, Aramark, Compass that are some of the largest sellers of meals in the country, number 2, 3, and 4 actually in the United States. They sell millions of meals a day. And if they were to make company-wide changes and commitments to climate-friendly foods, that could make a huge difference and a dent in the greenhouse gas emissions they emit. And so how do you get these big companies to listen to you? Well, they actually do care what you think, especially if they serve your cafeteria. And students around the country have been very active in getting these companies to change. They've issued climate report cards, and they've done die-ins in their dining hall. They've presented petitions to their dining service director and asked him to deliver it to the company CEO. And then one of the other most powerful things you can do is ask your dining service director or principal to make sure that in the next contract they sign with their cafeteria company, that there is a commitment by the company to fight climate change across the board, not just at your school, but across the board. And Chloe, I know that you have been working also to mobilize students to get these companies to change. Are there any other cool tactics that students have used that you think have been effective?
Yeah, we're working on a campaign called the Real Meals Campaign, and folks can check it out at realmealscampaign.org. But yeah, just exactly what you said, Sujatha. Actions that are taken like at one campus can influence the entire corporation. Like, students have a lot of leverage with these companies through their university. So exactly what you said, like making sure you're asking to see that contract. Like, if you're really interested in plant-based options, you can work with your school to try to get a requirement in that contract that the company has to provide plant-based options at your school. So yeah, we've done an action like at Aramark's headquarters that had students from different colleges around the country getting involved. I love your campaign ideas here. And I think a lot of these could work at the high school level too. Like, figure out if you are in high school or middle school, is your cafeteria run by one of these cafeteria corporations like Aramark or Sodexo or Compass Group, or is it independent and self-operated? And that kind of helps you figure out who's really the target of your campaign here.
Awesome. Well, our time's up. We know that you guys have a packed agenda. So thank you again for listening to us for a few minutes. And we would love to talk to you more. So if you want to reach out to the organizers of the summit, they know how to get a hold of us, and we'd love to help you in your school move forward on these issues.
Yeah, totally. Our organizations, but also so many partners that we work with, would love to work directly with you and support you in this advocacy. We can be consultants, partners, whatever you need to make this work. So yeah, thanks again for the opportunity, and good luck for the rest of the summit.
All right, so that was our two presentations from Default Veg and from two coordinators at Friends of the Earth and at Natural Resources Defense Council. We'll be starting our next panel in just a few minutes, so we'll just have a hold for 3 minutes and then we'll be starting our youth panel. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Hello, everyone. We're ready to start our youth panel, which is so exciting. One of the events for today that I have been looking forward to the most. So we're definitely excited for that. We'll be hearing from a variety of youth activists, including Genesis Butler, the founder of Youth Climate Safe Movement. We'll be hearing from youth speaker Vegan Evan, who has done amazing activism. We'll be hearing from Hannah Testa from the platform Hannah for Change. And so we're really excited. I just want to give everyone an opportunity to introduce themselves really quickly, just see a little bit of what they've done and the organizations they're representing. So really quickly, I'll add them on here, and they can tell you a little bit of who they are and just quickly say hello. Guys, go ahead.
Hello. Hi, I'm Vegan Evan.
Hi, Lana.
And I'm 9 years old, and I love animals, the planet, and my health. And I think that there's every reason to be vegan and to ban factory farms for all the reasons I just stated, for health, for the planet, and for the animals. We have every reason for it, and well, that's what we need to do.
Thank you, Evan. Genesis, do you want to jump in?
Sure. So my name is Genesis Butler, and I'm 13 years old, and I'm a climate activist. And I think it's really important to ban factory farming because it does no good for us, and it does no good for the planet. So it's really important to ban it.
Hannah, go ahead.
All right. Hi, I'm Hannah. I'm 17 years old, and I'm an environmental activist. So I focus on the environmental aspects, but also I'm just a huge animal lover. And my big goal is that nobody wants to be part of the problem. They just don't realize the solutions, and it's a big education issue. So once people learn about the problem, how they can get involved, that's when you start seeing some real change.
Yeah, and one more thing, I'm an activist too for the health, for the planet, and for the animals. I'm a vegan activist.
Thank you all so much. Yeah, I think that's a great introduction. These people are all amazing speakers. They've all done a lot of youth activism on this topic. And I'm just going to be the facilitator, the host for this, and I've also been the host for the Youth Summit to Ban Factory Farms, and the lead organizer for that. So that's kind of my role here, and I'd love for us to get started. I might take my screen off for a little bit once we get started, but I'll be right back. So let's start with Genesis, if that's okay. Can you tell us your story and how you learned about factory farms and became an activist against unsustainable agricultural practices? And then we'll go to our other panelists.
Okay. So the way that I became an activist was after I went vegan. I started figuring out about all like the benefits that veganism does, because I knew that it was helping the animals, but it was helping more than that. So then that's when I figured out about the environmental aspect. So then I realized, well, since I'm vegan, I'm not contributing to that, so I might as well fight for that. So then I became an environmental activist, and I gave my TED Talk. And I did that on the environment because at the time it wasn't getting talked about as much as it should be because it's harming our planet. And then after my TED Talk, I really became an environmental activist because I realized how important it is and how I'm in need of a thriving planet to live on, so I need to fight for it. So yeah, that's really how I figured out about what animal agriculture was doing to the planet, was when I figured about all like the facts that it's harming the planet and how our land's being taken up by this. So that's when I really decided to become an environmental activist.
Thank you so much, Genesis. Next, I'd love to hear from Hannah. Do you want to share about your story, your journey to becoming an activist on these issues, and why you feel so passionate?
Yeah, of course. And in a funny way, when Genesis was sharing her story, I have a very similar story, but kind of flipped the other way around. I was a big environmentalist, and I cared a lot for our planet. And through that, I started learning about how that really impacted animals. And for most of my life, I was already vegetarian. I was the first of my family, and it was unheard of for my culture to be vegetarian. And I just didn't want to eat my friends. And as I got older and I started learning how even just the dairy industry and the egg industry plays a big role environmentally, but also just the animal abuse that goes into that, I knew I didn't want to partake in it. And actually, the first time that I really became vegan, I went and attended a pig vigil that actually both Genesis and Evan were there with me for. And once I just saw, the fear in their eyes and see the pain that they're going through firsthand, I knew I didn't want to contribute to this. And I've been vegan ever since. And I just put in effort, to educate myself. I've watched so many documentaries and spread the word as much as I can. So that's kind of an insight on my story and how I got involved.
Thank you so much. Evan, what's your story? How did you get involved? How did you become a vegan activist against factory farms?
So my story is before I was born, my mom was actually vegetarian. So when I was 4, I decided that I didn't want to eat most animals, but I still wanted to eat fish. So I was like a pesco-lacto-ovo vegetarian. So then me and my mom read some articles and we found out that fish had families, friends, and feelings, just like everyone else and all the other animals that I decided to not eat. So I stopped eating fish. And then when I was around 5, my mom, on the way to school, she told me that she was going to try being vegan because she'd watched a documentary while I was asleep called Cowspiracy. So I said, I want to also, but she said that she didn't think it was a good idea. And that wasn't because she thought veganism was bad, she just hadn't tried it yet. But I said, no, Mommy, if the animals are being hurt and I don't need it, then I don't want it. But she didn't know all the good foods that are vegan. So she said, well, you can't have cupcakes, you can't have pizzas, you can't have a whole bunch of stuff that you eat now. So why don't you just let me try it? But I said, no, Mommy, if the animals are being hurt and I don't need it, then I don't want it. Ever since, I've been vegan, and so is my mom. I eat cupcakes and pizzas that are vegan, of course. And I get to eat so much more, and I get to help the planet, the animals, and my health. And I mean, we have every reason to be vegan, and those same reasons are why we should ban factory farms. And the poor animals in the factory farms are so bad for the planet, and then they're so bad for the people's health, and then the people who eat the stuff in the factory farm, their health. And we have every reason to be vegan and ban factory farms and be activists against factory farms. So even actually before I went vegan, I already started becoming active, but then I doing videos. But then when I became vegan, we started doing protests and a whole bunch of stuff. So that's all good.
Thank you so much, Evan. Yeah, thank you all for sharing your stories. That was really great to hear. And I think we can all kind of relate, as youth activists, starting out as an environmentalist, starting out as a vegan, starting out thinking about animals, and just slowly learning that all of these things are connected. That's definitely been my experience as well. So some of you here lead organizations, and I'd love to hear the story of, I guess I'll go with Genesis, your organization, the kind of work that you do, and how you're fighting factory farms.
Yeah, so I have 2 animals and I have Youth Climate Safe. So with Genesis for Animals, I raise money for sanctuaries all around the world just so that I can give them money if they have any medical bills or if they need money for food. So the way that I'm helping factory farms is, well, once all these animals are free, they're all going to need a place to go. So I raise money so that they can have a place to go and have a home. And the other organization that I started this in quarantine called Youth Climate Save. And this, we have 66 chapters all around the world. We have some in India and Africa, all over. So I started that, and that's helping ban factory farms because we fight against factory farms and talk about why and how it's harming our planet, because it's just a bunch of youth and we're realizing about how much of a damage animal agriculture is doing to our planet. So we're talking about this.
Thank you so much, Genesis. Yeah, I'm part of Youth Climate Safe Movement. It's really amazing. And yeah, definitely, it's really great to be part of a movement like that. Many of you guys are also really passionate about environmental issues. Hannah, I'd love for you to start us off with this topic. Can you tell us why climate and environmental activists should care about issues such as factory farming and unsustainable agriculture, which we obviously care about here?
Yeah, most definitely. And I know Genesis is more going to focus on the climate side of it, so I'm going to talk more of the other side, the environmental side of factory farming. So there's a big pollution aspect. When you think of the animal sewage, there's no processing plants for animal sewage. So a lot of times it's stored in these waste lagoons, or it's just sprayed over fields. And a lot of times when there's rain, this runoff can end up going into the water and into our water streams and our water systems, and that causes a lot of pollution. And even just the pesticides that are used on the crops that they're growing solely to feed animals, runoff for that creates a huge waste problem, not waste problem, a pesticide pollution problem in our water streams. And even just water use is so big. There's so much water that's needed to grow these crops to feed these animals, and also there's a lot of water needed to just keep these animals alive. So we use so much water solely to make, the food that people eat. And also just land use. There's so much land that is used, like deforestation, solely to create grazing space for cows and other animals, and desertification from these animals. And even you see earlier this year with the Amazon rainforest burning down, that was because it all started to create room for cows and to create room for soybean growing to feed these cows. So even just the Amazon rainforest, that was specifically, a vegan issue. And even just with the ocean, I'm a big ocean activist, but even just with like fisheries, there's a lot of practices that are just very unsustainable. They destroy the coral reefs. They catch a lot of other animal creatures called bycatch, so like turtles, dolphins, any species when they're trying to catch fish. And it also, when you're doing fisheries on the coast, there's a lot of feces and antibiotics and pesticides that's going into our oceans, and that's never good. So there's already so many other things environmentally that plays a part when you think of factory farming and when we're using animals for our food, but also there's a huge sector on the climate side that I know Genesis will talk more about.
Thank you so much, Hannah. Yeah, definitely. There's climate impacts, there's environmental impacts, and they're also connected. That I think it's really important that we talk about food systems as well if we're going to talk about mitigating the climate crisis, taking on environmental issues. There's also the aspect that we're all young people. And Evan, this question's for you. Why would you say that it's especially important as young people that we advocate against factory farms?
Well, I think it's really important for one reason. It's that it's for our future. And I mean, I want a future, and this is what we have to do. We have to educate people so they can make choices that will help. And also, I think that a lot of people listen to kids also, which I think that the more people who do it, the more kids who do it, the more people who are gonna go vegan and are gonna want to ban factory farms. So we have to speak up.
I definitely agree. That's really important that we use our voices, right? That we try to get these issues out there as much as we can. This question is next for Hannah. If listeners are upset about issues happening with factory farming and animal agriculture, what are steps that they can take in their individual lifestyles against these industries?
I think the biggest thing is to educate yourself. You really need to learn more about the problem and also just the solutions. And the obvious one is to go vegan, ditch dairy and meat and eggs. That's the biggest thing you can do in your personal life, even just to reduce your carbon footprint. But I've definitely learned so much from different documentaries, and there's so many great resources that even you've heard today on this conference. But even so, you want to take it even further than just yourself. And that's why, the three of us are activists, is because there's so much more you can do than just changing your diet. You can get involved politically and support bills and legislation. You can also work with businesses to provide vegan options or to completely ditch animal products. So there's so many ways that you can get involved, even just as a young person. Like, none of us are voting age, and we can still have a big influence on the policy that we create, because we are still consumers, we are constituents, and businesses and government leaders want to hear from us. And technically, we hold the power as constituents and consumers, and we forget that a lot of times. We vote with our money, with our wallet, and our parents vote with a ballot, and we are the bosses of these people and tell them what we want. And so if you use that power and tell them that they need to make changes, a lot of times you'll start to see that change.
Definitely. There's so much that we can each do. And I think you guys are all an example of that, right? Like, even as really young people, even before you can vote, there's so much impact that you can have using your voice, using your actions, using your example. Evan, this question's also for you, about if listeners are upset with issues happening with factory farming and animal agriculture, what are steps that they can take in their individual lifestyles against these industries?
Well, the first thing they can do is they can go vegan, and they can just try vegan. And that's what I think is really important. They don't have to just go vegan, they can try it. And that if they try it, I think that they'll just see amazing results. And if they become vegan, then they'll want more people to become vegan, and they'll realize why it's so terrible, all this stuff happening, and they can do things for themselves. They can do some posts on social media. They can do tons of stuff. They can go do some protests against factory farms. There's so many things they can do. And then they can become activists, and they can teach other people, and they can show other people why they think that they should be vegan and why they think that they should try it. And if they do that, eventually the whole world will be vegan, and there will be no need for factory farms even. There will be no need for any of this. Everyone, just think, if one person goes vegan in their personal life and they tell two people about it, and then they decide to go vegan, then each of them tells two people. Eventually it'll be millions, billions, and the whole world will be vegan. So what you do can change everything.
Thank you so much, Evan. I definitely agree. A lot of us are motivated by first changes in our behavior as individuals, and then we later become activists. We later go on to influence other people to go after systemic issues. I agree that definitely starts there pretty often. Also, an important aspect of the summit we have here today is that we are focusing on civic engagement, right? We're focusing on legislative advocacy. Hannah, why is it so important that our activism goes beyond individual action to also the legislative and systemic level?
I touched on it a little bit earlier, but there's so much that you can do even just as one person. And systemically getting involved, in the legislative policy side, that can create a huge impact, especially because it takes a lot of effort, to do it, to reach out to businesses one by one and trying to get them, to be on board, because not all of them will. And once you put policy in place, that really demands for there to be action, for there to be change, and everyone has to, abide by it. And there's enforcement on it, and sometimes even a punishment if they don't, abide to that policy. So policy change is very effective. And we've already seen in recent years, the policy changes that we're seeing, especially in California, on these animal issues, but also just all over the US and all over the world, how much of an impact that it's having. Because a lot of times these businesses don't want to give up the practices that, they've been doing and have been working for them But once you really create policy change that really enforces them that they have to make a change, you really start to see a global change. It also just inspires other people too. I know when there's legislation in certain states, that inspires other states to get involved too, same just on the national level. So even if it's just starting out small, who knows where that can go later on.
Thank you so much, Hannah. Definitely. We definitely believe in legislative advocacy. That's what we're here to do. And we want to give you all the opportunity to do that as well. If you join our lobby training tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, then you can come to our congressional meetings, which we'll be having tomorrow and the day after. So definitely stay tuned for that. I'm going to be reposting that in the comments for all of our live streams again soon. And aside from that, we also are in a very unique moment. Another aspect to talk about in time, there's a global pandemic happening right now, and there's also a major, amazing, inspiring uprising for racial justice. How do factory farms intersect with these issues, Genesis?
Yeah, so factory farms intersect with these issues because people of color are the ones impacted the most because they live near these factory farms, so they can't open up their windows because they're getting waste sprayed into their yards. So that's leading to heart disease and cancer. So they can't open up their windows because they live near these places, which they don't choose to live there, but those are the only homes that they can get. And in the slaughterhouses, the workers are mostly people of color. And right now, with COVID, they're getting coronavirus and they're dying from this. So people are putting meat before the workers. So there's a bunch of workers that are people of color that are dying because they have to work in these places, which no, they don't choose to work there, but they have to work there because they can't get good jobs. There's immigrants there and all types of people of color that have to work there. And also in areas where people of color live, that's where climate change is affecting the most. So it's mainly affecting people of color, especially the workers, because it puts them in a bad mental state because you're constantly killing animals. So then we start to wonder, well, why is our world so hateful when we're the ones eating this and we have workers that have to work in here and have to kill these animals? So I think it's really important for people not to eat this because you're not contributing to harming the workers, you're not contributing to harming our planet, and you're not contributing to harming your health. So it does no good for us or our planet, so we really need to stop eating this.
Definitely. There's so many different issues around why factory farming is a problem, why our consumption patterns which support this industry are a problem, right? I'd love to also hear from you guys anything that inspires you. Obviously you're all still speaking out. You're all still doing this work despite all of these really difficult things to deal with, especially as young people. So if any of you guys want to chime in around what inspires you, what gives you hope as you continue to do this work.
Yeah, I can answer that question. For me, I live in Georgia. I don't think I mentioned that earlier. And there isn't a lot of vegans out here. And so sometimes it's harder because a lot of my vegan friends are out like in California or in other big cities. But it's really when I meet like-minded people and other people that are passionate about these issues that really motivates me to keep going too, that I'm not alone. I'm not the only one, working on this issue and trying to join this fight. But also just for my love for the animals and knowing that even though I don't see the impact I'm making, there's still so many animals that I could be saving just by the diet change that I've made myself and my family, but even just on other people and influencing them to reduce the meat they eat or even completely go vegan because every little bit does count, even if you're just one person. So really that motivates me. My love for the animals and just being with other people that think the same way as you.
Thank you, Hannah. Would Genesis or Evan, would you like to chime in as well?
Sure. You go ahead, Evan.
You go.
Okay. So what motivates me the most, I think, is the animals and my siblings. I think that since they're younger, they're gonna need a thriving planet to live on. So it makes me really want to keep on fighting for this and seeing everything that the animals have to go through. This is the least that I can do, and this is also going to be my planet and the planet for future generations. So I want to be able to tell future generations about everything that we had to do to get this planet to be a thriving planet, and I want my siblings to wake up and not have to worry about not having a future on this planet, because you should be able to know for sure that climate change is over and you're going to have for sure a future on this planet.
Thank you, Genesis. Evan, do you want to go ahead?
Sure. So what motivates me most is, well, seeing these animals, going to sanctuaries, seeing my family companion animals, and I mean, just seeing them, you can tell that the animals in the factory farms, it's terrible. They have feelings, and I mean, they don't want to do that. Imagine if any of us were a pig in a factory farm. I actually fostered a piggy, and he was amazing. You can tell that he had emotions and that he had feelings. And I mean, what keeps me going is just thinking about what if I was them. And if people can think about that, I don't know how they could not be vegan and not be fighting for veganism and banning factory farms right now.
Thank you, Evan. I think something else that we can touch on, aside from what keeps you guys going, right, and your work, is what you wish that adults would do to support you guys, because I know that even though this summit is youth organized, that some of the people that we have watching here are, as a matter of fact, not youth, that they're from different generations. And obviously we don't want to make young people carry all of the weight of this change. So is there anything that you guys would wish that other generations, that adults, especially in positions of power, could do to support the youth movement to be successful?
I can answer that. I think definitely what adults can do is kind of listen, really just sit back and listen to what young people have to say. You can see that with any issue. But I know specifically for me, I was really lucky that my parents did just that. When I started becoming vocal on these issues, you know, they were actually interested in what I had to say and they listened. You know, for them, being vegetarian was crazy idea, and let alone going vegan. And now, you know, they all are. And it really just took them to listen to what I had to say and understand where I'm coming from and why this is an issue. And I think a lot of times adults sometimes shut that down, or solely think, oh, just because you're just a kid, you don't know what you're talking about, and really just already bring us down and already have set in their mind that they don't want to listen to what we have to say. So if you really, listen and understand that we are passionate, we are educated, and we really want change. And even though we are young people, we are able to create change, whether it's speaking up, whether it's doing campaigns or doing our own organizations. There's a lot that we can do. And if you shut them down, even from the very beginning, as adults, especially as parents, you're their biggest motivator and their role model. So when you shut that down, that kind of takes away their spark and motivation to really get started. And there's so many great mentors, adult mentors I've had in my life that have really inspired me and helped me along the way. And they play such a huge role in my life. And there's so many young people, that need role models or would love to have more. I'm always looking for more because, you can learn so much from other generations too. I think it goes both ways. So I think you really just need to help listen to what we have to say, but also uplift our work too.
Thank you. Genesis or Evan, would you like to add on to what other generations adults can do to support the youth movement to, not make us have to carry all this weight by ourselves and help the youth movement be successful to, save our climate, save our planet, ban factory farms, and unsustainable agricultural practices, all of these different goals that we have?
Sure. So I think that what they can do is they can support us and they can listen to us, just like Hannah said, and they can help us because, I mean, I've heard them say that they don't care, they're old, but still, I mean, what about our future? They can help us and they can teach other people, they can be role models, they can just support us and tell us that we can do it and listen to us, just like Hannah said.
Let me go back to panel format. There we go. Thank you, Evan. It looks like we have an agreement here. Listen to us, please. Listen to what we have to say. Listen to what we care about. Genesis, would you like to add on to this question?
Sure. Yeah, I think what adults can do is just by, like Hannah said, supporting us and not contributing to these places. Because by spending money on these places, you're saying, oh, well, this is okay. So your dollar that you're spending is contributing to these places. And I think for parents especially that they need to go vegan because when you're vegan, you're ensuring that your kids will be able to have a future on this planet. I think that for all parents, it's really scary knowing about climate change and knowing how your kids might not have a future on this planet. So I think it's really important for parents especially to go vegan because there's so many studies out saying how if we were able to restore half of our native forest and if half of the world went vegan, we'd be able to reverse climate change that easily. So it's really important just even as one person to go vegan, from just one person to everyone. So I think it's really important for people to start going vegan.
Thank you, Genesis. So I think we've actually reached a conclusion here. Like, listen to us and don't support factory farming and the destructive animal agricultural industries. That's the answer. Also, do you guys have any advice for other youth activists? Maybe they're struggling with their parents who don't support them going vegan, don't support them being an activist, whatever that might be, or their peers, friends, anything like that. I know it can be really hard to get started. So do you guys have any advice for other young people like you guys?
Well, I think that so if their parents, if they won't support them and if they won't go vegan, then they should just tell them. They should tell them to look up some videos about what happens to the animals, about how it affects their future. And I think that they probably would understand and want to change and want to take action. And also, I think that no matter what people say, if your classmates, if they make fun of you or anything, it doesn't matter because you know you're doing the right thing. So just try to educate people, educate your parents, educate your classmates. And I mean, that's what I did. And I got one of my friends, my best friend from kindergarten, to go pretty much all the way vegan.
Congrats, Evan. That's really exciting. Getting those messages to other people and having them listen is always very, very exciting. Definitely agree with that. Genesis or Hannah, do you have any recommendations for other youth activists as well?
I can go. So I think for me, I would definitely say, if your parents aren't supportive, don't let that stop you. Because Evan mentioned earlier, you are doing the right thing. So try not to let other people get in your way, whether it is, your classmates or your friends or your family, trying to bring you down. Like I know the three of us are really lucky to have supportive parents, but some parents, don't want to listen or don't want to go vegan, and that's totally good out. But being an activist, that is, I'm so lucky to have the supportive parents to be an activist. But Don't let those people bring you down. I promise that if there's, if there's people bring you down, I promise there's at least 10 times the amount of people trying to bring you up. And you just got to find your group of people to support you, whether that's locally, whether that's a club, or organizations. And I mean, I know everyone here at this conference, we're your new family, and welcome home, because we're all here to support you and uplift you. So don't feel alone, and really just don't wait to get started. You don't have to wait until you're older to make a difference, or you feel like until you have the time, or until you're rich or have the perfect job to do whatever it is you want to do. You can start today, and don't let anything stop you.
Thank you so much, Hannah. Definitely. Is there anything that you would like to add? It doesn't have to be specifically to youth activists, but any other topics that you want to bring into this conversation that we can talk about?
I think I can add on to the first question. My audio was kind of messed up, so it was like glitchy, but now it's fine. But I think that for youth, the way that they can get inspired is just by talking to other youth and joining youth movements. I think it's always easier just to have some support, whether it's from your friends, your family, or others that you can just meet, because there's so many vegan kids now, and there's so many other activists you can talk to. So just having support from other people that have been vegan. I have Youth Climate Save, so if anyone wants to reach out to them, if there's any youth on here that doesn't know how to go vegan, or wants to get like inspired, or wants to meet other vegan kids, you can join Youth Climate Save and just DM that account. And we're actually going to start some like support groups for youth that want to go vegan, because it's really important to empower youth, especially because our voices do make a difference, and we're going to be the ones to make a change.
Thank you so much, Genesis. That's really inspiring. I think I'm going to circle back more to the topic of factory farming once again. If you guys could share what are your biggest reasons for opposing factory farming, and what are your messages to people about why they should oppose factory farming as well?
Anyone?
If you want.
You want to take it, Evan?
Can you say the question one more time?
So your biggest reasons for being against factory farming, and what you would say to other people why they should be against it.
So my biggest reasons to be against factory farming. Well, so for me, I am vegan for the animals first and foremost. So my biggest reason is because the animals, the factory farm, it harms the animals so much. They don't want to be, I mean, neither would I. They're just like us. They may look different and they may not speak our language, but they're just like us. But not just that, also for the planet, because I mean, I want to have a future, and everyone else that I know wants to have a future. So that, and also because of everyone's health. I mean, it's so important.
Yeah. Here, let me go back to, why does this look like that? Okay. Hannah, do you want to add anything? I know that you specifically focus a lot on the environment, on the plastics crisis, on all of these things going on our Earth. So if you want to, would you like to add on a little bit more about what motivates you and how you connect that to your work on the environment?
Yeah, most definitely. And I think we all kind of touched on it earlier. We all want a planet for our generation, but for generations to come. And a lot of that is, protecting our planet, our environment, and specifically just with climate change and how big of an issue that is, and how relevant that is to today because of how big it is and how it's continually growing, mainly because of big corporations or industries. And being vegan is a huge part of lowering your carbon footprint. And I know Genesis is going to talk a little bit about the climate change aspect, but she keeps cutting in and out. So I can talk a little bit about that because climate change, the biggest thing that you can do to lower your carbon footprint, as I said, is really going vegan, just because there is so much carbon that is used, to for the manufacturing of the machines for like growing crops, but more specifically, just methane is probably the biggest contributor for animal agriculture. So when you look at like cows and well, it's mainly cows, the huge population that we breed of cows solely for food, they release huge amounts of methane. And methane is about 4 times worse than carbon dioxide as a greenhouse gas. And so these cows are releasing methane into the air, and it's having a huge impact on our ozone layer, which is in turn a big part of the climate change crisis. But even just the transportation, refrigeration, everything that goes into factory farming and just the energy that's used to keep them up. There's so much carbon dioxide that's used, that's emitted from these practices, these really unsustainable practices. And so the best thing that you can do is really just ditch all the animal agriculture that you can. And the best thing to do is just go vegan and try and buy locally as well, because transportation of food is also a huge problem. So trying to buy from like local farmers markets, and if you can, definitely go vegan to not contribute to the dairy industry, the egg industry, and the meat industry.
Thank you so much, Hannah. Now that Genesis is back, Genesis, would you like to quickly touch on a little bit more of how bad factory farming and animal agriculture is for climate change and for greenhouse gases? If that.
Sorry, did you ask me a question?
Yeah, Genesis.
Sorry, my wife. Can you repeat it again?
It's okay. I was asking about climate change. So we were talking about how Hannah was working more on environment, and if you could talk more on just how bad it is for climate change and why, if you care about the environment, you should care about animal agriculture too.
Yeah, I think it's really important for people that fight for the climate and for the environment to talk about animal agriculture and how it's harming the planet, because it's not talked about as much as it should be. And yes, fossil fuels are harming the planet, but animal agriculture is also. So we're not going to be able to reverse climate change if we're not addressing this issue. And all of our land is also being taken up by these animals. 83% of our land has animals, has cows, chickens, and pigs to put them there and to grow their food crops, but it's only giving us 16% of our calories, which isn't a lot. So it's not sustainable. It's not helping us or our planet. We're losing our land, which is to give oxygen, which has our trees. So we're currently losing so much oxygen all the time just to put animals there. So it's not sustainable, and it's not helping people that live near them. And it's not helpful to our health, and it's not helpful to anything. I really don't think that there's a use for it either, because we have so many amazing vegan options now. So it's the best time to go vegan. I think now there's so many things and so many support groups you can have to go vegan, which I wish I had when I first went vegan. Because when I first went, there was like 2 brands of vegan cheese and there wasn't that much vegan options. But now when you go to the grocery store, there's aisles and aisles of vegan options and fruits and vegetables. So it's really important to go vegan. It's the best time now to go vegan.
Thank you, Genesis. Yeah, thank you for adding in that perspective. The founder of Youth Climate Save, always great to add that connection to climate change. In general, also with like everything that goes on in our food system, would you guys say that the average person really knows what's happening to the way that their food is raised? And are there any practices that aren't really talked about enough or that most people don't really know about?
So, yeah. So a lot of the time, people are shocked when we tell them about how they get their food. And I mean, I think that if everyone knew, I think that most of the population would be vegan, because I don't think that people just want to be mean. They just don't know the facts. So if we can teach them, then I think that they'll listen and maybe they'll become vegan.
Thank you, Evan. Hannah and Dennis, is there anything else that happens around our food systems, around animal agriculture, that you think that maybe just isn't talked about enough? There just isn't enough awareness about the way that it actually functions.
I don't think I have an exact. Oh, sorry.
I think.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's okay. You can go ahead, Hannah. You can go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I don't have like a specific like practice to say, but a little bit kind of what Evan mentioned. Even in my own community, right in my city, there's a Tyson chicken factory, and so you see these truckloads of chickens come into our community all the time, and everyone is devastated to see all these chickens. But there's just such a disassociation between the chickens in those crates compared to the chicken on their plates, and a lot of times they just don't understand that that's the same thing, or understanding what's really happening inside of these facilities. They think maybe it's, I don't know, peaceful, because it most definitely isn't, but they just don't understand how these living creatures end up into these chicken nuggets on their plates. So I think a lot of it is just education and awareness, trying to teach them that this is what's actually happening behind these brick walls. And this is how they're being treated even before that, from the day that they're born to the day of their slaughter. And Evan said earlier, if everyone knew that, I think more people would definitely go vegan.
Thank you, Hannah. Genesis, do you want to jump in?
Sure. I think that when we're young, we're not taught to question things. So, like, if you just have food placed in front of you, you're not going to think like, oh, chicken, or you're not going to think like, oh, this is a pig or a cow, because you don't question things. So I think it's really important to start questioning things. From a young age, I was always taught to question stuff from adults and from authority, as long as it's respectful. So I think that's something that needs to be talked about more, is questioning things, because when you have food in place in front of you, you don't really think about the animal that was killed for it. So I think it's really important for people to question things, because I think we're just desensitized, so we don't really think about the animals. But if we knew, like, oh, this is a cow, we wouldn't want to eat it. But if we don't know, we're just going to eat it and think food's food.
Definitely. Definitely. That is a lot of what happens, just this connection in general to where our food comes from. And then specifically when it has sentient beings involved, I think that just takes it to another level, where you feel bad for example, some animals being transported, but you don't think about how that connects, just like Hannah said, to the food that's on your plate. I think that happens a lot. And would you guys say that animal rights and environmentalism and fighting the climate crisis, those are all connected? And would you say that this is part of like a kind of like anti-oppression, like justice work in general?
Definitely. I think when you talk about veganism, I think everyone has their own definition, but for me specifically, it's just showing love and compassion to all creatures, not even just animals, but to everybody. But even Genesis talked earlier about how veganism plays a role in the Black Lives Matter movement, and environmental racism and climate change. And all these issues interconnect and overlap, and they're not just one issue, they're all interconnected. And you can't ignore the fact that they're all interconnected. They all play a role in each other, and it's going to take all of us to come together and play a part in every aspect before we really see change.
Thank you so much, Hannah. If you guys just want to go around and say one last message to all of our listeners, what you want them to take away from this panel, if there's one thing that they learned today, what should that be, and what do you want them to understand? So you guys can take as long as you want, but just go in turns.
So I guess I'll say, so what I think that people should take away from this is that they should be vegan. They should be vegan activists, and factory farms have to be banned. That's what really needs to happen. We need to have real change. And I mean, if factory farms are banned, can you imagine how much better this world would be? I mean, these poor animals, there's tens of thousands being killed every second. It's just terrible. So, I mean, factory farms need to be banned, and everyone needs to be vegan and then become vegan activists. Because, like I said before, one person can change the world. If they tell 2 people, each of them tell 2 people, and that just keeps going, the whole world will eventually be vegan. So that's what I think.
Thank you so much, Evan. Genesis or Hannah, would you like to go next?
Hannah, you can go ahead.
Okay, so I would say for the vegan watchers, keep it up, and thank you so much for all that you already do, and thank you just to everyone already watching. And I'm so excited that you're living this cruelty-free life with us and showing compassion and choosing compassion. And that you probably get people that try and bring you down and don't understand, what you're talking about, don't understand why you care so much. But there are so many vegans here to support you in your work and to lift you up. So don't let those few people try and bring you down, and know that, you're doing the right thing. You're standing in the right side of history. And if you aren't already vegan and joining in, I hope this conference, is the first step in your vegan journey. And I know we're all here to welcome you in that.
Thank you, Hannah. Genesis, do you want to wrap it up for us?
Sure. I think that if there's something that people should take away from this panel, I think just that it's really important to first be vegan and to also be kind to one another and be kind to all species on this planet, human or animals. I think that we can be the ones to make this change, and we just need to start being kind to just do good things every day. You can give money to a homeless person, compliment somebody. So just being kind to one another every day is going to make change in this world. And also just be vegan, and if you already are vegan, to become an activist, because I think there's some vegans that aren't activists yet, but it's really important to use your voice to get active, because everyone's voice matters and everyone can make a difference. So it's really important to get active, go vegan, and be kind.
Thank you all so much. You shared some amazing insights. I know that we have been completely flooded with comments while you guys have been speaking, talking about how inspiring you guys are, how much you give people hope for the future. So just know that you are being received so positively, and that we really, really appreciate you guys joining us here today. Yeah, next up, we'll be having a presentation from Food Empowerment Project, which is really exciting. We'll be hearing from Lauren Ornelas, the founder of Food Empowerment Project. And if any of you guys want to follow these amazing youth activists who were speaking here today, you can find them on social media, for example, at Vegan Evan, at Hannah for Change, at Genesis Butler, or at Youth Climate Save. And thank you all so much for joining us and sharing your stories.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to have a 5-minute break where I'll just put up the schedule for our next presenter that's coming up right after 5 minutes. So I'm going to put that up for us, and then we'll continue on to our last presentation of the day before our lobby training. Remember that our lobby training is required in order to participate in any of our congressional online Capitol Hill meetings happening tomorrow or the day after. We'll be meeting with Senator Warren, we'll be meeting with Representative Raskin, with Representative Khanna, with other representatives including Maloney. So definitely be sure to attend that lobby training that will be happening at 5 p.m. Pacific or 8 p.m. Eastern, as that's required to meet with all of these congressional members, and that will be a very amazing experience. We're very excited about, and we're also going to hear Cory Booker speak tomorrow, of course, which we're very, very excited about. So I'm going to leave our schedule up for 5 minutes, and then we'll go back to our last presentation. Thank you, guys. All right, before we lose too many viewers who came here for that amazing youth panel, I want to make sure that you guys know we're going into another presentation in just 1 minute on food justice, making connections, and that will be hosted by Lauren Ornelas, the founder of Food Empowerment Project. So I'm going to bring Lauren onto this live stream, and we can get her presentation going soon. Hello, Lauren.
Hi, thanks so much for having me.
Thank you. I'm so excited to hear your presentation today.
I'm excited to be here. I just heard the tail end of the youth panel with Genesis and Hannah and Evan, and was completely impressed. So yeah, it's really exciting to be a part of it. And I love that y'all are doing lobbying afterwards. That's been just really, you're giving a lot of tools to everyone.
Oh, thank you so much. I try to channel as many people as possible into our lobby training to make sure that they're ready for the meetings tomorrow. And
Wonderful.
Also, yeah, loved hearing from those speakers. I'm always impressed by Genesis and Evan and Hannah. They constantly do amazing work.
Yeah, you know, I went vegetarian when I was in elementary school, and got into animal rights in high school. And so when I see them, I just think this is the whole life, you know, and they're going to continue to do good work and continue to change hearts and minds. So it's wonderful.
And we can see from the comments that they have inspired a lot of people today. Always so wonderful. All right, well, how can I help you get your presentation up?
I guess let me share screen. Oh, let's see.
It should be the middle button. I'm going to share a little bit of, someone made a sweet comment for you.
Is it, is it sharing?
Not quite yet.
Let's see, Erica.
Really exciting comment.
Oh, yeah, I'm like, Erica, come help me. Putting my mask on.
Here, I'll give you a second. While we get that ready, I'll just share some of the honestly really exciting comments that we've gotten. Like, look at these. This is so great. That's why it was so amazing to have all of those youth speakers talking today. It looks like we're almost ready. Thank you, Jack, for your comments. Thank you to everyone who has been watching. Looks like we're almost ready, actually. I'm going to add Lauren back on in a minute. But yeah, thank you so much for everyone who watched our last panel and has been supporting us. Let me bring Lauren back on here and see if we can look at that.
Can you see it?
Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to hop off and I'll let you take it away. Thank you so much, Lauren.
Great. So I guess everybody can hear me. It's weird because I can't see anybody right now, but thank you all so much for tuning in to learn about food justice issues. And I know that maybe people who are on this aren't vegan, but what I'm hoping to show is just how so many various issues revolving food are connected and how we can make a difference for human and non-human animals alike. Like I said before, I've been vegan since 1988. And first initially went vegetarian in elementary school and stuck with it best I could, but my family didn't have a lot of money, so I was stuck eating what people gave us. And I think that kind of helped foster some of the ideas in creating Food Empowerment Project, as did the fact that I'm a very proud Chicana and was raised with an understanding of the boycott of grapes and the plight of farm workers. And for those of you who don't know, Cesar Chavez, who co-founded the United Farm Workers, was a vegan. I'm sure Genesis talked about that. She's related. But Dolores Huerta is also a very strict vegetarian. So there's a long line of people who have worked for farm worker justice who understand what happens to the non-human animals in factory farming and the need to not want to participate in that system. But I'm going to go through and really do my best to kind of go through, in a nutshell, some food justice topics from animals raised and killed for food. I'll do it briefly since I know that's what this whole event is about. Environmental racism, farm workers, chocolate and the worst forms of child labor, access to healthy foods, and what you can do, which is absolutely the most important. So Food Empowerment Project is a vegan food justice organization. And you can see by Quincy here. Quincy is a duck who lives at Woodstock Farm Sanctuary in New York. And Quincy, to me, exemplifies why Food Empowerment Project is a vegan organization. Not only have I been vegan for 30 years and I'm the founder of the organization, but the care and love that I and many others have for non-human animals is why veganism is a main part of what we do. Quincy here deserves the right to their own body without having to worry about somebody wanting to eat them, their own feathers without somebody wanting to use them in their coat or in pillows. So animals inherently have a right to their own being without somebody else making decisions for them, including taking their lives away from them. So, you know, veganism is a very big part of what we do at Food Empowerment Project for their sake. This is a cow who lives at Vine Sanctuary. Her name is Autumn. And I always like to talk about cows in the dairy industry because, you know, people don't understand that it doesn't matter how big or how small a dairy farm is, no matter what, they are taking the babies away from their mother. So this is a, let me see if I can play this so you can hear it. I've done investigations of factory farms and slaughterhouses, and this is actually the sound of a mom and a baby bellowing back and forth to each other. So again, this was a small farm. The baby was in a crate and the mom was out. And no matter what size the farm is, they want to be able to sell that milk for human consumption. So they take it away from these babies. And these babies are separated from their mothers sometimes immediately after birth because they want to be able to take the baby when the mom is still out of it after giving birth. Where I live in California in Sonoma County, there's an auction house where the baby calves are auctioned off with their umbilical cord still wet. That's how much they're still little babies. And so the dairy industry, for me, one of the reasons why I went vegetarian when I was really young was because of the idea of separating family. My mom and my dad got a divorce when I was really little. My mom raised my sisters and I by herself. And the idea of being separated from her and being separated from my family was very intense. And so the desire to not want to separate families and being responsible for breaking up a family is very much why I decided not to eat animals anymore. And dairy really exemplifies that. The cows are such good mamas. And they too want to fight and be with their babies, but the industry, again, no matter what size, takes that away from them. I also wanted to mention fish because a lot of people don't talk enough about sea creatures who are consumed by the tonnage. Fish aren't even given the respect enough to be counted as individuals. They're actually looked at only as in how much they weigh. But fish they feel pain. They're sensitive beings. This particular fish had a test done on them to see if they could identify and have some type of self-awareness. So you may have heard they do this with dolphins and some primates where they put a mirror to see if the animal knows it's themselves that they're looking at. And this fish actually passed the test. They put a little brown streak on this fish, and the fish immediately went down and tried to rub it off of them. Instead of recognizing the scientific industry, instead of recognizing these animals as individuals and people and creatures who could identify themselves, instead of saying we need to take another look at sea creatures and we need to pay them more respect, we need to recognize them as sentient beings, the industry is now figuring out another different type of test to have animals go through. So we know they've passed the tools test, they've passed the communication test. So the self-awareness test was yet another test that animals were given to. So instead of us recognizing them as individuals who feel pain, we keep on changing the marker and putting it up higher for them. One of the events that we do at Food Empowerment Project on August 30th is we've organized ocean cleanups. Have vegans go out and help do an ocean cleanup, and at the same time, try to get people who aren't vegan to understand that animals we see oftentimes caught in fishing nets. Those nets only exist for people to be able to eat sea creatures. So there needs to be a coexistence here of conservationists understanding they need to stop eating sea creatures if they want to help protect the animals in the ocean, and us vegans understanding that the ocean needs us to do more in helping keep her clean and keep the animals safe. So when we talk about, animals being raised on factory farms or any farms, we understand that there's some type of impact because of their waste. I'm not sure how many people here are familiar with the term environmental racism, but basically this is when negative pollutants impact Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities more than any others. It's called environmental racism, and it exists in a variety of ways. So if you're familiar with these types of areas, they usually have the oil refineries, they have the truck depots, they have the docks. And it's the same thing when it comes to looking at animals raised and killed for food. This is where a majority of the factory farms are going to be. So in North Carolina, you have predominantly Black and Indigenous communities living there, where the amount of waste caused by the pig industry is so intense that they can't keep their windows open in the summertime because the flies are so bad. They experience nosebleeds and headaches, and their property values are basically worthless. I've investigated pig farms in North Carolina, and I can tell you that it took me several times of showering to try and get the smell off of my clothes and out of my hair. In California, where you have dairy farms that are incredibly large, up to 17,000 cows, imagine one dairy cow produces 120 pounds of wet manure a day. Even a farm as small as 200 cows is going to have a lot of waste, much less these ones that have cows by the thousands. And here in California, it's predominantly the Latinx community who are living there who have some of the highest rates of asthma in California and around the world. And again, a lot of this is because of the dairy industry. So again, you have communities who are being more impacted by negative pollutants, and it's always falling in the laps of Black and Brown and Indigenous community members. So again, Food Empowerment Project, I talked about the fact that we're a vegan organization for the sake of non-human animals, but it's always important for me to remind us that we need to take a look at where our food is coming from and take a look at how people are treated in the produce industry. Because as vegans, many of us, not all of us, but many of us went vegan because we didn't want to cause suffering or harm to other beings. And so it's important to take a look at where our food is coming from. And unless you are responsible and you grow all of your own food and you only eat the food that you grow, you have a farm worker to thank for everything that you eat. The average lifespan of a farm worker is actually 49 years old. Farm workers are homeless. They live in cardboard boxes. They live in pickup trucks. They live along the creeks and the rivers. And they live in these communities simply because they're not being paid enough by the growers. Women experience horrific forms of sexual abuse in the fields. And a lot of them also experience wage theft, where maybe they're hired by an individual who has a contract with the grower, and then the contractor leaves and they don't pay the workers. And these are people who are feeding all of us. A lot of these farm workers also don't have the ability to buy the actual food it is that they're picking for us. So Food Empowerment Project, we really ask for people to do what they can. You know, if you want to not contribute to the suffering of non-human animals, if you have access to healthy food, it's not that difficult. Stop consuming non-human animals. But when it comes to eating produce, everybody needs produce, vegan or not, in order to survive. So we ask people to support our school supply drive. We do every year for the children of farm workers. We do a school supply drive because we don't do this as an act of charity. We do this as to help right a wrong, to help correct an injustice. The fact that farm workers aren't being paid well, that they don't experience the same type of worker protections that other workers do. We do this to say thank you. We do this to thank their parents for all the hard work that they do to feed us, and to show their kids that they're superstars and that we want them to succeed. And I can never decide how many kids to show because they're all absolutely adorable. But we have school supplies donated from around the country, in fact, around the world, so that we can deliver them to farm worker children. We also ask that people support boycotts called by farm workers themselves. So the Coalition of Immokalee Workers, all they're asking for is companies to sign the Fair Food Program that basically asks for the farm workers to be paid 1 more penny per pound for the tomatoes that they pick. And Wendy's and Publix are 2 corporations that are refusing to do this for the farm workers. So they are asking for a boycott, and we strongly support that, encourage others to do so. We also encourage people to boycott Driscoll berries. The San Quintin farm workers in Mexico are asking us to please boycott Driscoll's because the farm workers there are suffering wage theft and they're suffering from other forms of their rights being taken away. So I will always try to think of tools to help us make a difference with our food choices. And so what we can do for farm workers is help their children. We can support corporate campaigns called by farm workers. We can support regulation and legislative changes that are called for, and make sure that the farm workers know that we appreciate them and we see them. One of the other areas when you're looking at food justice areas that we talk a lot about is chocolate and where that chocolate comes from. A lot of people will say that chocolate is cruelty-free if it doesn't have cow or goat milk in it. But we strongly want to make vegans and everybody else recognize that if it comes at the hands of slavery or child labor, it is not cruelty-free. Just because something's labeled vegan does not mean it's cruelty-free. It's important for everybody to have more awareness, just like we want people who consume animals to have more awareness and be open-minded to the facts and what happens to non-human animals. We too need to do the same thing when we look at chocolate. In Western Africa, over 1.8 million children are victims of the worst forms of child labor, including slavery. Slavery has upticked in Brazil as well, where you have children who are maybe working with their families, but they're not working for their families because it's something that the families have chosen and want them to do. The parents want their kids to go to school, but unfortunately, they're not being paid well enough in order for their child to go to school. But in Western Africa, you have even worse situations where you have children who are trafficked hundreds of miles from home, where they don't even speak their local dialect. They are kidnapped. They are sometimes sold into it by a family member, or they go into working in this industry because they think they're going to be able to send money back to their family. Here are two young girls who have scars on their arms and their legs from using machetes, which have cut them up. Again, this is considered a hazardous job. Children should not be doing it, but here in Western Africa, children are indeed doing this work because the corporations are not paying the growers as much as they should be in order to actually have paid laborers doing this work. Sometimes these children are locked in overnight. They're beaten if they try to escape. This is the quote that got me when I first learned about this issue. And a Western reporter asked a former slave, "What would you tell people who are still eating chocolate?" And the former slave said, "Tell them when they are eating chocolate, they are eating my flesh." And as a vegan, I thought that is the same thing as a non-human animal would say. There's no way I can look at chocolate in the same way again. Here's a quote from a farm worker in Brazil who says, "If I didn't have this rope around my neck, my 12-year-old son who works in the harvest would be studying." There's a lot of talk that maybe this is a family business, and when they're finding children in these fields, it's not true child labor, but this is proof that for a lot of these families, they wouldn't be doing this. So what Food Empowerment Project has done is, because we know that some people seem to feel that chocolate is a necessity, we've created a list to help people buy chocolate isn't sourced from the worst forms of child labor, including slavery. So we have a list on our website of chocolate we do and don't recommend, which we're very transparent as to why we don't recommend certain products. And we update this list every month. In order to make our list, the companies have to make at least one vegan chocolate. So a lot of companies want to be on our list and they contact us, but unless they make at least one vegan chocolate, they can't be on our list. Our list is available in Spanish, French, German, and now also Portuguese. This list goes through every company we feel comfortable recommending, as well as we don't recommend. We explain why. And if they don't disclose, basically they're acting as if they don't care about child labor and slavery in the chocolate industry. So obviously we don't recommend them. The list is also available in an app where you can get it for your Android or for your iPhone. And that is free. I mean, love people to download it. If there's a company you like that's not on the list, we absolutely encourage you to reach out to us. We'll contact the company and we'll update and see if they're recommended or not. We always provide the companies with a wholesale list of companies that we recommend to help them to make this switch. One of the last areas when we're talking about food justice is the lack of access to healthy foods, primarily in Black and Brown and Indigenous communities, not only in the United States, but Indigenous communities around the globe. This is where you have higher rates of dietary diseases such as type 2 diabetes. And it's where you have a more prevalence of fast food locations and liquor stores. And I started to look at this issue when I lived in San Jose, California, in Santa Clara County, where many of you might know is where a lot of the Silicon Valley is. That's the other name for it. And it's also where Cesar Chavez got his organizing start, because this is where all the orchards were. But this is a very, very wealthy area. And I knew where I lived and where I worked in downtown San Jose, I had liquor stores across the street from each other, and I had to drive to another town in order to get organic and vegan foods. So I gathered up a dozen of our volunteers, and we went out and we physically surveyed. Sorry about that. We physically surveyed on how much produce they had, frozen, canned, and fresh, as well as meat and dairy alternatives. And then we went out, we released our findings. Then we went out and we did focus groups in the community to determine what the community wanted. Because too many times when this work is done, it's not done to benefit the community. Unfortunately, a lot of times it's to benefit corporations. So in our findings, when we did this work, we found that a lot of the people that we were interviewing, again, we did 3 focus groups in San Jose. They were all done in Spanish. One of the things we found that children in our focus groups, the parents talked about the fact that they were vegan and that it was very hard for them to access healthy foods in order to help them stay vegan. We also found that one of the biggest barriers for communities accessing healthy foods was the lack of living wages, was the fact that people living in these communities couldn't afford the produce. So even if it was nearby, they couldn't necessarily afford it. So that's why Food Empowerment Project, when anybody wants to work on the issue of lack of access to healthy foods, what some people call food deserts, we call food apartheid, because it's a deliberate thing that's taking place to impact Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities. We encourage people to fight for living wages across the board, restaurant workers, fast food workers, your city, your county, whoever's fighting for living wages. We need to increase equity in these situations because that's what's going to help people have access to healthy foods and in turn also help them to go vegan and have the opportunity to do so. Food Empowerment Project follows environmental justice principles, which means we don't go into somebody else's community unless they ask us to. So one of the founding members of the Black Panther Party, after I met with him and talked to him about our work, he asked us to do this work in Vallejo, California, which if you're not familiar with the area, it's in between, say, Oakland and Berkeley and Sacramento. And again, we went out and we physically surveyed the communities. And what we found was that 88% of all the liquor stores and 71% of all the convenience stores in the city were in low-income communities, predominantly Black and Brown. Vallejo is a community that is predominantly Black, Filipinx, and Latinx. Where these community members were having to get their groceries were from the liquor stores and the convenience stores. So again, as a vegan organization, we also surveyed for meat and dairy alternatives. And we did this one because we're a vegan organization and we want less harm to come to non-human animals. But we also did it because we know that a diet higher in fruits and vegetables is healthier for people. I mean, that's pretty common knowledge at this point. The American Dietetic Association talks about this. So we felt it was important to look for the produce, but also see if meat and dairy alternatives were available. And as you can see, only 16 stores even had any meat or dairy substitutes at all. One of the reasons why we find dairy to be absolutely critical in looking at what communities have access to, again, is not only because of the cows, but it's also because of the fact that majority of Black, Brown, and Indigenous people are what we call lactose normal. Some people use the term lactose intolerant. However, the term lactose intolerant makes it seem like there's something wrong with us. And 2 things. One, there's nothing wrong with us because we can't digest the milk of another species, but also because the dairy industry is a product of colonization. My peoples, my ancestors, I'm native to the lands of the Americas. It wasn't until the 4th voyage that Columbus brought cows over. So my ancestors didn't really consume cow milk. So it's no wonder that we see the impact of colonization now, that why I can't and many Black and Brown Indigenous people can't drink cow or goat milk. So again, this is another form of injustice, another form of environmental injustice, another form of food apartheid, where we are being denied foods that are actually healthier for us, and it's deliberate. One of the other things we found in doing our work was that one of the grocery stores located in downtown, which was predominantly Black, Brown, and seniors living there, was the fact that there was a grocery store called Safeway. In some areas, it's called Albertsons, and it goes by a lot of other subsidiary names, but they were located in downtown. Well, they relocated from downtown, moved several miles away, and they put what's called a restrictive deed on their former property, preventing any grocery store from moving in for 15 years, which meant people living in that neighborhood never had a grocery store that they could buy food from. They had to constantly go to the liquor stores and the convenience stores. And we found this is taking place around the country, that these corporations are doing this to Black and brown communities from Washington, D.C. to Washington State. We have a petition on our website that we really would love for you all to sign. Again, after doing this work, we did focus groups in the community. Again, when we did our focus groups, we fed everybody a vegan meal and we paid people $50 for their time, because their time and their experience is wisdom that needed to be paid for. We put out our report. We found the same thing, affordability being the biggest barrier. But we also found something similar that we found in San Jose, was that people who were in these communities, a lot of them are immigrant, and they didn't want to have to use tomato sauce instead of tomatoes. They didn't want to have to buy canned, clementines instead of being able to buy oranges for orange juice. So a lot of them were suffering and sharing with us the different ways in which they actually wanted to eat healthier, but didn't have the ability to. So the way we see some of these solutions on lack of access to healthy foods is for people to be growing their own food and be off a system that was never made for them to succeed. So we very, very much promote people growing their own food and supporting the local farms in their area. We also support worker-owned cooperatives. Now, these are not membership-owned cooperatives. These are worker-owned cooperatives. Currently, we're working with Mandela Grocery, which is based in Oakland, to bring one to Vallejo, although a lot of this has been set back because of COVID-19. But our goal is to have worker-owned cooperatives where the money stays in the community and the owners are the workers. So they make decisions on the profits as well as anything, other issues that may come up. So what you can do, most importantly, if you have access to healthy foods and don't want to hurt animals, to go vegan. Again, we wanted people to be very careful when they say things that it's easy to go vegan, because it's not easy for everybody to go vegan. And the more we can be honest about that, the more credible we're going to be. So in Food Empowerment as an organization is always happy to help work in these communities to help there be more access to healthy foods, as long as we hear from somebody in that community that wants to do the hard work. Shop with care. Try not to support corporations that violate human and animal rights. Lend your voice to and echo the needs of the farm workers. I talked about that. Choose organic when you can. Again, organic helps lessen the toxins that farm workers are exposed to. Use our chocolate list to choose ethical chocolate. Think outside the bottle. Avoid buying plastic single-use water bottles. Bring your own reusables. Buy local. We really encourage people, when you go to the farmers market, do what you can to especially support those Black and brown farmers. Support living wages to help create more equity. Check out our website. We do have more information about bananas, coffee, palm oil, wine, and more that talk both about the environmental impact as well as some animal impacts that take place as well. Speak out about the issues of food injustice. Make sure that people understand there's a holistic problem when it comes to the lack of access to healthy foods. Again, use your voice. For Food Empowerment Project, we like to say, you can use your individual choices, but please use your collective voices as well. It's absolutely important that you choose individually in what we call eat your ethics, to make sure what you're putting in your mouth meets your ethics, but that you also use your voice beyond what you're buying. Genesis talked about being an activist. Absolutely. An activist can take on so many different forms, including just speaking out to store managers, writing letters to the editor, as well as going out on the street. We encourage you to please check out our website to figure out other ways to get involved. We have a monthly newsletter that you can sign up to. And we encourage you to check out our website that has a lot more information, including a list of all the various animals who are raised and killed for food. And what they go through, and also them as individuals. So we're not always looking at animals suffering through that lens, that we're looking at these animals as individual beings with individual personalities. Our website is in English and in Spanish. We also have booklets, Vegan Mexican Food, in English and in Spanish that we can mail out to people. Again, we have more information on bananas, coffee. We also have vegan Mexican food, a website just full of recipes. Again, this website is in English and in Spanish. We also have vegan Filipino food, which is in English and Tagalog. And we are in the process of creating that into a booklet that will be in English and Tagalog. And we're also in the process of creating vegan Lao food. So if you know anyone who is Lao and has great vegan recipes, please have those recipes sent over to us as soon as possible. And again, we're on social media. We'd really love everybody to, hop on social media, spread the word about some of the work that's going on. And I'm going to stop sharing this now so we can do some Q&A.
Great. Let me see if we have any questions. I saw that we had comments come up in support. Someone, Food Empowerment Project, talking about the petition that you were touching on. Yeah, I hadn't reminded people, but please, if you do have any questions on any of our platforms, all you have to do is submit a comment and it'll show up for us here, no matter what platform you're on. Yeah, this is another comment that people were talking about. Yeah, just some more support for you. I'll see if anyone has any questions. Now would be the time to submit them. Other than that, I'll just, remind people to, oh, here is, here's one question.
Supporting Food Empowerment Project can take a lot of forms. One is obviously to follow us on social media so you can spread the word about our work and the campaigns and the things that we're up to. Donating is always appreciated. But we also love to have volunteers. We have volunteers from around the world that you can sign up on our website. Just fill out what you're interested in, and we'd love to have you as a volunteer as well. And of course, helping sign this petition and getting the word out about the petition is greatly appreciated.
Definitely. We have another question also from Facebook live stream.
So outreach on college campuses. In terms of in general or specific to Food Empowerment Project, I will try to answer because I've been just vegan outreach on, when I was in college doing outreach. But I think the times are different now, which I think is very, very interesting to talk COVID-19. But to not talk COVID-19, one of the, I had an animal rights group at my high school. I had an animal rights group in my college. I really found that to be the most effective thing to do because you have a constant presence. And I think that over the years in college, I was the weird person at my university that people were told to stay away from me. But after my first year there, then, I went to a liberal arts college, Catholic liberal arts college. By my second year, the priest was getting involved in tabling with my group. I'm not religious, but I very much appreciated my university experience. But, I think that I strongly believe in individual organizations being started by the students on the campus with having professors who help out, because the constant presence gives you credibility and it also shows them who to talk to if you're thinking about it. You're there to answer questions. You're there to hand out recipes, hand out free vegan food, to talk to people, do showings. A lot of college campuses have funding. You can, show a documentary on campus and provide free vegan food. You can have speakers come, or you can have somebody online giving a talk. But I really think the best way to do outreach on a campus is to be students on campus, start a group on campus, and figure out what's needed, and to make sure you're not focusing too much outward on the rest of the world and focusing inward at your school about what you can do. Because unless, your school is going to have a cafeteria probably, or food somehow on campus, and so you want to talk to people about getting more vegan food options or showing them what vegan food options there are. Again, if there's any animal research or dissection or anything going like that on campus, you can talk about that. If you live in a place that's cold, you can always talk about fur or leather. So there's so much you can do. And the more credibility you build is if you're a student or a professor on that campus, and you make sure that that group lasts forever. My high school group was around 10 years after I graduated from high school. So there's a long line that you can do. And I think it's really imperative that students, especially right now, students are like the most beautiful, rad generation. And you all can really change so much and set incredible precedents on campuses.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. We also have another question from our YouTube live stream. I'll share here. And for everyone, last chance to ask any questions after this one.
Where can we find educational resources to share with our family, friends, and classmates? Go to our website. We have leaflets. I don't have our most recent leaflet. Oh, I do have it. I'm very proud of it. So it goes through, and of course, we always use union printers, but it goes through chocolate. We've got 2 pages on veganism. We've got information about farm worker rights, and it goes through all of this information. And we're happy to send them to you for free. It talks about 15 things you can do. Of course, number 1 is going vegan. So we're happy to mail these out to people. We know distributing materials right now is difficult, again, COVID-19. But we're happy to send them to you to pass on to friends, or if you do want to leave them at places, we're happy to get them out to you. We do have, like I said, our website is fully referenced. So if you go to our website, if you want to check out, lobsters or anybody like that, we have information fully referenced. And if there's anything that we're lacking, we're always open to hearing what more. We know there's a few more issues that we need to put on our website, but we're small. There's 3 of us. But we have a lot that we want to do, and we want to find out what your needs are as well.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Lauren. I believe the last 2 questions are actually just compliments.
Oh.
But thank you so much. This is Genesis' mom, and
Yes.
I definitely agree with how Genesis feels working very closely with her. We really do admire you and the youth movement. So thank you so much for taking the time to present to us today.
Thank you. And I just want to say again, you have done a spectacular job. Is it Ro Khanna that y'all are meeting with as well?
We're meeting with the staffers for a variety of different Congress people, and then we're directly hearing from Cory Booker. He'll be joining our live stream tomorrow.
Thank you. When I was 18, I went to my first National Animal Rights Conference, and part of that was going to Congress and meeting with different offices. So thank you so much for doing such an exceptional job with this and really being thorough and capturing different ways that everybody can get involved. I mean, you are brilliant. So thank you for that. And thanks for putting all this together and allowing us to participate.
Thank you so much. I'm so honored to have you participate. Really look up to you guys. And I'm going to be plugging in all the information for people to join the lobby training after this. So thank you, Lauren.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. All right, guys, I'm going to be putting the information for lobby training one more time in the comments, because it's very important that you don't miss that if you want to meet with any of the amazing offices that we've mentioned, right? Ro Khanna, Warren, Maloney, Braskin, Blumenauer, no matter what congressperson you look up to who has been doing work on food systems issues, we're going to be meeting with them if they support the Farm System Reform Act. I'm going to post that again in the comments, and then I'm also going to put a banner up for you guys here, so you have the general information. It'll be starting in less than an hour at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Very important that anyone who wants to go to our online Capitol Hill meetings attends that. So I'm just going to leave that on here for a little bit, just to remind people, as you still have a chance to join for the next 50 minutes. So thank you all so much.